dedication to the largely forgotten victims of the War on Terror. We've come a long way since our humble beginnings in 2010, when political prisoner Sami Al-Arian, under house arrest on manufactured charges, formed a new civil rights coalition to speak for the hundreds of Muslim political prisoners that the War on Terror was creating. Some 18 Muslim and civil rights organizations joined the coalition, and CCF was born, founded by political prisoners for political prisoners. Since then, we have grown. We have published news digests and traveled the country educating the public at universities, national conferences, mosques, churches, and community centers. We continued our advocacy during the time of COVID by producing weekly webinars and a video series to educate about the profiling issues still confronting the Muslim community today. We filed legal briefs to free as many prisoners as possible, including 2 recent compassionate release victories through our coronavirus prisoner release project. We created the first database to track over 1,200 national security cases and published 2 of the most extensive reports on the manufacturing of terrorism charges against innocent Muslims. We held annual family conferences to help impact families heal together and become empowered. We provided annual Ramadan prisoner gifts and launched letter writing campaigns for the incarcerated so they will know that they have not been forgotten. We responded to hundreds of prisoner complaints each year about prisoner abuse or prisoner conditions, prolonged solitary confinement, religious freedom violations, among an abundance of other legal questions. We created the first Entrapment and Governmental Overreach Relief Act, or EGO Relief Act, limiting the FBI's ability to entrap and convict innocent people. If passed by Congress, many wrongful convictions of political prisoners could be reevaluated and possibly reversed. We mobilized and trained families and communities to advocate for common sense justice reforms and legislation. We attended trials and sentencing and hearings across the country with the family members of the wrongfully accused and led successful campaigns for their release. We created special newsletters for supporters and prisoners and legislators. And, remaining true to its founding, our unique organization continues to be led by those directly impacted. We do all of this work on a shoestring budget and with dedicated volunteers, but we could do so much more if we had more resources. Few, if any, organizations do so much with so little. On our 10th anniversary, I hope you will contribute generously to CCF. I know I will. Hello, I'm Steve Downs, and I'm the chair of the board of directors for the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. I'm so glad you joined our 10th anniversary celebration, marking 10 years of dedication to the largely forgotten victims of the War on Terror. We've come a long way since our humble beginnings in 2010, when political prisoner Sami Al-Arian, under house arrest on manufactured charges, formed a new civil rights coalition to speak for the hundreds of Muslim political prisoners that the War on Terror was creating. Some 18 Muslim and civil rights organizations joined the coalition, and CCF was born, founded by political prisoners for political prisoners. Since then, we have grown. We have published news digests and traveled the country educating the public at universities, national conferences, mosques, churches, and community centers. We continued our advocacy during the time of COVID by producing weekly webinars and a video series to educate about the profiling issues still confronting the Muslim community today. We filed legal briefs to free as many prisoners as possible, including 2 recent compassionate release victories through our coronavirus prisoner release project. We created the first database to track over 1,200 national security cases and published 2 of the most extensive reports on the manufacturing of terrorism charges against innocent Muslims. We held annual family conferences to help impact families heal together and become empowered. We provided annual Ramadan prisoner gifts and launched letter writing campaigns for the incarcerated so they will know that they have not been forgotten. We responded to hundreds of prisoner complaints each year about prisoner abuse or prisoner conditions, prolonged solitary confinement, religious freedom violations, among an abundance of other legal questions. We created the first Entrapment and Governmental Overreach Relief Act, or EGO Relief Act, limiting the FBI's ability to entrap and convict innocent people. If passed by Congress, many wrongful convictions of political prisoners could be reevaluated and possibly reversed. We mobilized and trained families and communities to advocate for common sense justice reforms and legislation. We attended trials and sentencing and hearings across the country with the family members of the wrongfully accused and led successful campaigns for their release. We created special newsletters for supporters and prisoners and legislators. And, remaining true to its founding, our unique organization continues to be led by those directly impacted. We do all of this work on a shoestring budget and with dedicated volunteers, but we could do so much more if we had more resources. Few, if any, organizations do so much with so little. On our 10th anniversary, I hope you will contribute generously to CCF. I know I will.
Assalamu alaikum, and good afternoon to everyone joining us today. Thank you so much for being here and participating in our first ever virtual gala, marking 10 years since the founding of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. My name is Leena, and I'm the Executive Director of CCF. For those of you just getting to know us, CCF was founded exactly 10 years ago today on October 10th, 2010, and is a coalition of more than a dozen national and local organizations whose mission is to defend civil liberties and freedoms, advocate for the rights of political prisoners unjustly targeted in the so-called war on terror, and empower and provide a support network for the families. The prisoners for whom we advocate are the victims of politically motivated prosecutions who were targeted based on their faith, activism, or speech, or in unfair sting operations due to other vulnerabilities. CCF's work is critical and unique. It is one of the few organizations that is led by and is in direct contact with these victims of governmental overreach. We strive to serve both the prisoners and their impacted family members who are left struggling with the ongoing trauma of their loved ones' imprisonment. And we work to turn the victimization of these families into empowerment. The theme of today's event is Breaking the Silence, which speaks to the isolation and alienation that many families of unjustly accused prisoners have experienced, families like mine. It also speaks to the urgent need for courage to confront these abuses against communities who have been racially and religiously profiled, unlawfully surveilled, maligned by the media, and criminalized by the national security state. We have an amazing long list of speakers over the next 6 hours, so I hope you stick it out with us. Every one of them has so much to contribute to the conversation based on their unique backgrounds and perspectives. You'll be hearing from journalists, academics, lawyers, community leaders who've dedicated their lives to speaking out against injustice and who are generally lending their voices and their platforms to this important cause. You will also be hearing from former prisoners and family members who were targeted and persecuted amid post 9/11 hysteria. I'll be turning it over to them soon, but I just want to share a little bit of my own experience that motivated me to dedicate the last few years of my life to prisoner advocacy work through CCF. As many of you know, I've had firsthand experience with and thankfully have survived the cruelty of the US criminal injustice system. My father, Sami Al-Arian, was a Palestinian political prisoner in the US who was imprisoned under torturous conditions, including solitary confinement, for 5.5 years, and whose case dragged on for 12 years, with much of it spent under house arrest. The families of CCF understand the arduous, humiliating, and dehumanizing experience of visiting a loved one in prison, or putting money in their canteen, or waiting around for their call once a week at any given time, and which may never even come, They know what it's like when your community is too afraid to support you, and when the silence is deafening, and when your loved one is convicted in the court of public opinion. And what CCF does for these families is that it brings them together to share in their experiences and trauma and advocate for their loved ones in a way that only a person who's been through it understands. I'm urging you today to donate to support our critical work, which you'll be learning about more in the next 6 hours. It is as long as it is because you guessed it, it's a telethon, and we urge you to donate on our website, civilfreedoms.org. Please don't let this be the only time you engage with us. Please follow us on all of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and please subscribe to our weekly news digest. This is our biggest event of the year, and I'm so excited to welcome you, and I hope you stick around and support us. Before I go, I'd like to thank all of the speakers and our wonderful team and volunteers who made this event happen. Ibrahim, Mel Underbaki, Steve Downs, Kathy Manley, Ashley Young, Hisham Al-Maligi, Ali Al-Arian, Hatem Fariz, Amith Gupta, Carmel Abu Zaid, and Sara Ahmed, as well as our hosts for the next few hours. And finally, I want to take the time to thank all of you, our supporters. Thank you for your solidarity and your generosity, and please make a gift to support us today. It is now my great honor to introduce our first host for the afternoon, a friend, brother, and close ally, Ahmed Bedier. Ahmed Bedier is a Florida-based community organizer, speaker, and media commentator. He is the president of the United Voices for America, an organization that promotes civic engagement and democracy, and serves on the state board of the ACLU of Florida. And I'm happy to turn it over to you now, Ahmed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Leena. Glad to be here. Congratulations on your 10-year anniversary. What an awesome accomplishment. And just a correction about my bio, I'm no longer on the board of the ACLU, but I'm a proud member and happy to be still involved in supporting that great organization. And here it is, 10-year anniversary, and what better way to do that than do a telethon, 6 or 7 hours. I'm going to be your host for this first hour, and then also at the 5 o'clock hour. So looking forward to that, and congratulations again on the 10-year anniversary. This has been a great ride, I guess, what you have accomplished in the past 10 years. Looking forward to what you're going to do in the coming 10 years, inshallah. Now it's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker. He was under house arrest when several organizers, lawyers, advocates, and impacted family members came together to form CCF 10 years ago. Sami Al-Arian is the director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs, SIGA, and a public affairs professor at Istanbul Zaim University, where he's now living. Dr. Al-Arian founded numerous institutions. He spent 4 decades, not 4 years, 40 years in the United States before being, forced to leave and relocate to Turkey, where he now resides. Dr. Al-Arian founded numerous institutions and publications in the fields of education, research, religion, and interfaith, as well as civil rights and human rights. And he was also featured in the well-known award-winning documentary in 2007 called USA versus Al-Arian, and also in the book called Being Palestinian. Turning it over to you, Dr. Al-Arian.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for your kind and generous introduction. And thank you, CCF, for organizing this amazing event. Sisters and brothers, friends and colleagues, my fellow advocates for justice and freedom, Assalamu alaikum. It's indeed my honor and privilege to address you this afternoon in this great gala, even for a few moments. I'm not going to beat around the bush, so let me be very direct and frank with you. Nothing short of your very survival as free people living in a free and democratic society is at stake. Let me even be more blunt. The American Muslim community are at the forefront in the fight to reclaim the foundations and principles that establish the United States and the values that will establish who we are, what we stand for, to uphold our dignity and ensure our future. Since 9/11, American society has been transformed slowly but surely into a surveillance and security state. And in the age of Trump, Islamophobia, xenophobia, white supremacy, and pure hate have been rampant at the highest levels of government. If that trend is not reversed, then everyone, not just the American Muslim community, can no longer claim to be free. More than 70 years ago, George Orwell described such a state in his eye-opening novel, 1984. In such society, fear of the government becomes the norm, the standard way of life. People are then cultured to submit to a new language and regulated speech. War is peace, slavery is freedom, ignorance is strength. In such an environment where society is dominated by fear, people start conforming to every behavior dictated by the government. So when a daughter hears her father criticize in his dream the leader, Big Brother, she reports him to the authorities. He's immediately arrested, tried, convicted, and sent to prison. In the novel, Orwell describes how the father was grateful to his daughter for reporting him before acting out his dream, so that he could be rehabilitated in time. But fiction no more. During my own trial in 2005, one piece of evidence used against me consisted of a phone call between two co-defendants where one of them recounted a conversation he had with me in his dream. It was reminiscent of the thought crime in Orwell's novel. Indeed, much of the government's evidence presented to the jury during my 6-month trial were speeches I delivered, lectures I presented, articles I wrote, magazines I edited, books I owned, conferences I convened, rallies I attended, interviews I gave, news I heard, and websites I never even accessed. Of course, my family and I were very grateful that our jury saw through the government's underhanded tactics and didn't return a single guilty verdict on more than 100 counts against all the defendants. But not everyone is as fortunate. Ali Tamimi had been sentenced to life for allegedly giving a religious fatwa. Tariq Mihanna is serving 17 years for translating a document. Mufid Abdul Qadir is serving 20 years because he had a beautiful voice when he sang for Palestine. Ghassan al-Ashi and Shukri Abu Bakr are serving 65 years each for feeding and clothing hungry Palestinian children, while Rafal Dhafar served 22 years for feeding Iraqi children. Ahmed Abu Ali is serving life because he gave a false confession under torture. Aafia Siddiqui was sentenced to 86 years after she was shot and nearly died. Ziyad Yaghi is serving 32 years in a conspiracy case because he traveled overseas looking for a wife. Yassin Arif and Muhammad Hussein served 15 years in another conspiracy where the script was written, planned, financed, executed, and directed by the FBI. Abdul Halim al-Ashqar served 12 years for refusing to testify. The examples are far too many here to recount. The bottom line is this: innocent people are targeted and their families are suffering because of their beliefs, opinions, associations, and advocacy. All First Amendment activities supposedly guaranteed by the US Constitution. Brothers and sisters, after 9/11, many Muslims and dissidents in the US were targeted by the government, including myself. I'd spent 11 years between prison and house arrest. During my 5.5 years in prison, I had to endure 43 straight months in solitary confinement, most of it before and during the trial. The conditions of confinement were Guantanamo-like conditions designed to break you down psychologically so you give up and surrender. Isolation, abuse of guards, little or no communication with family and friends, and limited opportunity to review the evidence assembled against you, just to name a few. Almost all victims of government prosecutions are subjected to such inhumane treatment. Even serial murderers and rapists have more rights in the prison system today than American Muslim defendants entitled to presumption of innocence under the law. But truly free people are not intimidated by scare tactics. On the contrary, they exhibit a sense of fairness, display respect for the freedom of others, and are willing to stand up and defend their highest ideals. That's the essence of a democratic society, where the people are unwilling to submit to fear or be intimidated or cowed by abusive authority by its tyrannical tactics. So the question is this: do you want to be free people and defend your rights? Or do you want to be scared and enslaved? Remember, all tyranny needs in order to rule the day is for people of good conscience to remain silent and do nothing. To protect our civil freedoms is to speak more, not less. To challenge authority, run amok. To speak truth to power, that too often substitutes fear for rational thinking in order to control and dictate. But also too often the vulnerable members of society are too traumatized to speak on their own behalf or defend their rights. So it becomes incumbent upon people of good conscience, our collective duty, our solemn responsibility to champion their cause, to educate and inform the masses. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. But that only comes through freeing ourselves from fear and by exercising our right to speak, to freely express ourselves, to protest, to object, to lobby, to mobilize, to act, in short, to become a free citizen and a dignified human being. What distinguished great leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, and Muhammad Ali was their willingness to speak truth to power, and if need be, pay the price for it. That's why we need the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. It's the only coalition willing to tackle these difficult issues which everyone is trying to ignore. In 2006, while in solitary confinement, I wonder why we did not have a single organization that advocated on behalf of political prisoners and the victims of the so-called war on terror in the US. I wrote a letter then, while in prison, to several prominent individuals calling them to just do that. When I was placed under house arrest in 2008, for 2 years, I'd speak to many organizations and leaders urging them to speak up about these cases and open their organizations to defend and speak on behalf of the victims and their families. It became increasingly clear to me at the time that there is no one organization that was able or willing to undertake this monumental mission. That we needed to create an organization that was free of all pressure and political calculations in order to advocate on behalf of these thorny issues. I invited then 18 different organizations to my home where I was under house arrest in August 2010 and proposed the idea of establishing a coalition to advocate for the victims of the war on terror, to educate the public, and to speak truth to power. On this day, 10 years ago, the Coalition for Civil Freedoms was founded to fulfill this mission, which is to defend civil liberties and freedoms, to promote a fair US criminal justice system, and to advocate for the rights of political prisoners targeted in the war on terror. On behalf of all victims of these injustices, I ask you to support this important cause and show kindness. If not for those victims, then for the future of your children. No community was ever empowered before winning its civil rights struggle. This is our calling, our mission, our challenge. History will indeed judge us based on our response. My sisters and brothers, I beseech you today to open your hearts and be generous. I will start by pledging today to donate $5,000 to CCF in the name of Ali Tamimi, who has thankfully just been released despite being sentenced to life in 2004. It demonstrates that we should never, ever give up hope. His faith, strength, and perseverance are true qualities for all to follow and emulate. In conclusion, I'd like to thank CCF, its dedicated staff, its board, its supporters, and the audience for tuning in today and supporting the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. But particularly, I want to thank those who are at the forefront of the fight against injustice, the victims, their families, their lawyers, and those who have been speaking on their behalf. May God the Almighty bless you all. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Sami Al-Arian, for your thoughtful remarks. And we're running a couple of minutes late, so I'm going to move right along to our next speaker. At the heart and soul of CCF are impacted family members whose voices lead the organization's advocacy for their loved ones and who are unjustly imprisoned. We're honored to be joined by one of those impacted family members, Dr. Fauzia Siddiqui. She is the sister of Aafia Siddiqui, who has been sentenced to 86 years in prison. Turning it over to you.
Thank you for having me, respected delegates and attendees. Greetings of peace from Pakistan. I am Dr. Fauzia Siddiqui, and I became involved in CCF because of my sister, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. Some of you may have heard something of her story, likely innuendo or misinformation. The truth, very briefly, is that Aafia is a mother of 3 and a brilliant Muslim woman whose only passion was to bring education to children. For this, she studied at some of the finest institutions, including MIT and Brandeis in the US. Then, somewhere in the blind aftermath of 9/11, Aafia became a victim of the war of terror. 17 years ago, Aafia and her 3 young children were disappeared from the streets of Karachi and renditioned to black sites. The youngest was only 6 months old and remains missing, presumed dead. In 2008, after some activists like you raised voices, Aafia was mysteriously discovered in Afghanistan, where she had been held and tortured, becoming known as the infamous Ghost Prisoner 650. Almost immediately, she was shot by US servicemen in a surprisingly suspicious staged encounter and cover-up. Despite nearly fatal wounds, she was whisked away to America without any due process, and 10 years ago, she was sentenced to 86 years in prison for snatching their rifle and attempting to kill the same US serviceman who shot her. This, even though forensic examination showed no fingerprints on the alleged rifle, no rifle bullets or casings in the room. The prosecution was an absurd frame-up, and all references to her 5-year black prison site ordeal was forbidden. After years of campaigning, Aafia's 2 older children were finally returned to me, and I have been raising them as my own. As for Aafia, we have no contact, no letter, phone, nothing. The torture continues. It is heartbreaking that those who know of Aafia's and others' injustices, who can make a difference, remain silent, fortifying the oppression. So today's theme about breaking the silence is welcome, given the fear that has reigned for so long. I have seen firsthand how twisted the concepts of justice and law have become. How the notion, without fear or favor, has become by fear, for favor. But despite these failings, I continue to believe in the basic goodness of humanity, and so does Aafia. I conclude with a small appeal from Aafia herself.
The time is now for us to get together and come up with solutions for these problems. Let none of us think that we cannot make a difference. Yes, we can, if our intention is pure.
I hope and pray that our combined voices will see Aafia and other captives return home, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Here we go. Our next speaker is a well-known commentator, and we're glad to have her. Our next speaker is a well-known commentator, and we're glad to have her part of our program. Dalia Mogahed is the Director of Research at the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding, or ISPU, where she leads organizations research and thought leadership programs on American Muslims. With John Esposito, she co-authored the book, Who Speaks for Islam? What a Billion Muslims Really Think. Turning it over to you, Dalia Mogahed.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dalia Mogahed, and I'm the Director of Research for the Institute for Social Policy and Understanding. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the last 20 years is how Islamophobia has impacted government policies. Now, this starts with rhetoric of government, how it impacts the public, but also how it impacts our laws, specifically the way that Muslims are treated in our criminal justice system, the way Muslim communities are treated by law enforcement, and even the way government talks about Muslims. So one thing we found in our research is that anti-Muslim sentiment in the public follows government rhetoric and not actual acts of violence committed by a Muslim. This might surprise you. It might surprise you to find out that spikes in public perception of a connection between Islam and violence spike around election season and not around actual acts of violence. And we've seen this throughout the past 2 decades, where the public increases in their perception of a connection between Islam and violence around the run-up to the Iraq War and around election season, and not right after 9/11 even, or after the Boston bombing, or after the Pulse shooting. So imagine government rhetoric being more impactful on people's perception than an actual terrorist event. But what's worse is that when you actually compare how Muslims are treated in the criminal justice system, it really comes out, the double standard becomes much more stark. So we did a study at ISPU where we looked at ideologically motivated violence in the United States, either plots that were purported to have been carried out by a Muslim, or plots carried out or would have been carried out by a white supremacist or anti-government extremist. And here is what we found. For nearly identical crimes, and we looked at 7 different factors, including the type of weapon used, the number of people who would have been hurt, the kind of target, and many other things, to compare apples to apples. We found that if the defendant was Muslim perceived to be a Muslim, they would get 4 times the sentence of a defendant who was accused of an identical crime but was not a Muslim, was motivated by an ideology like a right-wing anti-government ideology or white supremacy. So the criminal justice system and its policies, the way they understand crime, the kinds of crime, the kinds of laws they apply. So Muslims are far more likely to have their case tried as a weapon of mass destruction, even when the weapon is identical to another case that was just dealt with as, a simple explosive. What's even worse, though, is that the majority of foiled plots, the majority of the time when Muslims are defendants in a foiled plot, the weapon was actually supplied by an undercover member of law enforcement. It wasn't even created or acquired by the defendant themselves. So that's another way that Muslims are treated so differently, is much more often the case involves an informant or an agent provocateur who is facilitating the crime, actually giving the defendant the weapon that they are allegedly going to use. So in so many ways, laws, not just interpersonal Islamophobia, but institutional Islamophobia is impacting how Muslims are treated in their own country. And then this is reflected in the media. Cases involving a Muslim defendant received 770% more media coverage in the New York Times and in the Washington Post as cases, identical cases involving a non-Muslim defendant. The work of the organization we are all here to celebrate and to recognize could not be more important. And I hope that you'll join me in supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalia. Thank you for your talk. I now want to turn it over to someone that doesn't actually need an introduction, someone I've actually hosted on my own radio show. Just to plug in my own radio show, I host a weekly show on WMNF 88.5 in Tampa. It's an NPR affiliate. It's called True Talk. And we've had this next speaker speak some truth on our radio show. And that's none other than Noam Chomsky. Considered the founder of modern linguistics, Noam Chomsky is one of the most cited scholars in modern history. He's one of the most influential public intellectuals in the world and has written more than 100 books. Chomsky joined the University of Arizona in the fall of 2017, coming from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, where he has worked since 1955. We're really happy to have him here, and I'm happy to introduce him. Here is Noam Chomsky.
Others will be speaking about the specific cases of prisoners who were held on illegitimate charges. I would like to say a few words about the general context in which this is happening. Can begin by introducing an important concept that was used by my late friend and colleague, Edward Herman. He made a distinction between what he called nefarious terror and benign terror. Nefarious terror is what's carried out by official enemies. Benign terror is the terror, often much worse, that we carry out or that's carried out by our allies and clients. And it's a distinction that covers a very wide range, internationally and domestically. So we can start with the global war on terror declared by George W. Bush in 2001. In fact, redeclared. The global war on terror was declared 20 years earlier by Ronald Reagan. He came into office declaring that the war on terror will be the centerpiece of U.S. foreign policy. His Secretary of State, George Shultz, condemned terror as the rise of barbarism in our time. There were books, articles, all deploring the hideous war on terror. And there were examples given. One of them was Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress. The United States government declared the Mandela's ANC as one of the more notorious terrorist groups in the world. That was about a year before apartheid fell. Reagan was the last supporter of apartheid. Even Israel had backed off at that time. Mandela, in fact, was not permitted to travel to the United States because he was a terrorist. Congress had to, 20 years later, Congress had to pass a special legislation to allow him to come. That was one case of nefarious terror. The main cases were Central America. Central America was subjected to massive terrorist atrocities in the 1980s. Took off with in El Salvador. The Archbishop Romero, wrote a letter to President Carter pleading with him not to send aid to the military junta, which is murdering and destroying the people who are fighting for their elementary human rights. Carter sent the aid. Archbishop Romero was assassinated by forces backed by the United States. Reagan came in and escalated it. I won't give you the details. Hundreds of thousands of people killed, torture, massacre. Same thing, even worse, happened in Guatemala. The one exception in Central America was Nicaragua. In the other countries, the army, backed by the United States, were the terrorists. In Nicaragua, there was an army to defend the population against the terrorists who were supported by the United States. This came to the World Court, the International Court of Justice. The United States was condemned by the court for what was called unlawful use of force, technical term for international terrorism. The US, of course, rejected the judgment, refused to pay reparations as demanded. The press, like the New York Times, condemned the court, plus it was a hostile forum, as shown by the fact that it condemned the United States for international terrorism when it was just benign terrorism. Security Council of the United Nations debated a resolution calling on all states to observe international law. Didn't mention anyone, but everyone knew who was involved. US vetoed it. War went on, increased. The United States ordered its terrorist forces to attack what they called soft targets, undefended civilian targets, because it's too dangerous to fight against the army. That was benign terror. Went on until the fall of the Berlin Wall. A week later, 6 leading Jesuit intellectuals were murdered by forces armed and trained by the United States in the Jesuit university. All of this is passed out of history, okay? It was benign terror. We don't talk about it. Let's go to the Second War on Terror. It's about the same. Follows the same pattern. No time to give details. All of this has a domestic analog. You have to ensure that we restrict and control nefarious terror at home. And there are examples under the Obama administration, which condemned and silenced the Humanitarian Law Project. Why? It was committing benign terror. It was giving material assistance to a nefarious terrorist group. The material assistance was that they were trying to arrange for peaceful negotiations and interactions to settle a long conflict between the Turkish state and the Kurdish popular movements. Been going on for many years. The United States the United States condemns the Kurdish groups, supports the Turkish groups. Well, and therefore giving advice on how to move to a peaceful settlement is nefarious terrorism, according to the Obama administration. Trump, of course, is much worse. Well, that's the general context in which the attack on domestic institutions like the Humanitarian Law Project or groups supporting Palestinian rights and humanitarian aid, that's the general context in which it takes place. We should bear that in mind when we look at these specific events.
Sorry, I was muted there. Welcome back. And now I'm going to turn it over to another special friend of CCF, and Amith Gupta, who, whenever I think of Gupta, I think of that doctor on CNN. It seems like a lot of Guptas are doctors, but Amith is not a doctor. He's an attorney. He's currently a staff attorney at CCF, a different kind of doctor, I guess, a doctor of law. Previously, he was a legal fellow at the Project South, where he authored a forthcoming report on surveillance of Muslim communities. He is a graduate of the New York University School of Law, where he was an Institute for International Law and Justice scholar. He is committed to Palestine solidarity activist and anti-war, and he's also an anti-war activist. Sorry, it's I don't know why I'm stumbling over my words, but Amith Gupta, welcome.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you to everyone who has joined us on Facebook or YouTube or wherever you're watching this from. So my name is Amith Gupta. I'm a volunteer slash low bono staff attorney with the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. So you are probably receiving a lot of messages and emails and calls from people who are trying to get you to give them your money because it's an election year and these are trying times. And I know that times are tight. So many of you may not have money to give, or if you do, it might not be that much. So instead of trying to guilt you into giving this great organization your rent money, I'm going to explain to you why I started dedicating my time and energy and some of my work to CCF. So I moved to Atlanta in 2018 to start work with, as Ahmed mentioned, Project South, a grassroots community organization rooted in the Black radical tradition here in the US South. Through Project South, I met a number of the family members and community members who have faced political repression, particularly in the Black and or Muslim communities. And I eventually got in touch with Leena and other members of the CCF staff and attended their 2019 conference to work with them on community organizing and lobbying. And I started contributing some of my legal services towards the CCF families. What makes CCF worth donating, not just my money, but my time and resources and energy is actually pretty straightforward. Unlike virtually every other Muslim community organization, unlike virtually every other anti-war or civil liberties organization, and unlike most, but not all, prison reform lobbying groups, the thing that makes CCF fundamentally different is that it is set up and run by and for the family members and, in some cases, the returning prisoners of the US government's war. The last 2 decades have given us an embattled Muslim community inside and outside the United States that has been repeatedly betrayed by organizational leadership who made the foolish and naive judgment that it was more important for them to maintain close ties with the FBI, establishment Democrats and Republicans, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Anti-Defamation League, instead of the people in the community that were the frontline targets of a war on marginalized communities that eventually led us straight to Donald Trump and the decline of democracy outright. If there is one word that describes how marginalized people in general and Muslims in particular have been treated, that word is betrayal, but not at CCF. CCF is run by and for the people who are the targets of government repression. There are no conflicts of interest between the CCF leadership and the people it serves because the CCF leadership is the people it serves. I've often remarked that of the small number of staff members that CCF has, almost all working with CCF either as volunteers or with other part-time jobs and other sources of income, that I'm actually the odd man out. I'm the only person that I know at CCF that does not have a father, a brother, a cousin, a close friend, a colleague, a business partner, or a child that has been locked up and severed from the rest of his community or her community because of the kind of abusive government repression that federal agents, multiple US administrations, anti-Muslim ideologues, and police departments looking to justify their bloated budgets have practiced against members of this community. The staff spends an enormous amount of its time working on motions that attorneys won't file, organizing gifts for people who have been forgotten, and building community ties with people in other constituencies that want change. Now is the ideal time for this organization to get the support that it sorely needs. We are in the midst of a historic time. The abusive government practices, from racist police and FBI to xenophobic legislation and anti-Muslim hate mongering, has reached a point that is unprecedented in modern US history. As much as the degenerate dictator Donald Trump may receive credit for much of the desperation of the times, the outrageousness and barbarism of the Trump administration is matched by the outpouring of mass communal resistance across this country in the form of the George Floyd rebellion, which, despite declining news coverage, is still ongoing. Now is the time for people in this community not to be silent, not to be complicit, and not to be submissive. Now is the time for our community, for this community, to embrace those who have been imprisoned, brutalized, tortured, deported, and denigrated for everything from charity and humanitarianism to dissident political views to simply being manipulated as the result of psychological vulnerabilities that informants take advantage of. The time for marginalized communities to accept being criminalized is officially over. We must embrace the people in other communities and across the country and across US borders to build a truly international movement that is centered around winning justice for the targets of racist state violence. We can do that, of course, only through the leadership of the victims and the targets and their families themselves. So I can vouch from having worked with CCF that that's what CCF is doing. So if you can, please consider donating. And if you really don't have any money, there is one other thing that I hope you will give us. Please give us your time. We're doing everything we can to build a network between communities that have faced police violence, FBI abuses, deportation, and racism throughout the country and beyond, so that we can organize our opposition. So if you want to get involved, please reach out today or after about how you can be supportive in addition to any donations that you can make. I want to quickly mention that in terms of the future of this organization, I'm hoping that there won't be another 10-year anniversary. I'm hoping that in 10 years from now, CCF will have led the campaign successfully to completely end this fake war on terrorism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ahmed Gupta. Thank you so much. It's really inspiring. And now what the moment that everyone's been waiting for, the moment where we actually raise money. This whole telethon is, the purpose behind it is to raise money. If we're not going to raise the money, then we're really not accomplishing our goal. It's really nice to hear all these inspiring speeches and have people on board and have all these scholars and famous people and to be in awe of them. But then if we don't raise the money for this organization, then the organization can't meet the needs and fulfill its mission. And to be honest with you, the reality is many of the families and the prisoners that were impacted, the impacted individuals, were already facing an enormous uphill battle for their freedom. But this pandemic, the pandemic that the whole country is going through and the whole world, is actually having a greater impact on those same individuals. When the virus began hitting prisons, we received CCF received countless messages from men and women inside pleading for help. And regardless of even people who have rightfully been convicted of a crime and serving their time, there's no reason to subject them, to lock them up, to keep them locked up and not provide a safe place for them to serve their time. That's inhumane. That's not American, and that's not something that we should stand for. So imagine the people that are actually there unjustly, or these political prisoners. CCF quickly sprang into action. The legal team filed motions for a compassionate release, which resulted in 2 of the prisoners being granted release, Sami Hassoun and Hawa Hassan. That result is downright miraculous, according to many people, because these individuals were not going to be released anytime soon. Since out of thousands of prisoners nationwide who sought compassionate release, 98% of them, 98% of them were denied, so only 2% were actually granted. And CCF was able to at least get 2 people out on compassionate release. But now it's over. It's, to turn it over to you. CCF is running on a small budget, but making a huge impact. And now they need individuals to step up, to make a difference, to believe in this. And let's face it, this is not, something that everybody's going to get behind, because you're going against, CCF is standing up to one of the most powerful governments in the world, going up against the Department of Justice. Not everybody has the courage to do what CCF is doing. And many organizations, while they talk the talk, even organizations like the ACLU, a very respected civil liberties organization, doesn't touch criminal cases, doesn't touch national security cases. They focus on civil cases and freedom of speech and other things. But what happens when the government actually misuses the law to go after and target individuals because they want to silence them, because they don't like their behavior? Or perhaps, and we've heard many of these stories, where they try to get them to work as informants, to lure them in, and they refuse. And then some bad actors at the Department of Justice will come down hard on them. Well, it's difficult to stand up to those things, but CCF has been able to do that, and they've been around for 10 years. And the only thing that they're missing is the resources to continue to grow. They're getting requests from individuals that are facing these type of challenges, whether they've already been convicted and are being abused in prison and don't have their rights, or that they're facing allegations that they are not able to defend themselves because they don't have the resources. So it's time to actually raise the money. They've set a goal of raising $200,000. We're looking for individuals, at least in this first hour, to wrap up this first hour before the comedy comes, because there's no money, there's no honey, or there's no comedy. That was my attempt at a bad joke. So in this first hour, we want to raise $50,000. We want to start off things the right way. We want to say, you know what? We believe in what's happening here. There are people out there that will give. You don't have to make it public. You can make it anonymous. And this is a 501c3 organization. And, you know, I'm not only your host, but I'm also doing the fundraiser. So if you're inspired by the work that they're doing, that CCF is doing, step up and let's make a donation. And I want to bring on Hatem Fariz. He is the development director at CCF. He is actually one of the impacted people, one of the founders of this organization. And as it was said earlier, it's founded by political prisoners for political prisoners. So Hatem Fariz is the development director. I hope you have some good news for us, because the goal is to raise $50,000. And I'm hoping that you have some good news, like 10,000, 5,000, 25,000. Maybe you have somebody that gave you 50,000. We can go on with the comedy. So what do you have? And by the way, welcome. And of course, you are the director at the Islamic Community of Tampa. You're involved in so many projects, and I see you everywhere on social media.
Thank you, Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, everyone, for attending. Thank you, everyone, all our participant speakers and volunteers that made this big conference, big day, our 10th year anniversary of defending civil freedoms. Today, my role is to collect $200,000 from you, inshallah. That's all what I'm here for today. And I know I can get it from you because you are generous and you are supportive of the cause. And we are, as Ahmed said, the only organization that is doing, or one of a few organizations that are doing this work. This is great work. Alhamdulillah, I'm not a speaker. I'm just a fundraiser, or I collect money and I give numbers to Ahmed. Alhamdulillah, Dr. Sami started by pledging $5,000 on behalf of Dr. Ali Tamimi, alhamdulillah. So we have that 5,000, if you can put it up on the screen, Ibrahim. Also, we have anonymous donation from a family in California, $20,000. And the donation is already in our bank account. So that makes it 25.
Okay.
I want to call.
We're running out of time for this. So do you have anything else? Because I have 1 minute to close.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to call on all cities in America to participate, all centers, mosques, community centers, to participate, to pledge in the name of their centers. I have 2 more pledges that came in, one from the Chicago Islamic Center in Chicago, and one from Milwaukee Islamic Center in Wisconsin. One of them is $10,000, Milwaukee, and Chicago Islamic Center is $10,000.
Thank you so much. I'm going to push you off the screen now, but you're going to come back later, right?
I am here. I'll be out of your screen, but I'll be on the separate screen.
Oh, I think if I push this way. Okay. Thank you so much, Hatem. That's amazing. So the total so far, I think they're going to display it. I didn't keep track of your total numbers because I was distracted by the huge bookshelves that you have in the background. It's like an awesome backdrop for a Zoom call, because you've been doing so many of them. Your books are getting longer and longer. But our next speaker, I'm not sure if he has a bookshelf or not, or what he's up to. But I remember him going to Pakistan and going all over the Muslim world, white guy making people laugh. By the way, if you haven't donated yet, please donate even during the comedy at civilfreedoms.org, civilfreedoms.org. We're going to continue this telethon until we raise the money, even if we have to filibuster for the next, until the election day. But I want to welcome our comedian. because I'm not the comedian, even though I know you guys find me funny. Jeremy McLean is going to join us. Is it McLean or McLellan?
It's McLellan, but it's okay.
I'm so used
you know
to
what?
like
we get your names wrong
Virginia.
so much that it's reparations whenever you mispronounce our name.
I'm sorry, because whenever I think of your name, I think of McLean, Virginia.
Right. McLean and McLean Islamic Center, right.
Right, and you I think you also go there somehow.
I have. I don't go there regularly, attend.
Yeah,
but yeah, my friend Sultan is very involved with the McLean Islamic
Well,
Center.
take it away, Jeremy. Thank you so much. Make us laugh. Otherwise, we're gonna make you pay more donations.
Okay, I'll do my best. No, I love the McLean. You can call me Jeremy McLean if you want. I've gone to the McLean Islamic Center a bunch of times. My favorite thing about the McLean Islamic Center is that it is inside of an old Baptist church, and they didn't change the outside of it, and so it still kind of looks like a Baptist church. Like you walk by, it still kind of looks like a Baptist church. And I just know I've always been worried that like some Christian family is going to move down the street, start attending, and never realize that it's a mosque. Just be like, man, we've been going to this new church, and it's all the church services are on Fridays. They make you take your shoes off before you walk in. It's very Japanese. A lot of nuns in there, and all the baptisms are in the bathroom. So that's been my worry going to the McLean Islamic Center. No, I'm like I said, I'm Jeremy McLellan. I'm a big supporter of this coalition, and it's been an interesting year so far in America. This is, I think, the first year in a long time that people, at least on the news, are more afraid of me and my fellow Catholics than they are of Muslims. We've been in the news and you guys haven't, and so all I gotta say is you're welcome. You're welcome. We've done it. I'm coming live from South Carolina, which people don't usually think of South Carolina as a very progressive state. But if you check your history books, we are the ones who started the war that ended slavery. So everybody, again, you're welcome. It's not all good in South Carolina. There's a woman in my neighborhood who made huge news a few years ago because she reported a woman, or she reported a man next to her on a plane for being a terrorist because he was writing math on a napkin. He was on his way to an economics conference. He was an Italian guy. She saw him and she reported him for being a terrorist. And what I like about that, I mean, obviously she was just Islamophobic and thought he was, up to no good or something. Anyway, they grounded the plane. But what I love about that story is that she thought that he was a terrorist, but not a very prepared terrorist. Like, according to her, he had just to do some last minute calculations, like he was just sitting there and he was like, oh, you always wait until the last minute trying to remember the right equation, and then remembered something from middle school about x equals negative b plus or minus whatever that song is that we all learned. So that's the worry that that she had. I myself have not been racially profiled that much. I did get stopped going through security one time because my business cards at the time had a picture of a grenade on them. My manager thought it'd be cute, thought it would be explosive comedy or something, but no, they pulled me out. And I think it made sense for them to be suspicious because we all know how terrorists usually carry business cards, just to hand out at all their terrorism conferences, and they always make sure to put a picture of a grenade on there just so people don't worry about it, just so there's no confusion. I do worry about civil liberties at the moment, but hopefully we can all gather together and hope that Joe Biden wins. And when Joe Biden wins, then we can all forget about civil liberties and the war on terror for the next 4 years. And so I'm really looking forward to the left doing that. And I don't necessarily want that to happen, but I do kind of suspect that will. So anyway, thank you all so much for having me on. I will be back on later at 5 o'clock, around 5 o'clock. And again, I'm very honored to be part of this coalition and to support them in any way that I can. Thank you so much. Khuda Hafiz.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace and blessings be upon you all. My name is Ikraan Abdurahman, and I am a Somali American Muslim from Minnesota. Over 5 years ago, my brother, along with Over 5 years ago, my brother, along with 6 other young men from our community, were unjustly arrested. At that time, I was unfamiliar with CCF and the extensive work they do to aid Muslim political prisoners and their families. In the aftermath of these events, CCF has been a foundational pillar for my family and I, providing us the space to heal, the resources to grow, and a beautiful community that was formed out of tragic and unfortunate events. So much so that when I moved to the other side of the Atlantic, the one thing my brother always insisted on was for me to stay involved and connected with CCF. So it is with great honor and pride that I present to you the first speaker of CCF's 10-year anniversary gala, Cornel West. Cornel West is a prominent intellectual and professor at Harvard University. He has taught at Yale, the University of Paris, Princeton, and most recently, Union Theological Seminary. He has written 20 books and is best known for his classics, Race Matters and Democracy Matters, and his memoir, Brother West, Living and Loving Out Loud. Please clap quietly to yourselves for Cornel West.
It is my blessing, honor, and privilege to be here with each one of you this 10th Gala event of the Coalition for Civic Freedoms, of my brothers and sisters who are willing to straighten their backs up and stand up for truth. And the condition for truth is to allow suffering to speak and to stand up for justice. And justice is what love looks like in public. And I come from a people, a great people, of Black people who have been terrorized for 400 years, but keep dishing out freedom fighters who have been chronically, systemically hated for 400 years and keep dishing out love warriors. And that means for me that it is crucial that we break the silence. This 20-year so-called war on terror, which has been a war on a slice of God's children. I speak as a Christian, a slice of precious, priceless brothers and sisters, usually Muslim brothers and sisters whose rich humanity, whose deep sanctity and dignity as human beings is rendered invisible in the name of a so-called war against terror. We must stand up and break the silence. And we do it in the name of a profound compassion that says, what you do to the least of these, what you do to the prisoners, what you do to those locked into the hoods and the barrios, on the reservations, under occupation, be it in Tibet, Kashmir, be it our precious brothers and sisters under Israeli occupation. It could be Jewish brothers and sisters in Soviet Union. We are concerned about the sanctity of human beings, and when the state unleashes its terror, its mechanisms of repression, targeting the vulnerable, those who are easily subjugated with very little attention, with no limelight cast, no highlights put forward, issues cast as taboo issues. So it becomes unpopular to affirm the rich humanity of Muslim brothers and sisters targeted by a vicious war, so-called war on terror. It becomes unpopular to talk about Palestinians under Israeli occupation. It becomes unpopular to talk about indigenous peoples on reservations. It becomes unpopular for any slice of humanity whose challenge to a status quo on the one hand and a status quo repressing them with impunity, doing what they want with no accountability, no answerability. So many of our precious brothers and sisters having to make settlements just in order to be treated with some semblance of fairness, because if they went through the regular legal mechanisms, they would in fact still be in prison. We still have over 100 precious brothers and sisters in prison. Disproportionately Muslim brothers and sisters, but not exclusively Muslim brothers and sisters. Time to break the silence. So I stand with the Coalition for Civil Freedoms and saying, after 10 years of voluntary work, sacrificial work, blood, sweat, and tears, that we must expand our connection, deepen our solidarity, and always put the moral and the spiritual at the center, which means what? That we stand with moral integrity. We stand with an honesty. We stand with a generosity, confined not to one slice of humanity, but all who suffer, but targeting those who are victimized by this so-called war of terror, war against so-called terrorism. Do we have what it takes becomes the question. We're experiencing neo-fascist escalation. We're experiencing increasing ecological catastrophe, possible nuclear catastrophe, predatory capitalism run amok, white supremacy run amok, male supremacy, homophobia, transphobia, losing sight of Arabs and Muslims and Mexicans and Jews and poor people and working people. What a turbulent moment, what a grim moment, what a bleak moment. And yet the Coalition for Civil Freedoms constitutes a hope, and hope is as much a verb as a virtue. We come together, we stay in motion year after year, and now decade after decade, holding up a blood-stained banner, a tear-soaked banner, grounded on truth, headed toward a justice that we deserve, that all of us deserve. Not revenge, no hatred, justice, love, all the way down. And I'm simply here to say that I have a deep, unstoppable love for my Muslim brothers and sisters, those in the prisons unfairly, those who force to make settlements and leave the country. I salute my dear brother, Mari Saleh Khan. I salute my dear sister, Leena, Al-Arian. I salute each and every one of you, and let us remain in solidarity together and be faithful unto death with our commitment to a truth, to a love, to a justice, to the civil freedoms of each and every one of us, beginning on the Muslim sides of town, on the chocolate sides of town, on all those sides of towns of those whose humanity is so easily rendered invisible. And to the families, know that history is incomplete. The future is unfinished. That there is hope for your loved ones. And all of us together will do all that we can to ensure that your precious loved ones, your precious Muslim loved ones, and non-Muslim loved ones will get justice as much as we can fight for it, and want to assure you that we can win. We don't know if we can pull it off quickly, but we plan to go down fighting. Stay strong. Stay safe. Stay in solidarity with each other.
myself. My name is Mariam Abu Ali. Ikraan and I will be your hosts for the next hour. I'm the sister of Ahmed Abu Ali, who was illegally detained in Saudi Arabia while he was studying abroad. He was tortured. He spent 2 years in Saudi prison without charges. Then he was brought back to the US, where he was convicted, and the only evidence used to convict him was a coerced confession. He is serving a life sentence and has spent the last 14 years in solitary confinement in the Supermax in Colorado. It was only a year ago, after a really long fight, that he was taken out of solitary confinement. I've been attending CCF's family conferences year after year now. It's nearly been a decade that I've been attending, and it's been integral to both my healing and to my continued fight for my brother and all political prisoners. I've also been on the team for a few years, coordinating the families conferences for families and supporting prisoners. So it's my honor to be here. Thank you. Our next speaker is Noura Erakat. She's a human rights attorney and assistant professor at Rutgers University, New Brunswick, in the Department of Africana Studies and the program in criminal justice. She's the author of Justice for Some, Law and the Question of Palestine. Please welcome Noura Erakat.
Hello, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to speak on behalf of Dr. Sami Al-Arian and everything he represents and all that he has sacrificed in an effort to make the world a better place than the way he found it. تحياتي يا دكتور ويعطيك العافية. I have been asked to briefly discuss how the broader so-called war on terror, an endless war without borders, without a military goal, and yet a clear target, Muslims and Arabs, regardless of political opinion, and even less because of their behavior, what the impact of this war has had on the struggle for Palestinian rights. I'd like to address this question by illustrating how repression against Palestinians is experimentation in state repression more broadly. The maltreatment of Palestinians is not just reserved for them, but instead they are truly a guinea pig. Palestinians are test cases for modalities of repression in the United States, just as they are test cases for technologies of violent domination and warfare in Palestine. Persecution and prosecution of Palestinians and Palestine-related activism is an attempt to chill free speech, and more fundamentally, it is an effort to diminish support for Palestine by alienation, retaliation, retribution, and explicit criminalization. Even without realizing it, most of us have internalized these mechanisms so that we police ourselves. We monitor our own language and behavior in regards to Palestinian rights. There are unspoken yet well-known consequences at your workplace, in your classroom, and certainly in public fora for exploring Israel as a settler colonial state and or exploring the question of Palestine through a rights-based lens. The gamut extends from being accused of anti-Semitism to being accused of supporting terrorism, literally a criminal offense. This approach has had the most severe consequences for Palestinians themselves, as the case of Dr. Al-Arian powerfully illustrates. The history of the criminalization and sanction of Palestinian activism, especially when led by Palestinians, makes clear that such repression is not exceptional, but is in fact the norm. For 20 years, from 1987 to 2007, the FBI tried to prosecute 7 Palestinians and 1 Kenyan who became known as the Los Angeles 8. The case spanned 20 years, was prosecuted 6 different times, and was dismissed without a single conviction. Their supposed crime? They distributed the PFLP's magazine Al-Hadaf on university campuses, which was also already available in several public libraries, and raised humanitarian aid for Palestinians. None of the LA8 defendants was ever charged with an actual crime despite surveillance for 3 years. Notably, the FBI's authority to spy on them was derived from the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that we now popularly known as FISA, which has provided sanction to the government to spy on all of us. Again, a reminder that Palestinians are a guinea pig for repression for all. In 2001, the Bush administration shut down the Holy Land Foundation and charged its founders with working, quote, on behalf of Hamas under the Patriot Act, despite the fact that the recipients of the foundation's grants were the same as the recipients of the U.S. government aid, specifically USAID. The spurious trial introduced new modalities of repression. Most notably, in the 2008 trial, an anonymous witness used secret evidence on the stand for the first time in a U.S. criminal court, clear violations of the Sixth Amendment. At some point on the stand, the secret witness says that he knows there's a terror affiliation between the Holy Land Foundation and Hamas because, quote, he could smell Hamas. The 5 co-founders of the foundation were sentenced to from 15 to 65 years, respectively, in prison sentences. In 2012, the Department of Education began bringing Title VI claims against public universities, alleging that pro-Palestinian activism constituted anti-Semitism. After a year-long investigation in 2013, the DOE dismissed the cases against UC Berkeley, UC Irvine, and UC Santa Cruz protests against Israel's treatment of Palestinians, which reported included mock military checkpoints, and said that though they may be upsetting to Jewish students, they, quote, do not constitute actionable harassment. In response, in 2019, the Trump administration changed the definition of anti-Semitism under Title VI so as to conflate it with anti-Zionism. I can discuss dozens of other cases: the revocation of tenure for Dr. Steven Salaita for tweets he shared, the revocation of citizenship and deportation of Rasmiya Odeh after 20 years in the United States, and a trial that refused to consider her sexual torture at the hands of Israeli officials, state legislative efforts in response to the American Studies Association's endorsement of academic boycott, and anti-BDS laws in 41 out of 50 states, and just a few weeks ago, Zoom shutting down its forum to prevent Layla Khaled from addressing a public audience. This is about criminalizing constitutionally protected activities in order to crush dissent. The clear lesson is that these groups are willing to sacrifice even liberal tenets of free speech for the sake of protecting the status quo. This has ramifications for everyone. For the sake of protecting Israel's exceptional treatment as a settler, colonial, and rogue state, Israel and its supporters are willing to incapacitate the mechanisms that are in place to curtail such transgressions. Clearly, this is happening on university campuses, in the criminal system, as well as in immigration proceedings, but it's also happening on an international scale in regards to universal jurisdiction, the mechanisms of the Human Rights Council, and most notoriously the International Criminal Court that is currently being gutted by the United States and Israel because the prosecutor has turned her attention to their state crimes. In sum, repression against Palestinians and Palestine advocacy that is about crushing protest, but it's also about a test case for modalities of repression at home and beyond. What happens to Palestinians is a litmus test and will not be limited to them. A staunch solidarity for Palestine and Palestinian advocacy is imperative to protecting much broader interests, rights, and principles that belong to all groups, especially the most marginalized and vulnerable. Thank you.
As Noura mentioned, the case of the Holy Land Foundation 5 was a travesty of justice, not just for Palestinian organizers in the US, but for all those interested in working to fight oppression abroad. Our next speakers are two daughters of a Holy Land prisoner, Shukri Abu Bakr, and currently serving an unjust 65-year prison sentence for the crime of feeding and educating Palestinians. Please welcome Zuhaira and Nida Abu Bakr.
I just wanted to start off by thanking everyone for tuning in and taking time out of your busy Saturdays to tune in and to listen. A special thanks to CCF for always allowing the families of the Holy Land 5 to spread awareness and to continuously support our case. My father, Shukri Abu Bakr, is one of the HLF5s who is actually currently serving 65 years for basically providing humanitarian aid to people all around the world. The HLF was the largest Muslim charity in America at the time. And, we're actually going on to our 12th year of them being unjust political prisoners. Just like many other minorities and Muslims around the nation, due to post 9/11 hysteria and Islamophobia, they were kind of the scapegoats. They became victims of this. With everything going on right now with the country, and as we see all the turmoil, it's really kind of easy to just want to give up. But as we see all our brothers and sisters around the nation not doing that and working together, this is truly the time for us to break the silence. And this is truly the time for us to unify and come together as one community. It doesn't matter where we come from, what religion we are, what race we are. This is truly the time. It has to happen now. This is time for change. And, when we see all these people going through different things, it's really easy for us to distance ourselves. Like, oh, I'm not this. That's not going to happen to me. Oh, that happened to them. They must have done something wrong. Whatever it may be, whatever those thoughts that are going through different people's heads. The fight for justice and the oppressed has been going on forever. And I don't think it'll ever stop. But what will happen is when we all unite together, things will change. Things will get better. It's easy to lose hope. My dad's serving 65 years. It's very easy to lose hope, especially when you know that we've exhausted every legal avenue. We really have nothing left, but we still do have hope, and we know things will change and things will get better. And it's really up to every single one of us, even you out there watching. If you share a story, spread awareness, you have to do your part. We all have to do our parts. And it doesn't matter what the situation is or what the case is or what the movement is. We are all one movement. We have to unite. And as the HLF5 family member, I truly want to just take the time to remind everyone not to forget those people that are behind bars, who sacrificed so much for their communities, sacrificed so much within their own families to do the right thing. They are truly behind the bars for nothing. They are behind bars for doing what's right. So for us that are outside of those bars, let's do something about it. Let's work together. I'm not saying it's going to get my dad out of jail, but it might help somebody else out there. With everything going on with COVID, it's really a time for us to see how humbling COVID has become. Many of us have become prisoners within our own home, and we couldn't handle it. So imagine those people behind bars that are there for 65 years and don't know if they will ever get out. But again, we're going to continue to work together to make sure that that hope is there. And we have to work together. And I really, really appreciate every single one of you who are listening to our stories. And the way we do that is let's spread awareness. Let's talk about these things. Let's ask questions. Let's share posts. Let's all do our part. Whatever we can do will truly make a difference. I really appreciate it, and I hope everyone has a wonderful Saturday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zaira. Unfortunately, Nida was not able to join us today. She's not feeling well. With that said, it is my absolute pleasure and honor to present to you Professor John Esposito from my alma mater, Georgetown University. Dr. Esposito is the founding director of the Al-Walid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding and the Bridge Initiative, Protecting Pluralism, Ending Islamophobia in the Walsh School of Foreign Service. Dr. Esposito, it's so good to see you, and I thank you for being on the panel today. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, both for my good friend Sami and his family, and also the Holy Land Fund family, whose trial I participated in. My talk is going to deal with Islamophobia and its impact on society, and the narratives that contributed to a climate that has threatened and indeed denied civil liberties for so many, and criminalized Muslims, and particularly to an even greater extent during the current administration. We know where we are today, living in a country with an administration, a president, a secretary of state, Stephen Miller, a speechwriter, and so many, many others. And you can go to bridge.georgetown.edu and look at our fact sheets. We have fact sheets on most of the administration's people. When you actually look them up and you see what their attitudes and behaviors and policies actually reflect, and the extent to which so many of them are infected by that social cancer of Islamophobia and are associated with and celebrated by anti-Muslim groups like Act for America. But how did we get here so fast? By so fast, I mean that when I began to study Islam in the late 60s and into the 70s, Islam wasn't a problem because Islam and Muslims were invisible. We had Muslims, but they usually identified by their nationality, that is, of their home nation. So somebody was an Egyptian, a Pakistani, etc. How that changed becomes, very important. That is, how do we get to a point where Islam becomes the problem? Not just the fact that this particular Egyptian or Pakistani or Lebanese, etc. And we can see how that develops very quickly, because at the time that I was studying, you had a background in which nobody really understood Islam and Muslims, whether they were in government, in schools, etc. So, for example, if you looked at education in the 60s and 70s, we lived in a country that was celebrated as Protestant, Catholic, and Jew. If you looked at high schools, universities, etc., there was virtually nothing in most places that dealt with Islam or the Muslim world. They were indeed invisible. If you looked at government and training government officials, none of that happened with regard to training them with regard to the Middle East or Islam until roughly 1983, after the Iranian Revolution. The two key professional organizations, the Middle East Studies Association of North America and the American Academy of Religion, Islam was invisible. In fact, in the AAR, the American Academy of Religion, of whom I recently became president of, the AAR did not have anything on Islam. It was Ismail al-Faruqi, my teacher, and a number of us as grad students that had to bring the AAR, as it were, and prove to the AAR that we should have Islam sections. All that changed with the Iranian Revolution. And indeed, part of the problem with the change was people went from knowing almost nothing to then having a stereotype of what a Muslim was. So if you don't know a Muslim, but suddenly you're looking and you're seeing people chanting "Death to America" every day in the streets of Tehran, and you don't have any background on it, you naturally wind up presuming that's what they must all be like. It's a little bit like in the old days when I grew up in an Italian neighborhood. If you didn't know others who were Irish, for example, and the person that was Irish was a heavy drinker, then my grandmother would say, see, that's what they were all like. Well, far more detrimental was the kind of stereotyping that wound up taking place. Of course, then the taking of the hostages, Khomeini's call for the export of the revolution, all of those things made for a process of what I would call, and I'm taking it from a prominent Iranian scholar back then, mutual Satanization on both sides. And we've never gotten over that in terms of U.S.-Iranian relations. And it's come to an incredible head under the current administration, being used and abused in order to, God knows what, to bring down the regime. And in order to do that, you have to what? Cripple the Iranian people and their youth with sanction after sanction. In the 1980s and 90s, when we began to see with authoritarian regimes the growth of political Islam, then authoritarian governments and many of their Western allies became worried about Islamic movements, not the ones that were committing acts of terror, that's fine, but the mainstream movements that existed at the time, the Muslim Brotherhood, Ennahda, and others. What's interesting is that in the early 1980s, when nobody was talking about it, Edward Said made the following kind of statement: for the general public in America and Europe, Islam is a peculiarly new and strange phenomenon. With negative images of Islam prevalent, Islam and the West and seeing it as a clash of civilizations. This was 1984. It wasn't until 10 years later that the celebrated book by Sam Huntington came out on the clash of civilizations, in which, as you know, he saw a civilization as very likely between Islam and the West. But the purveyors, the people who really built this up, have actually been the media, both print and TV, as well as social media. You know, if it bleeds, it leads. And so if you look at most of the coverage, that's what you will see. Major studies by organizations like Media Tenor have shown how over a 10-year period from 2001 to 2011, we went from seeing, as we looked at 975,000 pieces of media, 2% of it dealing with extremism, 0.1% with the world's Muslims, mainstream Muslims. 2011, 2% goes to 25%. The other side, the mainstream, remains at 0.1. By 2015, it was possible for them to say that, in fact, Islamophobia had become normalized, because in a study of media, they discovered that 90% of media stories in places like the UK, the US, and Germany were negative. So that real impact, that's ratcheted up by what happened with social media. And much of that has been looked into and the problems identified. More than $200 million, well over $200 million, has come from organizations supporting Islamophobia, authors and websites, people who are anti-Muslim. And this is corroborated by IRS returns. It's not claims that people are making. And yet that can be done and still is done. And then the last item I bring up is the presidential elections. When it hits the presidential elections, you really know you have a problem. 2012 and 2016. 2012, you had people like Trump talking about the birther, that really Obama was an Indonesian, was born in Indonesia. You had others like Rick Santorum and Newt Gingrich talking about the dangers of Sharia. You get to 2016, and Trump, who likes to be, it seems, the bad guy to the nth degree, when you get to the presidential debates there, you have a candidate saying Islam hates us, which is interesting. When pressed on, what do you mean, all Muslims? Or, he just said Islam hates us, and then went on to say that given this situation, it was feasible from his point of view to think about monitoring or shutting down mosques, to put in a Muslim ban. And of course, he moved when he finally got in to put in that Muslim ban, and it has grown. And the people around him in his administration, if you start with the beginning, General Flynn, Steve Bannon, then you move into Pompeo, Sessions, Stephen Miller, the whole group, his spokesperson now, McEnany, really very, very bright person, and yet had been with Fox, and the kinds of statements that are made wouldn't be allowed to be said about any other religion. You couldn't say it about Catholics, you couldn't say it about Jews. So what you really have then is a period of incredible victimization, a context of victimization. When you can have polls that show that Muslims are still positive, American Muslims, about being in America, but so many of them either know or themselves have had incidents of discrimination. When you can have the kinds of trials that we have, where people who are innocent wind up being sent away for long periods of time. The Holy Land Fund case is an example of that. And so certainly Sami Al-Arian's case is that, but there are so many others. It really gives us a sense of where we are and what we need to do. We should be worried about terrorists, and they should be punished. But the vast majority of Muslims, whether it's globally, in terms of then how we deal with them in terms of issues of war and peace, or domestically, in terms of civil liberties and being criminalized unnecessarily, that should be off the table. And yet that just simply doesn't seem to be happening in our country. So I really believe that, this organization that Sami started, obviously, is very much needed. But what is needed also is what the previous speakers have said too, and that is that we all have to continue to mobilize. It's the only way that we'll see things change. And in the short term, to mobilize means to push out an administration that is a danger to our country and to its citizens. Thank you.
John, thank you for your insightful words. Next up, our next speaker is Hina Shamsi. She is the director of the ACLU National Security Project. She has litigated cases upholding the freedoms of speech and association and challenging targeted killing, torture, unlawful detention, and post 9/11 discrimination against racial and religious minorities. Her work includes a focus on the intersection of national security and counterterrorism policies with international human rights and humanitarian law. Welcome.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. It is such an honor for me to be here with all of you and to support CCF's critically important work. Mariam, I don't think you and I have ever met, but your brother's case was so outrageous to me as a young lawyer starting out on these issues, and I remember him and it well and still. And just thinking about the suffering of the Holy Land families and all of the harm that the ramifications of that case caused to the families and to Muslim American civil society, it's a reminder that the work that we all do professionally, personally, is sometimes generational, and sometimes we have to think through how to jump ahead and make that generational change accelerate. I've been asked to speak about FBI abuses, unlawful detentions, and religious discrimination. And Hisham gave me the assignment of doing that in 5 minutes, where I think I could take like 5 years to do this. So what I thought would be perhaps useful is to think about the ways in which that manifests and the structures that we need to dismantle with respect to it. And one critical area is the role of the FBI in whether it is infiltrating our mosques under the guise of community outreach, which happened, of course, during the 2000s, or unjustified religious questioning, so-called voluntary interviews that feel like anything but, to unjustified surveillance and over-prosecution of Muslim, brown, and Black people. Among the things that make that possible is a very particular notion of American exceptionalism, right? We think about the myth of American exceptionalism, but the reality of American exceptionalism is that it carves out for exception from civil rights and civil liberties protections people who are most subject to abuses by state power. And I think about this both with respect to the connections about abuses and wrongs in majority Muslim, brown, and Black countries abroad, and our communities and populations at home. At home, one of the fights that we lost, one of the most consequential ones, was back in 2014. And this is civil rights communities, minority communities coming together, arguing for a complete ban on bias-based profiling. And in that policy debate, essentially the FBI won out over Attorney General Holder's Justice Department and issued guidance on race that banned bias-based profiling except in the national security and border context. And of course, our communities are, for the American establishment, synonymous with national security, which is one of the things that we're all fighting to change. Another thing that requires dismantling is the definition and enactment of domestic terrorism under the Patriot Act that puts in its crosshairs communities of color and Muslims. I'm constantly mindful that just in the past year, the Trump administration invoked a never before used provision of the Patriot Act to justify the indefinite detention of a man who became our client, Adam Hassoun, a stateless Palestinian who had already served time for a conviction under the notorious and overbroad material support for terrorism laws. But then the Trump administration invoked the Patriot Act to continue to detain him on the unilateral say-so of national security officials arguing that no court had the right to review this. Now, we were able to secure his release and win some important legal rulings in the process, but the work that we and so many others do through the courts or to try and influence Congress, it requires also grassroots organizing and change. And we and I so am inspired by that organizing and change. And so I want to leave you with an inspiration for me, which is the Breathe Act that the Movement for Black Lives is pushing and promoting. And it includes necessary overhauls of the criminal legal system. And because this is a movement that seeks to be and is intersectional, it includes significant protections that would prohibit bias-based profiling of all of our communities, and reforms aimed at joint terrorism task forces and other parts of the post 9/11 infrastructure that must be overhauled and abolished. And so there is just strong work being done for all of us who have the ability to vote. And this is going to be the first election in which I, as a new citizen, get to vote. So I'm especially adamant about this. We've got to then also continue building the political power that allows us to not just uphold, but enforce equality and dignity and freedom of speech and association and religion for all of us. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for the work that you do.
Hina, you're right, we haven't met in person, but I look forward to the opportunity to meet you in the near future. And I thank you so much for the work that you do and for your commentary and for being on the panel today. I appreciate it. So our last speaker of the hour is Dr. Khalid Abu Al-Fadl. He is one of the world's leading authorities on Sharia, Islamic law and Islam, and a prominent scholar in the field of human rights. He is the Umar and Esmeralda Alfi Distinguished Professor of Law at the UCLA School of Law. He's the founder of Usuli Institute and frequently lends his critical voice on issues impacting Muslims around the world. Thank you for being here, Dr. Al-Fadl. I welcome you.
It's a pleasure to be with you tonight on this, speaking on this very important topic. Since I'm a textualist, I will start out by pointing it to a 2-volume work by my colleague Rick Abel, who published 2 volumes by Cambridge Press. 1 volume is called Laws, Trials. The 2nd volume is called Laws, Wars. These 2 important volumes document the war on terror and 2 things. One, there's consistent and systematic othering of Muslims in the United States. And second, the impact that this had on the deterioration of the rule of law in the U.S., that the entire constitutional structure of the United States has been impacted rather severely by the othering of Muslims. The absurdity of the numerous cases targeting Muslims are too numerous to recount in the time that we have. Whether we are speaking of the use of secret evidence against non-U.S. citizens and the unfairness of trials that involve secret evidence, the unfairness of trials that often involve special processes, the use of military trials, military tribunals in some situations, the use of confessions obtained under torture against defendants, the targeting of Muslim charities, the designating of Muslim organizations as terrorist organizations, which is an ideological position, but then criminalizing anyone that supports, even by speech, one of these designated organizations, or the use and the very widespread use of informants to effectively legally entrap young people, create the crime for which you prosecute them. These are systematically, in my view, systematically unconstitutional and systematically deprecating of the rule of law. But even more importantly, it is part of a pattern of an open warfare against Muslims, in my view, around the world. And the othering of Muslim symbolism. So, for instance, where jihad becomes a trigger for a criminal outlook, or where concepts even like enjoining the good and forbidding the evil becomes a trigger for law enforcement to target Muslims both domestically and internationally. And this is a problem at so many levels. But what is particularly problematic is the lack of Muslim response in the American domestic context, and especially in the American context, although more broadly in the West generally. Many Muslims have refused to see what is going on, to see the numerous injustices being committed against their fellow Muslims. And so many Muslims have chosen to practically put their head in the sand and ignore the civil rights violations that are taking place around them, but even a step further, to even demonize those Muslims who are in fact targeted. To say, well, they must have done something wrong. It must be that they are complicit in their own culpability somehow. Some institutions have gone out of their way to perpetuate the mythology that Muslims in the United States are not targeted and, in fact, not victimized. Institutions like Zaytuna, for instance, or Muslim Public Affairs Council in California, which have a remarkable ability to ignore the civil rights violations committed against Muslims. This is an endemic problem that deserves an involved and wide conversation and a very serious engagement, because it's not going to go off, it's not going to go away on its own. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I've learned an incredible amount moderating this panel for the last hour, but unfortunately, that's all you're going to see of us. But stick around, and there's going to be a lot more Gala for you to watch. This next portion is going to be led by Imam Imran Salha. Imran Salha is a Palestinian-American community organizer and imam who serves mosques in New Jersey and Michigan. Imran, the floor is yours.
Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ba'd. It's an honor to be here, and I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He blesses this effort. And I ask everybody who is watching that if you are impacted, make sure that the nature of your impact impacts the lives of the people that we are trying to feature today. These are people that were imprisoned for because of politics, and unfortunately their names have also been censored from the masajid and even Islamic institutions also in the name of politics. My dear brothers and sisters in Islam and my dear brothers and sisters in humanity, anybody who is watching will definitely feel for our brothers and sisters in humanity who have been imprisoned for silly reasons. And so for whoever's listening for the remainder of this hour and for the remainder of the program, if you're impacted by something that you hear, donate. If you see something that, if you learn something new, donate. This isn't just, a show for you to enjoy and feel, wow, I feel muthaqqaf. I feel like I'm learning so much, because that is not really going to help. What's going to help the cause is that there are people in prison right now that they do not have access to call their own family members. There are people in prison right now who they have not seen their own grandchildren. Their own children have gotten married and they were not able to attend those weddings. Their own family members have died and they were not able to attend those funerals. So what are we going to do? The Prophet ﷺ, Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he said, وَهَلْ تُنصَرُونَ وَتُرْزَقُونَ إِلَّا بِضُعَفَائِكُمْ? Do you think that you will ever achieve comprehensive victory, meaning victory for the whole ummah, rides on the way that we treat the weakest among us? And I remember one poem that I read in 2010 by a man by the name of Al-Arian. And I want you to please listen to this poem. And I want you, inshallah, if you are impacted, to please donate. You can text your pledge to 813-355-6991. Or you can go to civilfreedoms.org, inshallah ta'ala, and you can donate, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. This man, Al-Arian, is somebody who went blind later on in his life. And he was expressing the emotions that he felt when he went blind. I swear by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that when I read this poem and every time I remember it, I remember maybe the emotions that some of these political prisoners feel with regard to us, the way that we treat them. Look at what he says. He says, من مجيري من حالكات الليالي من مجيري من حالكات الليالي نوب الدهر ما لكن ومالي قد طواني الظلام حتى كأني في دياج الوجود طيف خيالي فإذا نمت فالظلام أمامي أو تيقظت فالسواد حيالي كل ليل له زوال وليلي دق أطنابه لغير زوالي. He says, who is going to save me from the darkness of the night? Who's going to save me? I'm blind. I don't see anything. The hardships of life are definitely very difficult on me. Certainly, the darkness wrapped itself around me up to a point where I started to think that maybe I don't actually exist. Maybe I'm just a figment of somebody else's imagination. Is this how we are going to allow these people to feel? When I go to sleep, I am alone. And when I wake up, that loneliness doesn't leave me. Every single day, the sun will rise on people's eyes, but the sun will never rise on my eyes. Subhanallah. This is very, deep, and it shows us the pain that some people feel when they are not seen. When they are not seen. And so if we are that light by our donations and by our support, it should not be difficult for somebody to say that I would like to donate $1,000. Look at what Coalition for Civil Freedoms is doing. They're making sure that letters reach them. They're making sure that their accounts are full so that they could do basic day-to-day things that you could do normally. They're making sure that there are conferences to support the family members, to help them advocate in their absence, but also to teach them how to deal with their absence. Subhanallah. All of these are amazing functions that are necessary for every single human being who claims to fight for humanitarian causes, and especially for any Muslim who claims to follow the footsteps of Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was praised by his own wife for standing by the calamity afflicted. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He makes us of those who will hear what is said and come through with donating. Please do not leave this program without donating, my dear brothers and sisters in humanity. Barakallahu feekum wa jazakumullahu khairan. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And now, inshallah, my brother who I'm always coincidentally paired up with, my brother Amir Zahar, inshallah, and Dr. Hatim. Barakallahu feekum. Wassalamu alaikum.
Is it my turn? Do I just start talking? I can't hear you, Hatim, for some reason.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, now I can. All right.
Okay. welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Brother Amir. You're doing a great work out there. Thank you so much. Today is about CCF, and our goal is $200,000. So far we have, alhamdulillah, $69,000, 69,155 to be exact, from the $5, $100, $10,000 donations from everyone. And please, when you text your donation, let me know if you want it to be announced, because some people don't like to mention their name or their organization. So please keep it coming. Text 813-355-6991. And now with our Amir Zahr.
Well, thank you, Hatem, and thanks to everybody out there. It's an honor for me to be with all of you here today. I know we're doing this stuff virtually. I usually love coming to these events live, and when I do come to these events live, I always see the parking lots, and I always know our people have a lot of money because I see the cars. So keep giving money, keep donating, make sure that the Coalition for Civil Freedoms is supported, because I look at it like this: it's our insurance, right? You have insurance on your car in case your car gets into an accident. Well, we need to pay to make sure that we have insurance for when our civil rights get into an accident. So we need to make sure that we're always supporting the people who are doing this thing. Look, I know that it has been, by the way, I don't like talking to a lot of emptiness. If there's anyone who's willing to put on their camera or sound so that I at least feel like I'm talking to people, and, you know, and hear some background, you know, turn on your microphones too, you know, just in case I say something funny, you know, just in case. But I live in Michigan, and I'm sure you've all heard in the last few days, we have had these white people, they call them militiamen, who have been, doing some crazy things. And I'm always on this thing for the last 10 years of we're not white. And how I know we're not white, again, they refuse to call these guys the words they use for us, terrorists. They're just calling them the words they use for white criminals, you know, disturbed, deranged, delusional, depressed, all these nice D words they use for white people all the time. It's not the words they use for us. I know that. And you ever notice, I live in Dearborn, okay? For those of you who don't know, Dearborn is like the Arab Disneyland. All the Arabs live out here, right? It's like the only place you can have like a falafel, a hookah, and a demonstration all in the same day, all right? It's a very, very great place, very Arab, very wonderful. If you're out there, turn on your microphones too. I want to be able to interact. And so there is something about living here and something that I see different out in white land, I call it, America. Okay, it's different. You ever notice whenever they catch these guys, they did it on the news yesterday too. They always like go and talk to their neighbors. And, you know, whenever they catch white terrorists, they always talk to their neighbors, and their neighbors always say the same thing, you know, like we're so shocked by this. We never thought this is such a surprise to us. This is my favorite one that they say. We never thought this would happen in our community, even though their community is the only community this stuff happens in. It doesn't happen in other communities, okay? Mass shootings and trying to kill governors and stuff, that's not us. And then I live in Dearborn. When somebody does something crazy here, nobody says, you know, we never thought that it's such a shock to us. That doesn't happen here in Arabs, okay? If some Arab does something crazy here in Dearborn, the first thing his neighbors will be like, yeah, no, we were not shocked at all. Yeah, he's been talking about doing this for a very long time. We are shocked it took this long before he did it, okay? That's how I know we're different. And when they say that, we never thought that this would happen in our community. You know, like 97% of mass shooters in America are white guys, okay? And they still say, we never thought this would happen in our community. And then white people have a different definition of a good neighbor. They always say, he's such a good neighbor. I haven't seen him for 5 years. They think that's an amazing neighbor. I live in Dearborn, okay? Okay, Hatem, listen, I live in Dearborn. All my neighbors are Arabs, all right? When a doctor on my street gets arrested for 75 counts of Medicare fraud, when they interview me the next day, I do not say, I never thought that would happen. That's exactly the kind of stuff that I think would happen in my neighborhood, because it happens all the time, all right? And these people out here, we never thought it would happen. We never thought it would happen in our community. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. He's such a good neighbor. I haven't seen him for 5 years. And listen, my street's all Arab, okay? If Ali doesn't see Muhammad for like 45 minutes, she calls the cops. I think she's dead. Somebody come over. She's supposed to be smoking on the front porch right now. All right? It's different. It's different for us. And I know it's different. You got to feel bad for white. This is the last thing I'll say before I let you guys get to the rest of your program. You got to feel bad for white people, man. You got to feel bad for them. Really. Because, you know, in America, listen, America used to be a place where you come to America. And by the way, I should probably say something that Hatem didn't say and that Leena probably should have said at the beginning of this conference. The opinions expressed by today's comedian in no way reflect the opinions of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms or any of the donors or support. We probably should have said that from the beginning.
Oh my God.
That's why you're the lawyer, though.
But you got to feel bad for white people, man. You got to feel bad for that. America used to be a place where you just come here and you forget where you came from, and then everybody becomes American, and that's it. But then it became cool to like be something, you know, to be a little something, you know, like you know, 1/16th African American or 1/32nd Native American, something like this became cool. And this is how I know we're not. You ever see this ancestry test? You know, these ancestry where you like spit in something and then you mail it away and then they send you back a pie chart and they tell you what your race is. You know, you've seen this thing before, right? This is white people's favorite thing. And just so that, have you seen the commercials for Ancestry.com? It's the dumbest stuff ever. Our whole life, we thought we were German. And then I took my Ancestry.com test and I found out that I'm 21% Italian. And now we go to the Olive Garden and we eat spaghetti. Like, you know, like that's not the way it works. All right. You don't just get to pick off the pie chart, whichever one you are. There's this one where there's this white lady standing in front of all these artifacts. She says, my name's Kim. I took my Ancestry.com test. And what surprised me the most is I found out that I'm 24% Native American. I had no idea. Now, I'm not a PhD in genetics or biology or anything, but 24%, that's a lot. That's like a whole grandparent. Okay. Like I know where my grandmother's from. And let me tell you something. If your grandmother was Native American and they didn't tell you, that's not a good story. Like something really bad happened. All right. And the last thing I'll say is this. I really wish, I'm waiting for the commercial one day for Ancestry.com where somebody is happy to find out that they're Arab. I don't think you're going to see that commercial. I'm waiting for that commercial. You know, our whole life, we thought we were Puerto Rican. And then I took my Ancestry.com test. And what surprised me the most is I found out that we're 26% Arab. And now we go to the airport early. You know, like, you know, you're never going to see that commercial. So anyway, everybody, keep enjoying the rest of the conference. I know I'll be back in a couple hours. They got me on shifts here today. But please, please keep giving to the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. Let's make sure that we are always protecting the people who are protecting us. And I'll see you all soon.
Thank you, Amir.
Okay.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Amir. And my name is Ali Gerrar. I recently took my Ancestry.com test and found out, unfortunately, I am 100% very white. I'm an activist, a human rights activist here in
That is unfortunate.
Thank you for your condolences. I'm a human rights activist here in Washington, D.C. and a okay.
They unmuted you after the white story.
Yeah, being censored by CCF. So I'm a Palestine Solidarity activist based here in Washington, D.C., and I'm very honored and privileged to be supporting the work of CCF with my family today.
And my name is Ra'id Jarrar. I am a Palestinian American, 0% white. And I've been involved with CCF for a while. I was actually the first interim executive director for CCF back in the day, 10 years ago. But I am involved with CCF and other Palestine community organizations. And this is, do you want to say your name? What's your name?
Leila.
Louder.
Leila.
And this is Layla, and she is, how many years old?
5.
Good job. And Layla is 5. And where are you from, Layla?
Paris.
Good job. Oh, she's from Palestine. So we will be hosting the next hour with the CCF, introducing a few amazing speakers who will be joining us over the next 60 minutes.
We're honored to have as our first speaker, David Cole. In his role as the national director at the ACLU, David Cole directs a program that includes approximately 1,400 state and federal lawsuits on a broad range of civil liberties issues. He's litigated many constitutional cases in the Supreme Court. His victories include successfully defending for over 21 years a group of Palestinian immigrants whom the government sought to deport for their political affiliations, and freeing several Arab and Muslim immigrants detained on secret evidence. Welcome, David.
Thanks for having me. Delighted to be here. When I was asked to be here, I was not told that I would have to follow the comedian. So that's a challenge, but I'll do my best. I thought I would, take a little bit of a historical perspective on what we have seen in this country in the last couple of decades. And to do that, I want to go back 100 years to a time when the country was racked by terrorist bombings. 8 bombs went off in 8 different cities within the same hour. This was 1919. There were no cell phones, so the coordination was quite impressive. It was quite scary to people, and it launched a response from the government that really sort of set the tone for how we have responded when we are afraid ever since. And the responses are known as the Palmer raids for Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer, who was the who headed up the Justice Department at the time, but they were actually the brainchild of J. Edgar Hoover, who was then, this was before the FBI existed. He was a young attorney at the Justice Department, heading up the Alien Radical Division. That was what it was called. And he oversaw a response to these 8 terrorist bombings that involved nationwide sweeps of immigrants. Not the bombers. They never actually caught a bomber. No one was charged with being a bomber, but on charges of association with some politically problematic group, a communist group, an anarchist group, and the like. And thousands were rounded up. Ultimately 500 were deported on charges of guilt by association. And it was only 500 because a very progressive man who was the Secretary of Labor, Louis Post, and at that time, all deportation decisions were reviewed by the Secretary of Labor. He overturned about 1,500 personally overturned about 1,500 of the deportation decisions. He was called up by Congress for impeachment for having done so. And afterward, but he beat the charge legitimately, unlike some. But he later wrote about this, and he said, the delirium caused by the bombings turned in the direction of a deportation crusade, like water seeking out the course of least resistance. And what he meant was the targets were immigrants. The targets were them, not us. And that was key to the government's response, because it could, on the one hand, tell the larger American public, it's not you that we're targeting. And at the same time, it targeted folks who had limited political voice, limited sympathy, with the exception from Mr. Louis Post. And that really launched the Red Scare, which went through the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and into the 60s, in which people were targeted for their political ideology, their political associations, their imputed political ideologies and associations. They were lost their jobs, they were thrown in jail, they were blacklisted from Hollywood. But it also launched at that time, in 1920, an organization that I'm now the National Legal Director for, the ACLU. It was founded in part in response to the Palmer raids, with a sense that when the government acts like this, we can't sit back and let them do it. We can't, stand by. We have to actually stand up. We have to come together, we have to organize, and we have to fight back. And the ACLU has been doing so for 100 years. And of course, it's not the only organization. There are many, including this organization, which have played a critical role in defending the values that this country stands for at its best, but often fails to live up to. And that's true of CARE, and it's true of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, and it's true of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and it's true of Planned Parenthood. It is those organizations, civil society, that create the checks on government abuse that over time can see some improvement. And so there was a tremendous amount of work done for decades on the anti-communist crackdown. And ultimately, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court issued a series of decisions that basically said you can't throw people in jail or deport people for their mere association with an organization, even if that organization engages in illegal activity. You have to show that the individual actually sought to further the illegal ends of the group. You can't just show that he or she was a member or an associate or supported the lawful activities of that group. Very important principle. It is the principle of free association. You can't, you're judged for your own bad acts and not for the acts of others with whom you are associated, unless you specifically intended to further those. So ultimately we learned that lesson and the McCarthy era ended, but not without tremendous organization and protest from Americans who came together and said, this is wrong. Fast forward to the current time. And we now, you still can't be punished for being a member of a group. You can't be punished for being a member of Al-Qaeda. You can't be punished for being a member of the PLO. But what the government has done, it has created a kind of 21st century version of guilt by association in the guise of material support. And the government, in a series of laws that began in the immigration context, began with that Palestinian case that that Ali referenced earlier, that I did for 21 years. They were the first people charged with providing material support to a quote unquote terrorist organization in an immigration context. But it ultimately got extended to the criminal law, and as we know, after 9/11, that law has been the go-to charge for the government in criminal cases of this type. And the reason is because it's very broad. It's essentially, in my view, a new form of guilt by association. Because what it does is it says the government can designate a group as terrorist, and it basically has carte blanche to designate any group, any foreign group as terrorist. It's much more restricted with respect to American groups, but foreign groups can designate that group as terrorist and then make it a crime to provide material support to that group. And material support is defined to include things like money, but it's also defined to include things like personnel and services and expert advice. So very, very broad. So I litigated a case that ultimately went to the Supreme Court on behalf of the Humanitarian Law Project, an organization in Los Angeles that had been working with the Kurds in Turkey, who are a much abused minority group in wherever they are actually, but in Turkey especially. And the Humanitarian Law Project had been working with the Kurdistan Workers' Party to help them bring claims before the Human Rights Council in Geneva, and working with them on peace negotiations with the Turkish government. That, on the face of the law, is material support, because they were providing expert advice and their own services to this organization. They weren't seeking to further the group's violent activities. And the group did engage in some violent activities, but they weren't seeking to further that. They were seeking to actually dissuade it from engaging in violence and to further peaceful activities. And for about a decade, we prevailed in the lower courts on the theory that you can't make it a crime to support an organization because you've said that organization is a terrorist organization, unless you can also show that the individual specifically intended to further the illegal ends of the group. And our clients were not seeking to further any illegal ends of the group. Unfortunately, when it got to the Supreme Court, we lost, and the court held that the government's foreign policy and national security considerations allow it to make this type of activity a crime. So they can make it a crime to submit civil rights and human rights complaints to a legal organization, the Human Rights Committee in Geneva. Very, very disappointing decision. Some very powerful dissents written from the decision, but that's all they are, dissents. And it's that statute that so many of the people that CCF works for were prosecuted under. It's a grossly overbroad law. It sweeps up people who are not engaged in any kind of violent activity or terrorism, and who do not seek to further violence or terrorism. And Holy Land Foundation folks are, Exhibit A. Really, the government's argument was, we don't have to show that that any of the charity that they raised went to further any illegal activities of Hamas. We just have to show that they went to groups that were associated with Hamas. Doesn't matter. It's no defense that all the activities were legal activities that those charitable committees engaged in. That was their argument. An outrageous argument. Outrageous argument. So, what's the lesson of all this? You might ask, well, I thought we were supposed to learn from our history. I thought we were supposed to learn from our past mistakes. And since we did this once before in the name of fighting communism, shouldn't we realize that doing it again in the name of fighting terrorism is wrong? And sadly, that has not been the lesson, at least not yet. But I think the more enduring lesson from that period is that the only way you push forward, the only way you fight back, is if you organize, if you support groups that are coming together around basic principles of humanity, of sympathy, of free association, against the kind of targeting of people based on what they look like, against the overly aggressive use of informants to target vulnerable individuals and entice them into criminal activity. It's that kind of activity that CCF is engaged in, that the ACLU is engaged in, that the Center for Constitutional Rights is engaged in, that CARE is engaged in, that is so critical to ensuring that we can right this ship over the long term. And so, I encourage all of you to support CCF, and thank you for supporting it as much as you have. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for your work and for all of these reminders of how, in many cases, history repeats itself, but also the historical context of what we're going through now. I want to say that my involvement with CCF for the last 10 years has proven that CCF one of the most or more impactful organizations when it comes to defending victims of these policies that David was just describing. And I really encourage everyone on the call to go to civilfreedoms.org and donate to help CCF continue its extremely important work.
And we're excited to introduce our next speaker, Huma Yassin. Huma Yassin is a Muslim lawyer, writer, activist, avid vegetable gardener, wife, and mother of 4. Much of her writing focuses on the intersectionality of religion, law, and politics. Her forthcoming book is titled Conspiracy, The True Story of the Fort Dix Five. Welcome, Huma.
It's an honor to speak to you this evening about the Fort Dix 5 case. The Fort Dix 5 case is one that is very near and dear to my own heart. It's one that I've spent years researching and writing about. Essentially, 2 informants targeted 5 Muslim men, and probably even more Muslim men, but 5 men were ultimately charged and prosecuted and convicted in a criminal conspiracy that the informants invented and then later foiled. This is one of the most egregious cases. It was a 16-month-long sting where people whose vulnerabilities were exploited to the advantage of the government. Why? Why were these particular men targeted? It's very simple. They were the wrong religion and had the wrong politics to the government's liking. So all of those First Amendment protections that you think about, freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom to express your political views, those are the very issues that are jeopardized by prosecutions of this nature. Now, 4 out of 5 of these men are spending their life in jail for a crime that they didn't commit, there's no evidence to show that 5 of these men were actually agreeing to commit a criminal act against the United States government. However, based on all of the resources and funding and evidence that the government had collected, they created a cut and paste job in front of a very, during a time where there were a lot of anti-Muslim sentiments, in order to create the facade of something dangerous happening to Americans, and were able to convict these men on that basis. Now, I would never have known about the Fort Dix 5 or what they had, what they were convicted of, had it not been for Project Salam, which is under the umbrella of CCF. Project Salam had put out a piece in Counterpunch discussing preemptive prosecution, which is essentially equivalent to prosecuting people and targeting people on the basis of what is thought crime. If the government doesn't like what you're thinking, what your beliefs are, then it will target you, as it did in this case, with at least two separate informants. CCF is one of the only organizations that is really bringing widespread attention to these type of cases. And it's not just the Fort Dix 5. There's so many cases. The Fort Dix 5 happens to be one that I have worked on. But there are so many families affected, so many human stories, so many children that are without fathers. So many parents who have now been buried without their children because the government decided to prosecute somebody without evidence and without reason. Whether it's because they are racist or because of political opportunism, the end result is the same. Now, I would encourage you to consider supporting CCF. It's an organization, like I said, that is supporting families, disseminating information when the mainstream media is not doing so. It's helping people with their legal bills. It's helping people get the word out about the actual evidence in the case, rather than the propaganda that you see so often spread. I hope that you'll consider donating, and I hope that you'll consider learning more about their mission. Thank you.
So again, so for those who are just joining us now, I am Ra'id Jarrar, and this is my wife,
Ali Jarrar.
And we're hosting this hour of this event with the CCF. As Huma just mentioned, there are many cases that we have witnessed over the last decade or two. I think going to CCF website can help you also understand some other examples of how these policies impacted lives in the United States over the last 17 or 18 years. So I highly recommend that everyone on the call goes to civilfreedoms.org to donate, of course, to support the organization to continue its work, but also to read more about the policies that CCF is fighting and some examples of real life impact of those policies with examples.
Our next guest is Vince Warren. Vince Warren is a leading expert on racial injustice and discriminatory policing and is the executive director for the Center for Constitutional Rights. He oversees the organization's groundbreaking litigation and advocacy work using international and domestic law to challenge human rights abuses. Under his leadership, the Center for Constitutional Rights successfully challenged the NYPD's stop and frisk policy and profiling of Muslims and ended long-term solitary confinement in California's Pelican Bay prison. Welcome, Vince.
Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you, Ryan. It's wonderful to be with everyone. Like David Cole, going after the comedian Amr is tough, but I would follow Amr anywhere. It's wonderful to see all of you here. And I wanted just to talk briefly about the role of activism, lawyering, and media. But the way that I like to talk about it is that if you have an activist, a lawyer, and a storyteller, you can change the world. And there's a lot of terrible, terrible news today. We have our brothers and sisters in California that are dealing with fires, and our brothers and sisters in the South that are dealing with floods. And if you count the flies that made an appearance at the vice presidential debate, you know, it might feel a little biblical at this point. But I don't want to talk about bad news, because we're here to talk about CCF and any organization that does the work that CCF does, which is extraordinary. Any of our organizations that take care of us, that are about us, that are the bulwark against what the state does to us, every minute that organization survives and thrives is a miracle, and it is something to celebrate. So I'm here in celebration with you. And the story that I want to tell you is a story of solidarity. If you have a lawyer, an activist, and a storyteller, you can change the world. So the lawyer story is, as we were mentioning before, that the Center for Constitutional Rights did the stop and frisk case in New York City, where millions of Black and brown people were arrested and stopped and frisked for no reason whatsoever. But the Center for Constitutional Rights also did a case called Hassan versus City of New York, which took place in the great state of New Jersey, in which we challenged the New York City Police Department spying on Muslims and Arabs and South Asians in the state of New Jersey. Now, the reason why those things are connected is not just because it was the New York City Police Department that was treating both communities as less than human. And it's not just that our civil liberties and our First and Fourth Amendment rights were being harmed, although those are really important. The connection between that story is the following thing. If you remember, on September 10th, I experienced as an African-American man a very extraordinary thing. After 9/11 and moving forward, all of a sudden, the police were not so interested in me. They weren't interested in Black folks at all. And Black folks were saying, well, thank goodness, we've been under the gun for a really long time. Now they're after the Muslims. That's better for us. The Muslim folks, the South Asian folks, the Arab folks who felt the crush of state power and state suspicion and mass hysteria, where the entire community was criminalized, was saying, why us? What have we done? We are law-abiding citizens just like everybody else. What is happening? And in that moment where the state shifted from anti-Blackness to anti-Muslim hate, that was a moment where the people, the activists, the organizers came together. And it was a very important thing to happen. Because here's what went on to happen. As we challenged the New Jersey case, we lost, in this case, the New York City Police Department was spying on mosques, they were spying on girls' schools, they were spying on halal butcher shops, they were spying on Muslim Students Associations at Rutgers College, massive statewide surveillance. And as we challenged that work, there were two things that happened. One is that we were able to identify exactly, and thank goodness that the media had broken this story. We were able to identify exactly what the police department has done. We were also able to identify that not a single person was suspected of doing anything wrong during any of this time. But the second thing that happened, which was really important, was solidarity. In the state of New Jersey, and I don't think I have to tell a lot of people on this call how this goes down, the Black Muslims in Newark and the South Asian Muslims in Central Jersey for a long time really didn't have a whole lot to do with each other. They were not going to the same mosque. They didn't have the same imams. And there was even a pre-9/11 split. But when this happened in this community, people came together around this lawsuit. They also came together around a lawsuit in New York. And it was the power of the Muslim and Arab community in particular coming together, pushing forward and putting wind in our sails that allowed us to, even as we lost the first piece where the case was dismissed by the lower court and we had to appeal it, we had all of this energy and we packed the court in Philadelphia. I'll never forget it. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people from all across the state of New Jersey came to hear this argument that my colleague Bahar Azmi argued. And to set up this argument, we weren't just talking about the law, we were talking about history and the history of solidarity. So we framed the case not as, well, the police department is just trying to be safe and it's better to surveil everybody to catch a few people than not to surveil anybody and not catch the one person that's going to do something. That's, of course, the narrative. But what we said was, this is not the first time this is happening in this country. We talked about what David Cole talked about. We talked about the Palmer raids. We talked about spying and on Martin Luther King in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. We talked about the rounding up of Japanese Americans in concentration camps across this country in the 1940s. And we had an amicus brief by the Korematsu Center, so a friend of the court brief by the Korematsu Center, who talked about what had happened to Japanese Americans was in the process of happening to Muslim and Arab Americans now. And we got a tremendous ruling where the court said, and when it comes to courts can issue beautiful words, but they don't do them by themselves. They need the community and they need lawyers and they need the media to be able to push forward these messages. But the court, this appeals court said, we have seen this before, the spying on Muslims and Arabs in New Jersey. We've seen it in the 1920s with the communists. We'd seen it in the 1940s with the Japanese. We'd seen it in the 1960s with African Americans. And then the court said, when will we see with foresight what we see so clearly in hindsight? And this community being able to come together to shift a court to start thinking both historically and to sort of saying, let's correct the wrongs that we're witnessing in this country now. Let's not wait any further. So we were successful in that case with a big settlement. Now, what that has to do with New York, because as you remember, we won the stop and frisk case in New York City. The mayor, who was Michael Bloomberg at the time, was terrible on it. He went down in flames, claiming that they were going to stop more and more Black people. And the city appealed our big win. And right as the city appealed, the mayors changed. So Bloomberg was termed out, and then Bill de Blasio became the next mayor. So the big question was the new mayor going to stop the appeal that the city had done in the stop and frisk case? And he did. But the reason why he did was not because of the lawyers. It was because this powerful coalition that had come together around Muslim spying in New Jersey and New York and Connecticut connected itself with the organizers that had been organizing around police reforms in New York City for Black people. And that powerful connection went to the mayor and said, you have to drop this appeal. And because of the political power of this group, the mayor did so. So when we tell the story about success, Sometimes the lawyers will tell the story from the perspective of the lawyers, and I always say there's an African proverb that says that the story of the hunt is much different when it's told by the game and not the hunter. And I want you to think of the story and the power that you have as a community to be able to not only tell the stories about what are happening, but to partner with people who are storytellers, to partner with people who are lawyers, to be able to get that word out. Because if you have a story, a compelling story that goes along with the lawyering and the activism, you can change the world. I am a very proud donor of CCF. I celebrate the wonderful anniversary of this organization. The Center for Constitutional Rights has been a part of CCF and connected to CCF since the very beginning, and we will continue to do so. And I would urge all of you to join me as a donor to support this really, really great organization, because for the next 10 years, we're going to need every bit of resource that this organization can share with us. Thank you all very much.
Well, thank you, Vince. And we all love the Center for Constitutional Rights as well. Thanks for your terrific work. I really love the one thing you said when you said that if you have an activist, a lawyer, and a storyteller, you can do anything. And lucky for us, we've got many of all three of those on this call. So next, although we're here to commemorate 10 years of CCF's work to support political prisoners, the coalition recognizes that there are many individuals leading the struggle who spent their entire lives advocating for justice.
And today we are taking a moment to honor one of them in particular, Dr. Agha Saeed. I had the pleasure of meeting him back in the day. We would like to turn to Dr. Sami Al-Arian now, who will present the award to Dr. Saeed.
This hour, I want to thank also CCF again for really bringing this amazing individuals to address us today. John Esposito, David Cole, Vince Warren, Noura, Erakat, Cornel West, Noam Chomsky, and many, many others. That is really great speakers list that you have. When the history of the American Muslim community is written one day, the name of Dr. Agha Saeed would be prominently displayed, mentioned, and told to the future generations. For over a quarter century, Dr. Saeed was the voice of the American Muslim community, particularly at the political and public level. I don't have time really to recount his many accomplishments, the work of Dr. Saeed and his leadership. His work was to empower the American Muslim community and to defend its rights, beginning from the late 80s all the way till, unfortunately, he was struck with Parkinson's around, when I was in house arrest, I think it was around 2013 or so. He was also the first board chairman for CCF between 2010 and 2011. He was seeking empowerment and empowerment of the Muslim community with principles and ideals, never compromised on civil rights or human rights or Palestine or Kashmir or any unpopular causes, speaking up always for the weak and the vulnerable and for justice. Dr. Saeed is a man of principle, a giant intellectual as a professor, a dedicated public servant and community organizer. Dr. Saeed was and is a visionary with a strategic mind, a true leader, someone who dedicated his life in search of truth, justice, love, and compassion for the weak and the vulnerable. This is Agha Saeed was at the time the ultimate intellectual activist, as Vince was mentioning a moment ago. The award that is given today by CCF is called the Life Achievement Award, and it reads as follows. The Coalition for Civil Freedoms is proud to honor its first board chairman, Professor Agha Saeed, and for his decades, I don't know if I was muted, let me repeat, just in case I wasn't heard. This is the Life Achievement Award that is given to Dr. Saeed, and it reads as follows. The Coalition for Civil Freedoms is proud to honor first board chairman, Professor Dr. Agha Saeed, for his unwavering commitment to civil freedoms and human rights, and for his decades of principled leadership, intellectual guidance, and community service to organize and empower the American Muslim community, and for championing the causes of justice, freedom, and genuine peace among communities and nations, October 10, 2020. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome his daughter, Sasha, who will speak a few words on his behalf. And I also would like to donate another $5,000 to CCF today in the name of Dr. Agha Saeed, and wish him well. And I hope that he will always be in our thoughts and prayers. He would get well, and thank him for his dedicated work throughout his life. Thank you, Dr. Saeed.
All right. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. It's such an honor. My father is on here somewhere. I think his camera's off, but he's watching and listening. So I just want to say thank you once again. You know, I'm honored that you asked me to speak, and I wanted to do justice. So I quickly tried to make a cliff notes of who my dad was. And, you know, just quickly, you know, he was, you know, somebody was speaking before and they're asking, where are you from and ancestry. So my father is of Pashtun descent, which is a tribe that originates in Afghanistan. And he was born in Balochistan, which is modern-day Pakistan, came to the United States in his 20s and to pursue higher education. And, you know, my father got his PhD from UC Berkeley, where he also taught. He is a diehard Palestinian activist, pro-Palestinian activist, to the point that up until the age of 6 or 7, I used to tell everybody, because my mother's from India, so I'd say I'm half Indian and half Palestinian. I didn't realize we were Pakistani because it sounds very similar. So up until and one day he's like, you know, we're not Palestinian, right? And I was like, oh, but, you know, we went to marches and, you know, he was the kind of dad when I remember when I was 5 years old, we lived in Berkeley and we had a VCR, and he was like, today we're going to watch Roots. And he sat down and we watched Roots together, and he's like, let me break down institutional racism for you. And it may have seemed extreme in the time, but I'm so grateful and I'm so proud of who my father is and who my father was and what his legacy is. But that's the kind of man that he was, you know, he is. And, you know, let's see. Dr. Sami is like not only somebody that he worked with, but somebody that he trusted and respected and loved like a brother. He truly loves you like a brother. And, you know, I remember I wanted to get into student government in high school and I didn't get in, and I was really upset. And Dr. Sami was in town because we're from California. And my dad asked Dr. Sami to stop at the house and come and talk to me, you know. And I still remember that talk, and I'm really grateful for that. I also remember the night that you were arrested. I remember how upset my dad was. I remember, you know, and it wasn't so much fear, but it was, you know, he really stood in solidarity with you, and he may not have been locked up with you, but, you know, he was there with you. He was feeling everything with you. And, you know, the thing I was thinking about, you know, how to describe him. And I feel like in context to Dr. Sami, in context to his career and legacy, in context to Islamophobia and post 9/11 effects on Muslims and Arabs in the United States, you know, it's being an activist is kind of like being a rapper. Everybody wants to rap, everybody has a mixtape, but there's very few people who actually do the work to become successful musicians and successful artists. Same thing with activists. Everybody wants to be woke. Everybody, you know, when it's cool, when it's comfortable, we all want to be activists. I'm the worst offender, right? You know, watch 4 hours of news and suddenly you're a genius, you know? But my dad was willing to be there when it was uncomfortable. My dad was willing to be there when it wasn't fun anymore, you know? And when people started getting incarcerated after 9/11, a lot of Muslims and Arabs were afraid, you know, and they put their heads in the sand. I remember that very clearly. I'm sure Dr. Al-Arian's daughters and sons remember that too. There was a lot of fear, you know? And I will say about my dad that he's a very courageous man. And, you know, one of the things I remember is he did a character witness for Dr. Sami while he was incarcerated. And the judge asked my dad, he said, is Dr. Sami your good friend? And my dad said, no, he said, he's my very good friend, you know? And that's the kind of person he was. That's the kind of person he is. You know, that's how he raised me to be. If you believe in something, if you have conviction, then all you need is Allah in your heart, and you go and you do it, you know? And if there are consequences, there are consequences, you know? But as my father would say, Allah knows best, you know? So I can say, you know, I think everybody thinks their dad is the best, but like, I can say that my father is the most genuine and courageous and loving man that I've ever met in my life. And I'm so proud to be his daughter. And I'm so honored to be here speaking on his behalf. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sasha. And thank you so much on behalf of the community for your father and his dedication. And please give him our best, our love, and
he's on here. He can hear you.
Okay. We love you so much, and thank you so much for everything that you have been doing for the American Muslim community. And we wish you the best. And I hope, inshallah, to talk to you soon.
There he is.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
Dad, you want to wave? You want to do a wave, Dad? He's waving at you.
Assalamu alaikum.
I hope I did you justice, Dad.
We love you. We love you, Aga.
He's happy. That's my dad.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. MashaAllah. May Allah protect you. May Allah protect you.
Ameen. Ameen. Ameen.
Thank you so much, Sasha, for being an amazing daughter. I actually had the privilege of working with your father back in the day when we all advocated for Dr. Al-Arian's case. He was one of few activists in the United States who had the courage to speak up and expose the racist and unjust policies that were behind the attacks on Dr. Sami Al-Arian and many other prominent leaders of the Muslim community. I appreciate you. I appreciate your father. We're sending you lots of love from here, from the United States, from DC, from everyone in the world.
Next, we have some words of support from two close allies of CCF, Reverend Bernice Powell-Jackson and Jess Sundin.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum to you all. I'm Reverend Bernice Powell-Jackson, the pastor of First United Church of Tampa, and I'm so glad to be with you and to join you in celebrating 10 years of critical human and civil rights work that you are doing on behalf of Muslim Americans in our country. Our church is proud of our long relationship, which began somewhere after 9/11 and continued on through the Sami Al-Arian case and many others. And we have supported and will continue to support this important work that you do, not just on behalf of Muslim Americans, but on behalf of all Americans. So thank you. We celebrate with you. God bless you.
Congratulations to the Coalition for Civil Freedoms on your decade of important work in defense of the targets of the bogus U.S. war on terror. This is also an important 10-year mark for me. In September of 2010, myself and 24 anti-war and Palestinian organizers that I work with joined the ranks of those that you all defend. Our homes were raided by the FBI and we were ordered to testify before a grand jury investigating material support for terrorism. From the first days in our cases, we met the families of Muslim political prisoners who were already serving long sentences for material support. Many of them had experienced devastating isolation in their communities, but had invaluable support from your coalition and the families you brought together. For our defense, we created the Committee to Stop FBI Repression, CSFR, and successfully supported grand jury resistors and waged a political campaign to ensure that there were no indictments in our case. When the government set its sights on veteran movement leaders close to us, Carlos Montes and Rasmia Ode, we kept both of them out of prison as well. Your coalition has been everywhere since day one. In just the first year or two, I met Mel in Tampa, I toured the Bay Area with Steve, and I think I met Kathy up in New York. I will never forget the wall that you created to display the names and stories of so many who have been criminalized for their faith, their ideas, and their community organizing. Your truth-telling, like your solidarity, is critical. Thank you for your work, and I look forward to another 10 years by your sides. Congratulations to the Coalition for Civil Freedoms.
Thank you so much. And that's it for us. It's been 1 hour. Thank you for giving us the honor and the privilege of hosting this 1 hour of the event. We enjoyed spending this time with you. It was great to see all of the community leaders on this call.
And we're now going to turn it over for a fundraising update from CCF Development Director Hatem Faiz. Take care.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you all again. It is good seeing you, Dr. Agha Saeed, mashallah. We love you, brother. We miss you. We miss the work that you started, and we will continue, inshallah. And the next generation will continue this work until we accomplish the goal, inshallah. I would like to thank Dr. Sami Al-Arian and Dr. Agha Saeed for the $5,000 donation on behalf of Dr. Agha Saeed. And also, I'd like to thank Brother Ghassan Balut, who just donated another $5,000. And I'd like to thank our brother Sulaiman Al-Ghanim for donating $2,500. So we have so far $92,000 in donation. Our goal is $200,000, inshallah. This is our third segment. We have 2 more segments of fundraising. We are hoping to get 50 and 50 in the next 2 segments. So please, if you did not make a donation or a pledge, do so either by going to the website where our PayPal account linked to an address, or text your donations to 813-355-6991. 813-355-6991. Thank you. And now, spoken word with Chaima Manzoor Khan.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a real honor to be able to be here today. Jazakallah khair for the introduction. I just want to extend my solidarity to the work that you are all doing. And it's been endlessly motivating to hear everything that we've heard for the past few hours. And I just feel really honored to be able to share in community from the UK. I'm a poet, and as solidarity, I would just like to share 2 poems, inshallah. So I hope you enjoy, and I hope they motivate you to also contribute to this fundraiser, inshallah. This is the first poem which I wrote after the London Bridge attack in the UK in 2017. Some poems force you to write them, the way sirens force their way through window panes in the night, and you can't shut out the news, even when you try. Write a humanizing poem, my pen and paper goad me. Show them how wrong their preconceptions are. Be relatable. Write something upbeat for a change, crack a smile. Tell them how you also cry at the end of Toy Story 3, and you're just as capable of bantering about the weather in the post office queue. Like everyone, you have no idea how to cook the perfect amount of pasta still. Feed them stories of stoic humor. Make a reference to childhood. Tell an anecdote about being frugal. Mention the X factor. Be domestic, successful, add layers. Tell them you know brown boys who cry. About the sides of Assad's, Amirs, and Hassans they don't know, the complex inner worlds of Sumayyas and Aishas. Tell them comedies as well as tragedies, how full of life we are, how full of love. But no, I put my pen down. I will not let that poem force me to write it, because it is not the poem I want to write. It's the poem I have been reduced to proving my life is human because it is relatable, valuable because it is recognizable. But good GCSEs, family, and childhood memories are not the only things that count as a life. Living is. So this will not be a Muslims are like us poem. I refuse to be respectable. Instead, love us when we're lazy, love us when we're poor, love us in our back-to-backs, council estates, depressed, unwashed, and weeping, love us high as kites, unemployed, joyriding, time-wasting, failing at school, love us filthy, without the right colour passports, without the right sounding English, love us silent, unapologising, shopping in Poundland, skiving off school, homeless, unsure, sometimes violent, love us when we aren't athletes, when we don't bake cakes, when we don't offer our homes or free taxi rides after the event, when we're wretched, suicidal, naked, and contributing nothing. Love us then, because if you need me to prove my humanity, I'm not the one that's not human. My mother texts me too after BBC News alerts. Are you safe? Let me know you're home okay. And she means safe from the incident, yes, but also from the after effects. So sometimes I wonder, which days of the week might I count as liberal and which moments of forehead to the ground am I conservative? I wonder, when you buy bombs, is there a clear difference between the deadly ones that kill and the heroic ones which scatter democracy? I wonder, isn't it really guilty until proven innocent? How can we kill in the name of saving lives? How can we illegally detain in the name of maintaining the law? I can't write it. I put my pen away. I won't write it. Is this radical? Am I radical? Because there is nowhere else left to exist now. And I'd like to just share one more poem, inshallah, and I hope this one feels like it resonates with a lot of the speakers we've heard from and about today. It's called A Virtue of Disobedience, and it's inspired by a book of the same name by Dr. Asim Qureshi, and I think it really gets to the heart of what it means to disobey unjust laws, that there is a virtue in that is always that outlasts time. We are the disobedient. Look upon us and despair, for we outlast history, time, and memory. We are always there. We are the unquenchable thirst for justice, the bodies that do not bend, tongues you cannot straitjacket, and eyes that will not be turned blind. We are the step you trip on in the nightmare you wake from but cannot recall, the lump under the rolling hill that reminds you what is buried there. We are the disobedient. We bear witness and we testify. We love despite the lie that we are not worthy. We hold despite being told we should hide. Yes, we are the disobedient who refuse to die. For bodies without eulogies will never remain in their graves. We are the ghosts of the unmourned and the spirit of the never grieved. We are the original traitors to the tireless tyrant. We are Muhammad, we are Malcolm, we are Moses and Asata, we are Toussaint and Bashani, we are Rosa and Rabbani. We are the disobedient, truth speakers with tongues of fire, knowledge seekers who provoke your ire, mouths always moist from sincere prayer. We are hearts beating for the truth, not like fluttering birds in cages, but like the earth in her final convulsions, like mountains when they scatter to dust. We dismantle, uproot, expose. We are the disobedient. And we have come not to claim what is yours, but what is and always was ours, our humanity. We are the disobedient who refuse to know our place. Undivided, low and mighty, we are a unity, a community, a principle above place. We are the disobedient. We declare the emperor naked and don't kneel before the queen. We smash the idols, confront the pharaoh, upend the fabric of the world. We will not sell our souls for hallowed halls. We cannot be unmoved. We are the disobedient. We overspill and overspeak. We are unboxed, unharnessed, unfathomable, unpalatable, uncompromising. Oh, Ozymandiases of the world, did you really think yourselves kings of kings? How quickly you forget. Nothing outlasts the fading of the day, but the light of truth itself. Jazakallah khair. Solidarity from the UK, and I pray the rest of the fundraiser goes really well.
Appreciate it so much. Thank you very much, Suhaima. I appreciate it so much. Very powerful words. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hisham Al-Maligi. I am the host of Vantage Points. It's an American Muslim talk show for and by Muslims to discuss our own issues by ourselves instead of being sound-bited or stereotyped by others. It is my distinct honor to host this hour for CCF's 10th annual gala. I was on the organizing committee, and I can testify to the amount of work that Leena, Mel, Ibrahim, Ali, and so many other people who worked to bring this event together. And mashallah, an amazing, phenomenal lineup. And hopefully this encourages you to donate to CCF to support the work of defending the defendless, to support the prisoners of the unjust war on terror who are wrongly imprisoned. Inshallah, I will tell you a short story and then I will introduce our next keynote speaker for the hour. 10 years ago today, I was in DC attending this launch of the National Coalition to Protect Civil Freedom, which is the old name of the Civil Freedoms Coalition, or Coalition for Civil Freedoms. I met so many people that became life partners and friends, and I cherish them today. And then at the end of the day, we went to meet Dr. Sami Al-Arian in his apartment, where he was on house arrest. And of course, you all heard about the unjust treatment that he faced from the American government and law enforcement. So we're sitting there, and it's a kind of funny thing in the midst of all this, with notable people from around the country, like stalwarts of freedom and defending the rights. And all of a sudden, the lights go out. I guess it was a blackout or switch in the building or something like that. And the paranoid person inside me said, "Get down, tear gas is coming up." So I just like to say this story to lighten up a little bit. And ever since, we've been good friends and campaigning for the rights of those wrongly imprisoned. Now, it is my privilege to introduce our first speaker for this hour, someone who has been a consistent voice calling for justice in Palestine, my brother from another mother, Miko Pellet. Miko is an author, writer, speaker, and human rights activist who lives in the United States. He is also the author of an incredibly important book on one of the most shocking post 9/11 prosecutions, and the book is called Injustice, the Story of the Holy Land Foundation 5, and 5 referring to the 5 imprisoned leaders of the Holy Land Foundation, who was the largest Muslim charity in the United States. The book describes the persecution and the closure of what was America's largest Muslim charity, the Holy Land Foundation, and the subsequent trials and convictions of 5 Palestinian Muslim Americans. Thank you very much, Miko, for joining us. Please take it away.
Hi, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this program. I love the work that the Coalition for Civil Freedoms is doing. Leena, thank you for your work, and thank you for being a friend and for inviting me to speak. Giving this opportunity. And the subject of America's victims of the war on terror is an important one. It's a terrifying story. It's a sad story. It's a story that we don't really see an end to. And the work that you do couldn't be more important. My role here is to speak about the Holy Land Foundation 5, and I'm happy to do that. I'll tell you a little bit about the journey I took from when I first heard about the case in 2012 until I was able to put enough information together and publish this book, Injustice, the Story of the Holy Land Foundation 5. And really, I believe injustice is the appropriate name for the story because it is one big, enormous injustice. I remember when I was at the University of Texas in Dallas in 2012, and after my talk, I was approached by some of the activists who went ahead and told me the story. One of them was Sarah Abdul Qadir, the daughter of Mufid Abdul Qadir, and I'll never forget the story. I'll never forget how they told me about this. By 2012, these men had already gone through hell. They'd been arrested. They've been taken from prison to prison. They've been sent off to these, what they call Guantanamo North, which are the communication management units. They had literally gone through hell, and I have their descriptions of what they had gone through in the book, in their words. But anyway, 2012 was the time when their first appeal was denied, and immediately I was sent all the information, the transcripts, the court decisions, and so forth. I'd gone back to Dallas several times to meet the families. I'd gone to the prisons, the various prisons. I was able to meet all but one. I was not able to meet Ghassan Elashi for reasons that were never really explained to me. But I did meet the other 4. Shukri Abu Bakr and Mufid Abdul Qadir and Ibrahim al-Mazain, Abu Ibrahim al-Mazain, and Abdurahman Naoudi. And I have to say, these are the finest men I have ever met. I mean, they're not only innocent. It's not just that they're innocent men languishing in federal prison. These are some of the finest men who dedicated their lives to doing good, to helping others. This is what they dedicated their lives to do. And because they're Palestinians and because they are Muslims, they are languishing in federal prison. And I think it's important to remember that. The only reason these men are in prison, the only reason these men were accused of these ludicrous charges and convicted of these charges is because they are Palestinians and they're Muslims. If they were any other nationality or religion, they would not be in prison because they did nothing wrong. And what's horrifying about this is that these are Palestinians that are being persecuted even though they had already left Palestine. They're being persecuted in the country, a new country that they'd made their home, and a country to which they did nothing but contribute. And yet they have to put up with this. And it's interesting because in the beginning, when I would tell people this, I would share the story with other people, the reaction was, that's not possible. The judicial system in America couldn't be so corrupt, couldn't be so unjust. Surely they must have done something. And as time went by and I kept talking to people and writing the story, and then after the book came out, traveling and speaking about the book, I realized that the notion of civil liberties, this notion of a justice system that works, that is fair, really only exists to a small fraction of American society. If you're white and privileged, then yes, the system works for you. But for anyone else, it's never really worked. If you're Black American or Latino or other minorities, certainly Native American, the system wasn't really designed to work for you. It was designed to work against you. And this is exactly the experience that the Holy Land Foundation 5 have had. And of course, their families and the communities as a result. It was not randomly that they were chosen. These 5 men were pillars of the community. They were men that others looked up to. Many young people that I meet around the country looked up to these fine men, and with good reason, because they are exactly the type of people that we all look up to. I look up to these men myself. And of course, to their wonderful families who I've had the opportunity and the privilege to meet and work with as I was working on the book. So I'll finish with this. I just think it's important that we all do everything we can to get the story out, to learn about it ourselves, to be able to advocate for them, to talk about the story, to talk about the stories of others, because really theirs is one case of many. I want to thank Leena again and the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. And I believe that we all should be the advocates for the Holy Land Foundation 5, for all Palestinian prisoners, indeed all political prisoners. We should continue to do this work. We should continue to fight. We should continue to educate and broaden our circle, broaden the people with which we work until they are free and until ultimately Palestine is free. So thank you again, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you very much, Miko. That was awesome. And as Miko said, please learn about the Holy Land case and all the cases that CCF supports and works on. These are very important cases, not only for Muslims, but for everyone in the United States. And like Miko, our next speaker was similarly shocked by these stories of the post-9/11 persecution. And we call them in the coalition preemptive prosecutions. And this next guest was inspired to tell these stories through a different medium, film. Chris Morris is a British comedian, writer, director, actor, and producer. He is known for his dark humor, serialism, and controversial subject matters. He has been praised for his uncompromising moralistic drive by the British Film Institute. His films include 4 Lines and The Day Shall Come, and we are honored to have him with us today. Go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for asking me to be part of this conference. I guess I'm here partly because I met some of the people here whilst I was researching a film I made called The Day Shall Come, which came out last year, and tells the story of a man in Miami who is targeted by the FBI in a sting operation. So I was gathering a lot of information by meeting people who'd been involved either in setting up the stings, people who work for the law, or people who'd been on the receiving end. And I wanted to tell the film from their point of view, really. So the film follows a guy called Moses, who is a conspicuous outlier in the projects, and for that reason is targeted by the FBI. But during the course of the research, of course, I met families of people who've been put in jail, including actually the Liberty City 7, who were one of the first cases that sort of drew my attention to this sort of shenanigans. So I met the family of Nasir Batiste, and I met some of the other people who were actually put away. I met Alicia McWilliams, involved, of course, in campaigning on behalf of the guys who were in Newburgh and were sent down for a plot there in which they were offered $250,000 before they wanted to get involved in anything. So my route into this really came through nothing more than watching television. I was watching television here in London, and a breaking news story came on that the FBI had arrested an army in Miami who were planning a full-scale ground war against the United States. The Attorney General was there making the grand announcement that the nation was now safe from a plot that was bigger than 9/11. So that stuck in my mind. And 2 years later, I met someone in DC who was involved in the case, who said, you know, that army was basically a bunch of construction workers whose idea of taking over America, this ground war, was to swamp Chicago in a tidal wave and then take over by riding in on horses. And I said, well, that was what the news was telling me about then? It doesn't really sound like what was coming across on the news. So my inquiry became really, why was I being lied to? And what was the nature of the lie? And of course, I didn't accept what he said on face value. I pushed into it. And as you probably know, discovered that this bankrupt group of 7 construction workers had been targeted by an FBI informant who was offering $50,000 for a plan against the government. Now, their first plan was to lead a protest to the governor's house about conditions in the projects. But the informant said, that is not going to get you the money that's on offer here. You're going to have to think bigger and more extreme. So they just riffed until eventually, bingo, they had this idea, knock over the Sears Tower, swamp Chicago in a tidal wave, and then we'll ride in on horses because people respect a man on a horse. Well, you can't get the Sears Tower to fall into the lake and swamp Chicago in a tidal wave. Doesn't matter. Not practical. These guys didn't have the money to get from Miami to Chicago. They didn't have any horses. They didn't even have a chicken. They had nothing. In fact, they were sent away as Al-Qaeda terrorists. 6 of them were Haitian Catholics. So I thought this was a pretty freakish event. And then I discovered that it's actually a repeat pattern. The film I caption as based on 100 true stories. It's, as you probably know, more like 400. So I became interested in this distorted mechanism whereby the government picks on outliers, on vulnerable individuals, sets up a terrorist plot, invites them to take part, coerces them to take part, and if they do, then they go to jail. And I thought, this is ridiculous distortion, and I've got to tell a story about it. So the film is essentially a made-up story that tries to reflect lots of different things I found out going to Orange County in California and meeting people whose mosque had been targeted by a guy who, I mean, you couldn't make up, was an informant dressed as an Arab who was trying to radicalize a very conservative community that wasn't anywhere near being radicalized. He would sort of sidle up to them and say, "Jihad, brother, jihad," and people would look at him like, this guy's a freak. In fact, he was such a freak that the imam reported him to the FBI. In other words, they reported him to his own bosses that he was a danger. So that kind of went pear-shaped. But there were many other cases which were taken to completion, and I wanted to tell that story, for many, many reasons, and this became apparent with the actors I was working with, who hadn't been on the receiving end directly of such things, but very much knew what it felt like to be on the receiving end of the unfair practice of law. So there's kind of been a resonance amongst audiences who've seen the film where, even if they didn't know about these things beforehand, they get it, they get the story, and they're kind of riled up, thinking something's got to be done. And this isn't just in America, this is in Europe, in Britain particularly, where I've taken the film around a lot. So there's something that comes across, which was obviously my intention, was to be able to tell a story that reflected the reality in some way. I mean, it's a comedy because the distortions are so ludicrous it has to be funny, but it's a comedy that lands rather solidly in the realm of tragedy in the end. So it's a kind of, there's a consequential story that's in the film, and that had to reflect the reality too. But I think that, I mean, the people that I met during this, not just the families, but also the campaigners, the lawyers, the people who fight indefatigably, sort of every day, to get these kind of cases the due hearing that they actually deserve, does seem to be getting results. There have been, in the last 12 months, there have been cases where either a conviction's been overturned or someone's been let go, and the judge has said, look, this person was never harmful in the first place. And the other thing I wanted to reflect in the film is that part of this, there's a danger here too. I mean, one, you're pulling resources away from finding the real guys. That's the hard job. There are some real people who need to be stopped from doing dangerous things. And it's no good just channeling your resources into going for the low-hanging fruit, people who you can set up. I mean, there's been a case recently with a Boogaloo group who were incriminated by association with Hamas, turned out to be FBI agents again, so they're readapting it in whatever direction they want to go. What you want to do is find the people who really are dangerous, not waste a lot of time and resources going after people who aren't. So that's also what kind of spurred me on. And as an FBI agent said to me, because there are, by the way, a lot of people who work in the FBI who think these cases are ludicrous too, and this guy said to me, look, there may be no terrorists in this part of town, but if I spend $1 million looking for one, I'll find one. And that struck me as bonkers. So that's why I made the film.
Amazing, Chris. Thank you very much. And that movie, The Day Shall Come, that you saw its poster on the screen, you can actually stream it today on Hulu if you have that service, or you can get a free 7-day trial service, and maybe you can watch it and share it with others. Our next speaker, Leila Al-Arian, is an Emmy Award-winning broadcast journalist. She works for Al Jazeera English, the documentary series Fault Lines. She also co-authored Collateral Damage, America's War Against Iraqi Civilians with Chris Hedges. She is also the daughter of Dr. Sami Al-Arian, who's, of course, a former political prisoner, unjustly held for years in the US due to his anti-war and pro-Palestine activism. Leila, thank you very much for joining us today, and please take it away.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the CCF team for their hard work and many sleepless nights to make this incredible event happen. In the last 10 years, the Coalition for Civil Freedoms has helped so many families who have loved ones in prison, who were unjustly targeted in the fear and hysteria that followed 9/11. Cases like the Holy Land 5, whose founders were imprisoned for feeding the wrong people, Palestinians, or young, vulnerable, mentally challenged young men entrapped in plots wholly manufactured and funded by the FBI. Or cases like that of my father, Dr. Sami Al-Arian, a Palestinian who moved to the US at the age of 17 and who was targeted for his First Amendment protected activities, advocating on behalf of Palestinian human rights, organizing conferences, publishing magazines, and giving speeches. What all of the families at CCF has empowered have in common is this: the moment when our loved ones were arrested. We can all recall with perfect, eerie details what we did that day, what we remember about their arrest, how we felt. I was a 21-year-old college senior, and I woke up to an early morning phone call from my boss's secretary. He's sorry for what happened to your father. What I didn't know was that the FBI had arrested my father, that my family's apartment in Tampa, Florida was being raided, that my mom and younger siblings were subjected to guns being pointed at them, or that a few hours later, the Attorney General of the United States would hold a live press conference announcing the arrest. While I remember that day so clearly, the days, weeks, and months, and even years that followed are a blur. Our community turned their backs on us because of fear. The FBI went around town talking to all of them, intimidating them. My mom's friends pretended they didn't see her at the grocery store. She had to take my younger siblings out of the school my dad founded because of the fear and pressure. Before I even graduated college, I was traveling the country advocating for him, raising money for a trial that would cost us $1 million. Few people know what it's like to go through the humiliation of the prison system, how they turn you away for wearing the wrong thing. It's not just the prisoner who's dehumanized, degraded, and punished, it's also their families. I learned that prisons are overwhelmingly filled with Black people in the United States. I learned that justice doesn't come cheap in this country, that the government's narrative when it comes to Muslims being arrested on so-called terrorism charges is rarely, if ever, questioned by journalists, and that Muslims have their own system of justice in the US. There are no words to describe the isolation that comes with being a family member of someone who's been arrested on terrorism charges, or the stigma it carries throughout your life. The doors that close in your face when it comes to jobs, community, even friends. What CCF has done is create a home for these families who can talk to each other about what it's like to endure this trauma and survive it. It's an incredibly unique organization doing work that frankly no one else is doing, and I urge you all to support it. When we look back at the time that followed the tragic 9/11 attacks, we will eventually have to come to terms with the fact that so many people were unjustly targeted and imprisoned, and their families have been left behind. CCF is filling a tremendous void, and I hope you will all support its work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Layla. And of course, a very personal story, like so many of the stories that we heard today, and we will continue to hear during this event. We are, by the way, halfway through. There is more comedy coming. There are many more speakers and family members. And as an organization founded and largely run by the political prisoners and their family members, CCF strives to ensure that their voices are regularly centered and serve as the point of reference for this struggle against injustice. We are grateful, therefore, to be able to hear from some impacted family members today, and we will hear from Sihan Hassoun, the mother of Sami Hassoun, whose case you heard about earlier from CCF attorney Amith Gupta, and you also hear from CCF board member Sonali Siddiqui, who's the sister of the former prisoner Shifa Siddiqui. Take it away.
Hi, I am the mother of Sami Hassoun. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank the amazing people at CCF family for their help and believing in my son, especially Mel, Katy, and Amith. They supported us and never gave up on my son's case. Sami now is in immigration, and hopefully he'll be done and he'll be home safe and soon, hopefully. I'm proud to be a part, me and my family, of the CCF family. We are so grateful for all their hard work for my son Sami, and we are so grateful for them. They brought us all happiness, especially for his little brother. It was a dream come true. Really, it was a dream come true. Thank you again. Thank you from my heart. God bless you all. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sonali Siddiqui, and I'm a sister of Ehsanul Siddiqui, and we call him Shifa by his nickname. My brother would be here in this video, and I'll share with you why he's not a little bit later. My brother was actually kidnapped and hooded and literally snatched away from our lives about 2006. And he was held in secrecy for about 4 days in Bangladesh, and then illegally extradited here to the US, and then held in solitary confinement for 3.5 years before trial, which was in 2009. And in trial, he and his attorneys were completely forbidden from mentioning anything about the circumstances surrounding his kidnapping at all to the court. I invite you to visit his Facebook page, Justice for Shifa, to learn more if you'd like about his case. Now, it's been 14 years and he was just released this past April, alhamdulillah. Now, my brother, like I said, he would normally join me in this video to tell his story himself. However, because of the FBI's intimidation tactics, he avoids doing anything that may give them excuses to harass him further. They certainly would like to silence him. They continue to hold his life hostage, even on the outside. They have restricted his ability to use any device that has internet capability whatsoever, which means he's not allowed to make doctor's appointment. He's not even allowed to research school and enroll in school and take college classes. That's going to help him to move forward his life. And he's also not allowed to even do job search himself and have a decent job that, right now with everything, the pandemic, everything is online. So as you can imagine, how his life right now is at a standstill, especially due to the pandemic. As if these draconian conditions were not bad enough, the FBI is still harassing him. Just about a month ago, they visited our home unannounced, right? And claimed that they would like to have an in-person conversation with him about the civil rights violations that he may have experienced in the last 14 years while in government custody. If they really cared, they would have contacted CCF, because it's CCF's mission to protect, defend, and represent the civil rights violations and needs of political prisoners who are unjustly and preemptively prosecuted. I'm sure they're well aware of CCF's mission. Now, I'm so grateful of CCF's mission. I thank CCF for always centering impacted political prisoners and their families' needs and experiences. I thank Dr. Sami Al-Arian, his family, his friends, Project Salam, you all, and everybody else who has been here the last 10 years to support Muslim political prisoners when so many others have turned their backs on political prisoners post 9/11.
Thank you very much, Sihan, and thank you very much, Sonali. So much I want to say, but my blood boils listening to how people deal with the harassment from the FBI, as someone myself who faced a little bit compared to everybody that we heard. It's nothing, but I understand how when you are looking to being in front of an FBI agent, how does that affect you and affect your mentality, your psyche, maybe even your livelihood. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala free all the wrongly imprisoned. Please donate to CCF, because this is the organization that takes care of these things. This is the organization that defend those people who are being targeted wrongly and unjustly by law enforcement and government in general. I would be remiss if, since we spoke about FBI coming to your house, not to mention that never ever speak with a law enforcement agent, police or FBI or anything else, without a lawyer. If you have information about a crime, it is your duty to report it to authorities, but do it the right way so you don't end up on a list or being targeted, or if you mention something wrong, you could be prosecuted, you could be coerced to work as an informant, and there are so many stories over the years that we heard about this. So bottom line is, do not speak with law enforcement without proper legal representation, and many members of organizations, members of CCF, provide these services for free, including CUNY Clear and the ACLU and many others, and KR and others. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next guest, Imam Siraj Wahhaj, who needs no introduction. He's known as America's Imam. He's the Imam of Masjid al-Taqwa in Bed-Stuy in Brooklyn, New York, and is a well-known on national and international scale for being a dynamic speaker and tireless supporter of Islamic causes. I don't want to take any more time, so without further ado, I'm happy to introduce Imam Siraj. Thank you so much for coming. It's been so long I haven't seen you. Inshallah, I'll give you a hug after this pandemic goes over.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu amma ba'd. I want to first say that I'm honored and thankful to Allah for the great privilege to be here this evening to speak to you for a couple of minutes. I want to first thank the Coalition for Civil Freedoms, and I'm going to tell you why this organization is so important. I've always believed that many times when people know better, they do better. And I remember once the Prophet, peace and blessing be upon him, said that there was a prophet that was beaten by his people, and he began to bleed, and he wiped the blood from his face and said, Allahumma ikfir li qawmi fa innahum la ya'lamun. Oh Allah, forgive my people because they don't know. A couple of weeks ago, I did a program in support of Gaza. And wallahi, that night I cried all night, and I cried in the morning because I didn't know. I had no idea. And ever since then, I've been telling everybody about it. Also, this organization here is, you'd be surprised how many people don't know. They have no idea. Even the little bit I've been on about almost like a half an hour, and the little bit that I've learned in this half an hour is unbelievable. Let me tell you this. Even when you try your best to do good, you're going to make mistakes. Every year, 10,000 innocent people are convicted in the courts of America. 10,000 innocent people. You hear about it every day. It's almost every week I read a newspaper and I hear about a man who's been in prison for 30 years for a crime he didn't commit, or 50 years for a crime he didn't commit. Every year. I read something last week. A young man went to prison at the age of 16. And alhamdulillah, he was just released and found out he was in prison for 24 years for a crime he didn't commit. So having said that, I know that many of your audience, perhaps you too, Sheikh, maybe you have never seen a movie in your life. Maybe. If you're ever inclined to go to the movie, there's two movies that I recommend. Two movies that I would recommend everyone to see. And Spike Lee was asked the question, what makes a great movie? He said a great movie have to have three things. Number one, it has to be entertaining. Number two, it has to be educational. And number three, it has to be inspirational. So the first movie came out in 1957. It's called 12 Angry Men. It is said that 85% of the cases adjudicated are won or lost in the very jury selection process. So the process itself isn't perfect. So it's a good movie. It talks about a young Latin man, a young boy who was accused of murder, and it talks about his story. The second one came out last year. It's called Just Mercy. It's a must-see. Anyone who wants to understand the challenges of our criminal court should study that movie. So I'm saying today, I'm making a commitment, at the very least, $1,000 that we're going to donate. And also, I'm going to try to get others, because again, wallahi, I think people just don't know. So we have to have a real fundraiser where we need funds, and you have to let me know. Take my email address, take my phone number. You call me and say, you know, anytime you need me to do a fundraiser, we'll do that. Inshallah, we'll do it either in person or we do a webinar, but it has to be done. I cried with the Holy Land Foundation. I tell you the truth. I know the brothers there, and I cried. That's another thing. There's also that I did. And finally, I want to say this. You know, even about myself. You remember Sheikh Abdurahman, the blind cleric in the World Trade Center? I want you to go back to that case when you get a chance, and you're going to find out that there were a list of 177 people, some of the prominent leaders, Muslim leaders, and they said the following: unindicted, may be alleged co-conspirators. What does that mean? I was on that list. And I'm reading books, and I read a book called Infiltration, and they said Imam Siraj Bahaj, one of the co-conspirators of the World Trade Center. And I'm saying, why did you choose those 177 Muslim leaders? Why did you put me on that list? And then why did you say the following unindicted may be alleged? Not even alleged, not co-conspirator, may be alleged. So they know what they're doing. So every book I read now, I'm a co-conspirator. So alhamdulillah, I thank Allah for the great, magnificent work that you do. I want to end with something that our Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam told us about Isa, about Jesus. He said, Jesus saw a man stealing. And he asked him, did you steal? The man said, no, wallahi, I swear by Allah, I didn't steal. And Jesus said, Amantu billah wa kadhabtu ayniyah. I believe in Allah and I deny my own eyes. Alhamdulillah, I pray to Allah to bless this wonderful organization. And we have to do more. And I pledge to you, $1,000, that's a given. That you got that. You can take that to the bank right now. But I want to do more than that. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and have mercy upon you. Thank you for the work that you do. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khair, Imam Siraj. Barakallah feek. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you and reward everyone who is donating. And I know that Imam Siraj is capable of bringing many more thousands from many more people, inshallah, as the night goes on. Now, moving to the next segment, anyone involved in advocacy on behalf of Muslim political prisoners will know that there has not been a man as consistently courageous and unrelenting in his work as Al-Hajj Mori Salakan. Brother Mori is a personal friend. Amazing. I've seen him in the street in Brooklyn, actually at Imam Siraj's mosque outside, talking to people, talking inside, giving khutbahs, this and that. So CCF knows the dedication and the passion with which he has devoted himself willingly to standing up for the most marginalized members of our communities. And we would like to take this opportunity to honor his work as the next award going to Brother Mori. I'd like now to introduce my sister, Ashley Young. She is CCF's Prisoners and Families Coordinator and herself a sister of a political prisoner, Nicholas Young, so she can present this award to Brother Mori. Take it away, Ashley. Thank you.
I am very pleased to be joining everyone today, not only to celebrate past achievements, but to look forward to our collective road ahead. The event would not be complete without honoring a very special guest and coalition member, Mori Salakan of the Aafia Foundation. 10 years ago, Mori was an integral part of the inception of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. He has been a long-standing community leader and human rights advocate, paving the way for justice and taking on important issues of our time. He was recently described to me as the conscience of our community, a title I see very fitting. For decades, Mori has been traveling the country, educating the public, speaking to injustices, standing up for forgotten prisoners, organizing rallies and events, and taking on the pressing and sometimes unpopular issues face on. At any given time, he can be found driving across many states to attend trials, to deliver Friday khutbahs at mosques, or to attend important events. He is always on the go and yet ever present. Over the past 10 years, he and his organization, the Aafia Foundation, have remained a staple of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. And well, we couldn't do it without him. Now, I am so honored to be presenting this award to him based on my personal experience with Mori. I met him 3 years ago, October 2017, at the Coalition for Civil Freedoms Family Conference. It was my first conference that I attended. And Maury was there speaking to us impacted family members. And I was just so touched by what he said. I introduced myself to him only very briefly. At that point in my life, my brother was only 5 weeks away from standing trial. As we got closer to trial, I reflected on some of the words Maury had spoken at the conference. And I decided to email him and tell him about my brother's upcoming trial. That started what is going to be a lifelong friendship with Maury Saleh Khan. I asked him if he wanted to attend trial. He said he would try. Well, not only did he try, he came day after day, and he sat there with me and my family. Sometimes the only friendly face in that courtroom was Maury Saleh Khan. He was more committed and caring and compassionate towards my family and my brother than people who had known us our entire lives. He sat with us one evening after court. He rushed out of the courtroom and raced to the local mosque where my brother used to attend to speak to all the people there about how important it was that the community come out and support my brother in that courtroom. After that, he attended my brother's sentencing, and a year and a half later, he attended his resentencing. He's spoken about my brother. He's written an open letter about his political sentencing, and these acts of kindness and dedication, I will never, ever forget. It is true that Maury is not a fair weather friend. What I also find most touching is that when I was describing Maury to my brother, he said to me, he sounds a lot like a man I met outside of a convention who had a stand for Aafia Siddiqui. And I said, well, that would be Maury. So in this roundabout way, my brother had actually met the man who had been so kind to my family, which I'll never forget. My wish is that we will be as dedicated and committed to Maury's causes and ventures as he was to my family. Without further ado, I take great pleasure in honoring my friend, my mentor, my colleague, my comrade, my brother, with this award. The Coalition for Civil Freedoms takes great pleasure in honoring Al-Haj Maury Saleh Khan, human rights advocate, for his unwavering commitment to the struggle for justice.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of all the worlds. My little sister, I call her my little sister, Ashley, young, she presented me with the plaque yesterday, and I accept this on behalf of the Aafia Foundation and all who have supported our work over the years. May Allah Ta'ala bless you all, and you know who you are. That justice is a blind goddess is a thing to which we blacks are wise. Her bandage hides two festering sores, which once perhaps were eyes. I couldn't think of a better, more fitting way to begin my brief remarks than with that short but thought-provoking poem by Langston Hughes, titled Justice. I begin by congratulating my friend and CCF colleague, attorney Kathy Manley, on the release of a former political prisoner by the name of Jalil Muntakim, a former Black Panther who was imprisoned since age 19, spent over half a century in the American Gulag. He was repeatedly denied parole for the past 20 years, but he has now been released, alhamdulillah, thanks in large part to the effective argumentation that my dear friend Kathy Manley delivered at his last parole hearing. I congratulate CCF, the Coalition for Civil Freedoms, on 10 years of blessed struggle. And I thank all those whose prayers and support have made the past 10 years of righteous struggle possible. The global pandemic, in which America has the dubious distinction of being its epicenter, coupled with the social and political justice-related turbulence in the US, has brought America to a crippling, or a very critical, I should say, tipping point, and an opportunity for a reset. There is a verse in the Quran, a very relevant verse that reads, "Corruption has appeared on the land and on the sea, on account of what men's hands have wrought. Allah will make them taste a part of what they have done, so that they might return." Again, this is an opportunity for a reset. The work of CCF is even more critical going forward. To the viewers of this broadcast, your support for this organization is needed now more than ever. I'm asking for three things. First, that everyone who sees this broadcast gives something, whatever you can, according to your means. If you can only afford to give $1, give that. Secondly, to those who have given money to politicians this past year, an act that I consider to be very wasteful and counterproductive, but that's just me. I ask that you give at least the same amount to an organization far more deserving than any politician in the US. At least an equal amount. I really don't think that's too much to ask. And to my Muslim brethren, this is both an opportunity and according to Islam, it is one of the most meritorious forms of zakat or sadaqah you can give, giving to causes like this. Lastly, I ask that the leaders and national organizations in my own faith community stop ignoring the case of the former U.S. Attorney General, the case that former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark has described as the worst case. These are his words. I heard them myself. The worst case of individual injustice he has ever witnessed. And that says a lot from a man who is now over 90 years old, has seen a lot, has been all over the world, and held the top law enforcement position in this country. He said that it is the worst case of individual injustice I have ever witnessed. The case of MIT and Brandeis University graduate with honors and Hafida of Quran, Dr. Aafia Siddiqui. Stop ignoring this case and the responsibility you have to your Muslim sister. I want to conclude with a poetic note, inshallah ta'ala, of inspiration. I wrote a book, my very first book that was published years ago was titled The Teacher, a book of poetry and commentary. One of the favorites of those who read the book was a poem titled Created to Struggle. And I want to dedicate this to the families, my brothers and sisters who are struggling, who have good days and bad days. Never give up the struggle. And in one of the ways in which you can reinforce yourself is by remembering that we were created to struggle. We were all created to struggle. There's a verse in the Quran that reads, "In the heavens and earth and all in between, verily there are signs for those who reflect." One of those signs is within ourselves, as you will deduce from this poem that I will conclude with. It's titled Created to Struggle. We begin our struggle as millions of sperm in a journey to get to the egg. When the struggle has ended, only one will survive as the fertilization process is made. The journey is arduous, the obstacles many, as the sperm must struggle to survive. Yet with divine inspiration and in tune with its nature, it continues its way to the prize. Through the birth canal, it swims with a passion as if it had eyes to see. And with everything else it has to contend with, it must swim against gravity. As amazing as it is, the most beautiful thing is this is all undeniably true. And to top it all off, just for your information, the one sperm that made it is you. Thank you, CCF, for your service on both the internal and external fronts. May Allah guide and fortify the next decade of struggle to come. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khairan Mori. Barakallahu feek. Without further ado, the last two segments of this hour will be Al-Hajj Ayman Talib doing a little bit of fundraising, and then comedy by Jeremy McLellan. Brother Al-Hajj Ayman Talib is a passionate advocate for the cause of justice. He works for our member organization, the Muslim Legal Fund of America. He was born in Dallas, Texas, where he was raised in a family of activists and served his community in various ways. In addition to volunteering as a youth mentor, Ayman also served as a youth director in North Texas and as a mosque director in Southern California. Brother Ayman, it's an honor and privilege that I have introduced you. You will take it away from here. This is it for me. It's been an honor. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you for that warm introduction, Brother Hisham. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be unto everyone here, my dear brothers and sisters, in the struggle for justice. We know why we are here. We are here to speak for the vulnerable. We're here to speak for the weak. We're here to speak for the destitute. We're here to speak for the downtrodden. We are here to speak for the voiceless. I was born and raised in Dallas, Texas, in the shade of post 9/11 anti-Islam hysteria, and in the shade of the case of the HLF, the Holy Land Foundation, and the miscarriage of justice that happened, that in spite of having the best legal defense they could get, they were unjustly prosecuted. They were found guilty of providing humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people and other unfortunate people around the world, or less fortunate people around the world. And they were sentenced to 15 to 65 years in federal prison unjustly. Brother Shukri Abu Bakr, Brother Mufid Abdul Qadir, Brother Ghassi, Sheikh Muhammad Al-Mzayyin, and Brother Abdurahman Oda. We cannot forget these names. Earlier this year, I visited Brother Mufid in prison, and for the first time in all the years that we have been communicating, I truly got the sense of being forgotten, the sense of being a forgotten member of society. It's the sense of what it's like to be that person sitting behind bars that you do not get to really do anything without the permission of the person who is oppressing you. And it really broke my heart. And as people, and so many countless stories that I've been listening to over the last couple of hours, I was just recounting all the different experiences that all these people have gone through. And subhanAllah, I mean, I just keep going back that we speak for the vulnerable, we speak for the weak. It's important that we speak for these people, for the vulnerable, the weak, the destitute, the downtrodden, the voiceless. And this has actually been the tradition of Islam since quite literally the beginning. You know, when the messenger, Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, he said, إن الإسلام بدأ غريبا وسيعود غريبا كما بدأ فطوبى للغرباء. He said that Islam began as something strange and it will go back to be something strange as it started. So blessed are the strangers. قالوا وما هم يا رسول الله قال الذين يصلحون عند فساد الناس. The companions around the Prophet, they asked, who are they, O Messenger of God? And his response was, those who fix the bad situation of the people. See, a person who struggles for justice is a person who fixes the situation of his community wherever he may be. And we look at our own situation about how much power do we actually have to fix the situation around us, that we have been given an opportunity tonight, today, right now, to do something about the injustices that is being happening to our political brothers and sisters who have been held as political prisoners. And I went and it reminded me of a story that happened of a merchant who came from Yemen to Mecca with all that he had. It was just a handful of camels. And as luck would have it, a noble and a clan leader from the Quraysh, he liked the merchandise and he purchased it all in one go. So they agreed on the price, and the clan leader said he would pay in the merchant the next day, and the merchant was very happy. He came to find financial success, and for a brief moment he thought he had it. The very next day he goes to the merchant's house the merchant goes to the clan leader's house to collect the money, and the clan leader was none other than Abu Jahl, right? Abul Hakam ibn Hisham. And we know him as Abu Jahl, which in Arabic means the father of ignorance, the one who is, who would not look beyond his nose to see the enlightenment of the truth. He was so consumed by his ignorance, and he wanted to stay ignorant from enlightenment. And he was the leader of the noble clan of Banu Makhzum. He was very, very powerful. And when the merchant asked for his money, Abu Jahl responded, "What money? What camels? I never bought anything from you." And he had him removed. And this merchant, he was humiliated, he was distraught, he was cast away, and he complained to various people around Mecca, asking not only for sympathy, but he stood up and he said, "Who is going to help me get my right? Who is going to speak for me? I don't have a voice here. Who is going to speak? I'm a stranger. Who's going to speak for me?" And the people, they at the time they had somebody that they were regularly picking on, and so they said, "We can pick on this guy of ours by using this stranger merchant." So the merchant comes in, so they go to the merchant. They say, "You see that man praying? His name is Muhammad ibn Abdullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam." And he said, he has Abu Jahl's ear. Go and talk to him. So he told the Prophet ﷺ about what was going on. A perfect stranger. He didn't know who he was. And what did the Prophet ﷺ do? He did not have any power in Mecca at the time, but he had the ability to speak out for him. So he went and grabbed him by the hand, and he went to Abu Jahl's house, and he knocked on the door, and he told him, "Abul Hakam, give this merchant his right now, please." And the people were following the Prophet ﷺ and to Abu Jahl's house to see what was going to happen. And they were waiting for Abu Jahl to humiliate the Prophet ﷺ. Why? So they can get a good laugh out of it. And when Abu Jahl saw the Prophet ﷺ, the people said his face turned yellow. And he said, "What?" And when Abu Jahl, when he went inside, he grabbed the cash and he paid the man right away. And the Prophet ﷺ told the merchant, "Go be on your way." The people went to Abu Jahl and said, "What happened to you? Why did you give the man his money? Why didn't you humiliate the Prophet? Why didn't you humiliate Muhammad?" And Abu Jahl said, "I saw what you didn't see." He said, "A huge beast, a huge camel was behind Muhammad, and he had his mouth wide open. I felt he was going to swallow me whole in one bite if I did not give Muhammad what he asked for, if I did not give the man his due." And the word got back to the Prophet ﷺ about what had happened, and his response was, "That was my friend Jibreel. That was the angel Gabriel. He came to help me when I stood for justice, even if I was by myself." So as I wrap up, today we have to continue the sunnah of speaking truth to power, of continue the tradition of speaking truth to power in whatever capacity we have. That whoever of you sees an evil, let him change it with his hand. That is the default position of a believer. And if he's not able to do that, then let him speak out against it. And I think every one of us has that ability. And if he's not able to do that, at least he must hate it in his heart. And that is the weakest form of faith. So my brothers and sisters, my fellow brothers and sisters in this cause, in this justice, stand for justice, stand for something good, do something good today, give generously to CCF so that we can continue the struggle and make so that our brothers and sisters whose voice have been taken away, that we give them their voice, that we speak up for them. So continue the struggle of justice, give generously. I turn it over now. We have the comedian, Jeremy McLellan. Take it away, Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. I'm here with my wife. Actually, Hashim, the host, I should mention that in the background here is a picture of a cat that you got me in Egypt and you sent me.
It's a papyrus.
Yeah, it's papyrus. And I just want everybody to know that was not intentional. I don't just have like a space there for me to just put things that the host has sent me. But I'm here in Charleston with my wife and kids. This is actually today is our 5-year wedding anniversary. And we have 2 kids. And if you're Catholic like us and you're doing the math out there, that's not enough. 2 kids in 5 years is, we need to step up our game. And I remember I was in Jordan. And I met a nun, and I was there with this Muslim organization, Helping Hand. And I met a nun, and I told her that we had, 2 kids in 5 years. And she said, I like Muslims. This is what she said. She said, I like Muslims, but they have a lot of children. And we used to have a lot of children. So you have to have the children. And I was like, it's on me. Like, I'm the one who's responsible for making up the difference of like 600 million people, like to get my way to 1.8 billion. So it's a lot of pressure. So I came home and I told my wife that I want to have like 10 kids. And she said, I don't want to have 10 kids. And I said, well, that's, I don't think you heard me. I said, I want to have 10 kids. Whether they're yours or not is entirely up to you. My wife, of course, is like very serious Catholic. She actually wanted to be a nun growing up. And which, if you don't know what a nun is married to Jesus. That's what nuns are. And so her whole life, she had planned to marry Jesus. And then they broke up. Apparently at some point, she left him at the altar. He's still there. You can go see him. And instead, she married me, which I don't know if any of you have wives whose ex-boyfriends are a lot more successful than you, but I definitely do, because my wife's ex-boyfriend is Jesus. And I don't think she's over him either. She has pictures of him. She has pictures of him like all over the house. She's like talks to his mom more than my mom. She goes to see him every week, and I have to try and convince her that like I'm like at least a little bit like Jesus. My mom's name is Mary. My mom's name is Mary. I quit my job at the age of 30 to like travel around talking to people, and most of my fans are Muslim. And so like in those like 3 very small ways, I'm a little bit like Jesus. I do want to mention, we've started to work, people ask me like why I do like these sort of fundraisings. I'm not Muslim. But I figure like if Muslims face, civil rights violations, then, I'm sure I'll be just lumped in with them as well, just for doing events like these. So this is like Amrzan said earlier, this is sort of my insurance as well. But another reason is that we've started to suspect that my daughter Jewel might be Muslim, and not in the way that like Muslims are like every baby's Muslim, which is like super aggressive to non-Muslims when you're like, no, the fitra, it's the fitra, and every baby's Muslim. And I'm like, okay, just relax. No, we started to worry. There've been some signs that she might be Muslim. Number 1, she was born on the first day of Ramadan. It's true. And number 2, she was late when she came, 2 weeks past her due date. And I'm like, this baby's on Muslim time. I don't like this. And she also eats at really weird times of the day. It's like 4 p.m. and she wants lunch. And I'm like, this is not white scheduling at all. I don't know if any of you have had to schedule meals with your white friends, but I'm like, no, we don't have dinner at 11 p.m. So, but the main reason, and I'll leave you guys with this, it's 5:02. So I'll leave you guys with this. The main reason we think she might be Muslim is that we've been reading to her every night. All right. She loves being read to. One book in particular she loves. It's a book called Good Night Moon. I don't know if you guys have had this, but it's a wonderful book. She loves it. The problem is whenever we read it to her, she starts arguing about whether she saw the moon. And it's like this huge debate, like every night, like I'm like, it's right there. She's like, it's cloudy. It doesn't count if it's cloudy. And I'm like, no, it's right there. She's like, the schedule says that the moon is, she's like, we don't go by the schedule. We go whether we can see it like our ancestors did. And I'm like, no, you are not Muslim. Okay, this is all right. Isna says the moon is right here. And she's like, I don't let them tell us what to do. And so it's this huge debate. We never figure out like how to resolve this debate until recently. This is what she started doing, and it's really solved everything, is that she just walks over the room to her little toy phone, and she picks it up and she calls a Saudi baby and just asks them if they saw the moon. And then we just whatever the Saudi baby says, we do. So anyway, thank you so much for having me. And I'm honored to be a part of this and to stay tuned and watch Glenn Greenwald, big fan of his. So please, support CCF and all the great work they do. Thanks a lot. Hudafez.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Welcome back to CCF, the 10-year telethon. And I'm your host for this hour. We're going to call this the Power Hour. Not only because the guests are all power and unique, but because it's my hour. So thank you, Jeremy, for the laughs. I was worried because right before I went on, this fly is flying around. And I think it's still here. And somebody said, I hope you don't have a Pence moment. How Pence had the fly on his head for like minutes and nobody bothered to get it out of the way. Anyway, moving on with our program, I'm really excited to have our next speaker come up. Our first speaker in this hour is Glenn Greenwald. Glenn is one of 3 co-founding editors of The Intercept. He's an award-winning journalist, constitutional lawyer, and author of 4 New York best-selling books on politics and law. And we're grateful that Glenn has been a part of one of the earliest supporters of CCF from the beginning, doing some events all the way back in 2012 and working with CCF as he reported on the trial of Noor Salman as well, which we can talk about that a little bit later. Glenn often writes about these things that are sometimes other mainstream journalists aren't comfortable with. He doesn't necessarily follow the pack, and he's independent in that way. And of course, we all saw the reporting that he had on Snowden and the documentary. So welcome to CCF and to this event. Glenn Greenwald, take it away. I think your mic might be on muted.
Is it muted now or can you hear me?
Oh, now I hear you. It's you.
Okay, great. Perfect. So thank you to CCF and for inviting me. Congratulations on 10 years. As I think everyone knows, I've been an admirer of your work for a long time. I think it fills a really important niche. I'm not so thrilled about having Jeremy. That's a pretty hard act to follow, but I will do my best and I appreciate the invitation nonetheless. I think beyond just appreciating your work, I'm really glad that the event and its title is devoted to remembering the victims of the war on terror, because I think what has happened as the war on terror is now entering its 3rd decade is increasingly the victims of the war on terror have been systematically and progressively and purposely forgotten. They were never particularly front and center of our political debates. Going back to the Bush-Cheney years, there was always an attempt to either disappear them or demonize them so that nobody cared what was being done to them. But at least there was some debate during the Bush and Cheney years, especially after the shock of 9/11 started to wear off. And people forget that part of the 2004 campaign, there was a pretty vibrant debate about what we were doing in the war on terror, whether it was the right thing to do, whether we were creating so many victims that it was both productive and inhumane. And then in the 2008 presidential campaign, it was a major topic. It's so hard to remember that because it's kind of disappeared from mainstream discourse. But President Obama, then Senator Obama, ran as one of his principal planks, is one of his principal vows was to, in general, reverse the Bush-Cheney war on terror policies, and specifically to do things like end torture and close Guantanamo. And notwithstanding the fact that the American people ratified those commitments, here we are almost 20 years after it first opened. Guantanamo remains open. There are still 40 people in prison there, going on 3 decades now with no trial, no charges, no due process. And there are people who have been cleared for years for release, and yet they just linger there because no one pays any attention to them. And that's why I say that disappearing the victims of the war on terror is a critical strategy, because that's the only way that we can justify people either ignoring what our government in the name of the war on terror, or even just approving it if it just kind of remains an abstraction. And I think what happened on January 20th, 2009, when President Obama took office, is that to whatever extent there was a civil liberties and anti-war movement on the left in the United States, it essentially, not entirely, but essentially disappeared so that the next 8 years of the Obama administration, notwithstanding his large-scale continuation of Bush-Cheney policies rather than the reversal he promised, until far less debate than we had under George Bush and Dick Cheney. And now under the last 4 years with Donald Trump, there's been almost no debate, I think, on the grounds that these policies have become so bipartisan, so accepted by both political parties, that there's no mainstream opposition. They've kind of become normalized, and they've disappeared from our debate even further. And one of my big concerns with the current election, and if as it appears, there's going to be another change in party control of the White House, is that we're going to have an even further disappearance, if that's possible, of the war and terror abuses and the victims that it's generating, because not only will it be completely normalized, sort of the way the Patriot Act began in a very controversial way, and now because it's been around for so long, it's just accepted as part of the woodwork, but also because that will be 4 successive administrations, 2 of each party, embracing the same principles, the same powers, leaving very little space for dissent. And so events like this that are devoted to remembering that there's actually victims of droning, victims of bombing, victims of due process-free imprisonment, of kidnapping, of torture, is critical for keeping these issues being remembered as something that is part of our national polity. I think observations about what it means to talk about the 2 different attributes of how war and terror victims have been defined and treated. One is that to the extent that the United States government accuses anyone, particularly a Muslim, either a Muslim American or a Muslim non-American, of being guilty of crimes, they must be punished, regardless of whether there's any evidence to justify the accusations, which is why people have been in Guantanamo for 19 years without very many people continuing to object, why we accepted the idea that the government could just assassinate whoever they wanted, including US citizens, without the need to provide proof. Just the word terrorist, the minute that it gets applied, becomes instant accusation of guilt. That's one attribute. And the other attribute is that the war on terror has really relied on the punishment, not of people who commit war crimes in the name of the war on terror, but on the people who expose those crimes. And that's why, for example, Chelsea was treated in prison for 8 years for war crimes that she exposed for what was done in Iraq and Afghanistan, why Edward Snowden, my source, is still in exile after 7 years in Russia, and why the mere suggestion by President Trump that he might pardon him produced bipartisan outrage at the idea that somebody who exposed war crimes could actually come back and no longer be punished. And I think the worst instance is what's taking place in London with the incredibly dangerous prosecution by the Trump administration of Julian Assange, who, for whatever you think of him, probably did more to expose the evils of the war on terror than anyone else, certainly all other journalists combined, essentially. And they're prosecuting him not despite that, but because of that, and trying to create a precedent that says that if you publish documents that are dangerous, then you can be turned into a criminal. And even though it will be an extremely dangerous precedent for press freedom, the US media has largely ignored it, I think in part because of this premise that has been accepted, that people who deserve punishment and terror are not those who create illegally or savagely or barbarically, but the people who expose it. The last point I wanted to make is that I think that when remembering the war and terror victims, we need to make sure that we're drawing lessons to prevent it from the future. It reminds me of what the Nuremberg Tribunal said when issuing guilty verdicts to Nazis and other war criminals at the end of World War II, which is that the secondary purpose of these tribunals is to impose punishment because those crimes have already been done. The real principle is to learn from these, to create principles that will govern countries going forward, including the ones sitting at judgment. I think that's what we need to do. And one of the lessons that I think we have to learn is when we loosely use the word terrorism without having an understanding of it, essentially anything goes. We can punish anybody we want. The trial of the wife of Omar Mateen, the Pulse killer, Noor Salman, was mentioned earlier, and I did report on that. Shocking to watch myths were spread about what the motive of that killing was, about the involvement of his wife, none of which was true. And although she ended up being acquitted, that's an exception, a rare exception to the rule that in general, when we talk about domestic terrorism or terrorism of any kind, it creates in the population extreme fear that primes them to justify whatever the government does. And I'm very concerned about the increasing attempt to expand the term of domestic terrorist, to apply it to more and more people instead of fewer and fewer, which can really provoke the same kind of authoritarianism in the future, but this time at home, not just against Muslims, but against a lot of other groups as well. And I think that's the lesson that we ought to take from the last 20 years. So again, congratulations to CCF. I'm so thrilled that I can be part of this event, celebrating the great work that you've done over the course of 10 years. And I hope you'll continue to get the support that you deserve for another 10 years at least of such important work. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Glenn, for being a part of this and for all the work that you're doing, continuing to expose, especially when it comes to injustice and with the war on terror. We need more journalists like you to take these principled stands. And I really appreciate your work during my experience with the Noor Salman trial, because oftentimes, when the media gets it so wrong, you need to have principled journalists out there that are not afraid to actually report the truth and cover what's happening. And many reporters, especially at the beginning, even when the trial started, they were getting it so wrong, and they were clouded and just basically writing what the government and the FBI or the Department of Justice wanted to write, that this somehow Noor Salman was part of this crime, aided and abetted her husband in this mass murder in a gruesome way. And they just wanted to pin it on somebody because of the anger. But in reality, they were, as you also report on, they were covering up a lot of their own missteps in the case, how they had recruited his own father to be an informant, et cetera. So we really appreciate the good work that you've been doing on reporting this and being an ally, especially when it comes to people that don't have a voice. Thanks. Next up, we're going to turn our attention to another family member of impacted individuals, or this one is actually a message from Ibrahim before we get to that. Ibrahim Muhammad, whose wife, Umayma, launched the Free Ibrahim Now campaign during his imprisonment and prosecution on manufactured charges. Today, Ibrahim is a free man, but sadly was deported and separated from his American-born wife and children. Please welcome Ibrahim Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be unto you. My name is Ibrahim Muhammad, and I'm a former political prisoner of the United States. I spent about 4.5 years of my life incarcerated in various jails, detention centers, and finally in prison for about 11 months before I was deported from the country after having lived there for almost 19 years. Now, the hardest part about being incarcerated is the sense of loss and anxiety that you feel for your family, having been forcibly separated from them, especially if you have a young family with very young children. And this is where I want to talk about CCF. I first heard about CCF when I was called to receive some mail while I was in jail, still fighting my case. I received this letter. When I opened it, the envelope, I saw this greeting card wishing me, best wishes for the holy month of Ramadan. And it also included a gift of $100. Now, $100 is a lot of money for somebody who's incarcerated, but more than the money, it was the thought that there are people out there who know of you, who care about you. That was really moving and very powerful. When you're locked up in that situation, you feel so isolated from the outside world that you feel kind of forgotten. But to know that there are people out there who actually care and who are working for you and thinking about you, it means a lot. Later on, I learned a lot more about CCF from my wife. She told me how they reached out to her, how they extended all the resources they had for her to support her. They'd given her moral support, they'd given her whatever legal advice they could give her. She also told me about the conferences that they had organized and invited her to. In fact, invited her and my daughter, and they had paid for all her expenses, her travel expenses, her airline ticket. They paid for her accommodation, they had helped her to meet other families who were there, network with them. And it was a really powerful experience for her as well as for my daughter, who was only 11 at the time. I'm sure, after talking to her, that the memories and the impact it had on her is something that's going to have a positive effect on her life as she grows up and tries to figure out this world that she lives in. Following the conference, I received a card from CCF with messages from the different attendees of the conference, people who's from the families of other prisoners who were in my situation. Beautiful messages, very powerful, very supporting, very encouraging. And again, this has a really positive, it's hard for me to put in words the impact it has on morale and your spirits while you're locked up. And finally, I would receive this newsletter from CCF from time to time, which would kind of highlight the developments that are going on in the legal world, and the court cases, the changes that are being made to the law. And this would keep me informed, as well as the activities that CCF is doing in fighting the fight for our cause, in trying to bring justice to the system. So in conclusion, I just want to thank CCF for the amazing work that they've done in the past and that they're continuing to do. I know this work is not easy, nor is it fashionable, so I pray that God accepts your work as a service done sincerely for Him and rewards you suitably. And for everybody else watching, I would encourage you to support CCF in any way you can. For any endeavor like this to succeed, it needs a lot of support, not just from the selfless and dedicated workers who are already doing whatever they can, but also financial support. And as somebody who's been directly impacted by CCF's work, I can assure you that this is a very worthy cause. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that message. And now we have a message from another family member, and that's Layla Yaghi. She's a longtime CCF family member, impacted family member, educator, poet, and advocate for her son Ziad, another victim of the war on terror who was prosecuted on manufactured charges and sentenced to 31 and a half years in federal prison. Layla Yaghi.
Hello, my name is Layla Yaghi. I'm the mother of Ziad Yaghi. My son has been charged that one day in the future he is going to do something wrong at unspecified time and unspecified date. So I was very, very devastated to what happened to my son. Of course, I still am. I was looking for some help, and then I found CCF. They're awesome. They really helped me with my son's case, and they helped me also visit my son. They publicized his story. They paid for me to visit him, which was almost impossible for me to visit without their help. They paid for half of my hotel room. They paid for my trip over there. And without them, it's just crazy. I wouldn't be able to do it, either mentally or financially. They also have events. We meet once a year in October, and we discuss our situation, and we discuss ways that we can help and ways that they can help better our situation and spread the story. And we go lobbying, and we do a lot of stuff. I really admire Malander Becky, Leena Al-Arian, Lynn Jackson, Kathy Manley, Steve Dons. They all helped me tremendously. Thank you, CCF, for everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Layla Yaghi, for that message. And now we have Sahar Aziz, who's a professor of law, a chancellor at social justice scholar, and Middle East and legal studies scholar at Rutgers University of Law. And it seems like she's everywhere on social media. I always see her and her videos and her commentary. I'm not sure how she does all this, and being a mother and have a family. But welcome to the program, Sahar. Take it away.
Thank you, Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you to the Coalition for Civil Freedoms for hosting this important conference. Due to the tireless efforts of Leena Al-Arian, Hisham Al-Malegi, and the CCF team, we are gathered today to defend the rights of the most vilified and marginalized group in America today, Muslims. This is one of the few conferences that amplifies the voices of the victims of systemic racism and counterterrorism. What the families of these political prisoners have had to endure brings to light the way law is weaponized to perpetuate injustice rather than prevent it. This outcome is precisely what we should expect when the lawyers, judges, juries, and policymakers hold Islamophobic views, a bipartisan disease in our post 9/11 America. The fear of Islam and Muslims pervading our society has produced anti-Muslim racism with grave consequences to our liberties. The myriad ways in which law promotes anti-Muslim racism could fill multiple conferences. Indeed, examining the criminalization of Muslim identity and racialization of Muslims is the mission of the Center for Security, Race, and Rights that I direct at Rutgers Law School. Thus, in the few minutes I have to speak with you today, I will highlight some of the most egregious examples of how Islamophobia has infected law to produce anti-Muslim racism. Contrary to popular belief, lawfare against Muslims did not start after 9/11. As we heard earlier today from Professor Sami Al-Arian, the US government was spying on Muslim political activists, especially Palestinian and Palestinian Americans, throughout the 1990s. Why? Because to support Palestinian human rights, to challenge US foreign policy in the Middle East, and to criticize Israeli government policy is treated as a national security threat by the US government. Even giving charity to impoverished Palestinians in the Gaza Strip is criminalized under the guise of national security. Thus, when 3 of the largest American Muslim charities were shut down immediately after 9/11, all of the evidence used against them had been collected before 9/11. The September 11th attacks merely provided the political pretext to eliminate any dissent among Muslims in the United States. In closing these charities, freezing tens of millions of zakat dollars, and arresting the entire board of executives who had been legally operating for more than a decade, the US government sent a very clear message to Muslims. You are suspect. You are criminal. You are disloyal. And you are not welcome here. Indeed, then Attorney General Ashcroft did not mince words when he announced on October 2001, quote, "If you overstay your visa even by 1 day, we will arrest you. If you violate a local law, you will be put in jail and kept in custody as long as possible. We will use every available statute. We will seek every prosecutorial advantage. We will use all our weapons within the law and under the Constitution to protect life and enhance security for America," end quote. That was his message to Muslims in October 2001. That single statement, uttered 6 weeks after the September 11th attacks, illuminates how the US government has treated Muslims for the past 19 years in America, both by Republican and Democratic presidents. Thousands of Muslims were rounded up, locked up in jails where they were subjected to daily abuse and solitary confinement, and then summarily deported in the year following 9/11. For 10 years following the September 11th attacks, a special registration program for Muslims, also known as NSEERS, tracked tens of thousands of Muslim immigrant men, which not only led to more deportation of Muslims, but also made it possible to intern Muslims if the Republican politicians calling for it had succeeded. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Muslim names are erroneously on multiple terrorist watch lists, resulting not only in social stigma and humiliation at airports, but delays in travel, and in some cases, an inability to fly. And each time the US invaded a Muslim majority country, the government deployed thousands of FBI agents to Muslims' homes and workplaces, soliciting so-called voluntary interviews, wherein they were asked about their religious beliefs, their religious practices, and their political views on the war in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Palestine. Muslims were also asked to name other Muslims with whom they socialized and prayed at mosques to assist the FBI in its witch hunt. Simultaneously, informants and undercover agents targeted young Muslim men, often suffering from mental health illness, in sting operations that entrapped them in a government-manufactured terrorist plot. This abuse of investigative authority continues until today, primarily through online surveillance. And how can we forget the mass surveillance operation of the New York Police Department with the assistance of former CIA agents, wherein thousands of Muslims in New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey were spied on for nearly 10 years. Muslim student associations, including at my home institution at Rutgers University, had their conversations and activities tracked in intelligence databases. Mosques and businesses frequented by Muslim customers were infiltrated by so-called rakers fishing for terrorist plots. And what did they find? Nothing. They found nothing, because 99% of Muslims in America are law-abiding citizens. Yet as the FBI, DHS, and local police department wasted tens of millions of dollars violating our civil rights and civil liberties, white right-wing extremism was on the rise. White supremacist groups who historically targeted African Americans and Jewish American communities now set their sights on Muslims in the United States. The rampant and shameless Islamophobic rhetoric spewed by elected officials and the media created a hysterical frenzy that contributed to a rise in hate crimes against Muslims. At work, Muslims were harassed with racial slurs, calling them terrorists, bomb makers, and barbarians. Their mosques were vandalized and burned to the ground. All the while, a nationwide and well-funded Islamophobia industry organized protests across the nation condemning Muslims as a fifth column, accusing Muslims of outlandish plots to invade the US as part of a delusional Trojan horse conspiracy theory. And Muslim leaders have been slandered and defamed as a strategy to eliminate our civil society. Each time one of us was appointed to a government position, we were accused of supporting or sympathizing with terrorism. Each time we appeared on the media, we were inundated with death threats and hate mail to our employers demanding they fire us. And the most unfortunate among us lost their liberty, criminalized for giving charity to orphaned, widowed, and sick Yemenis, Iraqis, Syrians, and Palestinians. Only when a group is completely dehumanized can such abuses occur. And that is exactly what the US government, right-wing politicians, and anti-Muslim organizations have been working towards for many decades, to persuade the American public that we are not human, that we are not civilized, that we are not worthy of civil rights and protections under the US Constitution. This is and has always been the logic of American racism. The same racism that legalized the enslavement of Africans, the same racism that legalized the annihilation of Native Americans and indentured servitude of Chinese and Mexican workers, and the shameful internment of Japanese Americans. While discrimination against Muslim communities is not unique to them, there is one important feature that stands out and must be emphasized: that a religious minority in a country that claims and brags about its defense of religious freedom is so systematically discriminated against exposes the hypocrisy between our stated values and our practices. Indeed, I have devoted an entire book exploring this paradox, entitled The Racial Muslim When Racism Quashes Religious Freedom, which will be published next year. Rather than give up on America, however, we must fight to stop the hypocrisy. Only when we stand on the sidelines in defeat and frustration do the Islamophobes and racists prevail. There is no perfect country. There is no city on the hill. There is no manifest destiny. There is only us, the indigenous people, the descendants of enslaved Africans, the descendants of immigrants from all over the world, and the current immigrants from all over the world. We are all here together today. It is up to us to decide what kind of country we want to live in. It is up to us to decide if the law is a weapon of injustice and oppression or a tool of liberation and enlightenment. We must choose the latter, standing together, standing united with the courage of our convictions. Thank you and salam alaikum.
Thank you. I know it's kind of strange that you don't get the clap feedback, so I wanted to do that for you. Thank you, Sahar. That was awesome. You lived up to your reputation of delivering awesome speeches and doing it really well. Thanks again. And there's no bias because we're both Egyptian. It's just, you know.
Is this when we say Tahya Masr?
Tahya Justice. Okay. So thanks so much for doing that, for all the work that you're doing for fighting for justice and raising awareness everywhere. Now we want to turn over to some of the people that CCF works with. You know, CCF is only as successful as its allies, and that's only possible by the volunteers that are also involved and allies committed to advocating on behalf of the organization and for justice. Two of those organizations that are critical to the CCF's work are the Palestinian Youth Movement and CAGE UK. They are two unique organizations, their dedication to breaking the silence and standing up for those whose existence or communities whose existence, I'm having a hard time reading my script. We are privileged to be joined by representatives from both groups. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing to support CCF. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, this is a CCF telethon, and to donate, you have to donate now because we're trying to raise money at civilfreedoms.org. Please welcome Carmel Abu Zaid and Asim Qureshi and make that donation.
Hi everyone, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Carmel Abu Zaid and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement based out of Dallas, Texas. It's an honor to be speaking to you today among such distinguished members of the community in support of the amazing work being done by the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. The PYM first began its working relationship with CCF a couple years ago during the 10-year anniversary campaign to free the Holy Land 5. If you don't know much about the case, I would definitely suggest reading Miko Pilad's book, Injustice. But it's important to note that the 5 Palestinian men implicated in the case, Shukri Abu Bakr, Ghassan al-Ashi, Mufid Abdul Qadir, Abdurahman Aoudeh, and Mohammed al-Mzayyin, are still unjustly incarcerated today, and we have to continue to call for their freedom. As Palestinian youth, our commitment to free Palestine necessitates a strong dedication to the Palestinian men, women, and children who are unjustly abducted and imprisoned by Israel every year. The mass imprisonment of Palestinians is an integral part of Israel's colonial strategy to extinguish resistance to occupation. But as Palestinian youth, we know that the struggle to free our prisoners is not just overseas, but here in the US. It's important that as youth, we center the struggle to free our prisoners in our community work, for this struggle is at the heart of the struggle for justice and liberation from the US to Palestine. Through PYM's work with CCF, we've learned about many other community members who have been unjustly incarcerated and taken away from their families and loved ones. While many members of the community have turned their backs on prisoners and their families, CCF has continued its commitment to incarcerated people, reflecting their genuine and admirable commitment to upholding justice for the marginalized. Thank you to CCF for the amazing work that you guys are doing and for consistently being a voice of integrity and justice in our communities. We appreciate all your noble work and are looking forward to the struggle ahead. Thank you.
Bismillah. As-salatu was-salam ala Rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Asim Qureshi and I'm the Research Director of the advocacy organization CAGE. Recently I was speaking to a friend of mine and I was commenting that you can really judge the spiritual and political health of any community by the way that it treats its political prisoners. And the reason I say this is because our political prisoners are subject to the most egregious elements of law and policy making that we have, because these laws and these policies are built off a back of structural racism that existed well before the war on terror. But specifically within the context of the war on terror, we see that regardless of what people have done, an exceptional system is being applied to them, which goes against the very principles of the rule of law that we have. And I think that the Coalition for Civil Freedoms is really one of the few Muslim organizations in the US that has understood this and is really actively trying to change not only the conditions of the prisoners themselves, but also the structure within which they are being impacted and harmed. So I think that's why really, CCF stands out for me as one of the main organizations that Muslims in the US must support. But, going further than that, really, when we think about kind of our responsibilities as Muslims, often I'll hear people say things like, oh, you guys, you're fulfilling a fard al-kifaya on the whole community by helping these prisoners. But the reality is that if we understand our, Islam correctly and what Islam teaches us, then we also understand that the fard al-kifaya has not been fulfilled until the matter that we're trying to deal with is finished. So until the political prisoners are free or until they've had justice, we're still under a heavy obligation. And so that's why, it's one of the main reasons why, especially for Muslims, we have to support organizations like CCF, whether that's through time, through our money, through volunteering, whatever skills that we have to think about first contributing to organizations like this. So I pray that, inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala supports the work and effort of CCF, both through the community and through His mercy. Jazakumullah khair. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Thank you so much. And next up, I'm really happy to introduce our next speaker, another longtime supporter of CCF, and one of the most famous imams in America. It seems like wherever I look for Muslim clergy or Muslim leadership when it comes to the spiritual world, Sheikh Omar Suleiman, Imam Omar Suleiman is there, whether it's on the front lines in the BLM protest in Dallas or getting arrested in Congress. Not only is he teaching spirituality and the message of our tradition, but also going on the streets and walking the walk, as they say. So please, and not to mention, he's the founder and president of Yaqeen Institute for Research, a rising institute within the Muslim community here in America and around the world, doing a lot of great work. So please welcome Imam Omar Suleiman. Thanks for coming. Bye.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله السميع من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين ولا عدوان إلا على الظالمين والعاقبة للمتقين. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على عبدك ورسولك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. So much of what I wanted to say has already been said by people that are far more qualified and particularly understanding and able to articulate some of the legal aspects of this and the psychological aspects of this all. And particularly, I think just that last message from Dr. Asim, where he was talking about judging our spiritual and political state by how we look to our political prisoners. And the hadith that was mentioned earlier by Imam Imran, هل ترزقون وتنصرون إلا بضعفائكم? Are you supported or given victory by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala except by how you treat your most vulnerable? And one of the things that Dr. Asim had just mentioned is this idea that these systems that have compounded cruelty towards Muslims are already built in cruelty. And I was reminded, subhanAllah, of that cruelty or that compounded cruelty, literally seeing a man who was prohibited, from seeing his son's body, his son's dead body, just by pressing FaceTime. And the prison warden would not allow him to do that, to bid farewell to his son, to see his son one more time as he passed away, rahmatullahi alayhi. And I just thought, subhanAllah, how cruel that is, that all it would take, you could literally make that much of a difference in this man's life by just letting him see one more time through a screen his son to bid farewell. But there was a callousness towards that suggestion, as if it was as if it was some sort of difficult ask and not just a basic ask of compassion to just bid farewell. And I wanted to just come at it from this perspective for a moment, inshallah ta'ala, because of everything that's already been said, which I think is very important. With death, and there has been a lot of death around us, there's a certain type of closure when someone passes away. And so any of us that have experienced the loss of a loved one, there are certain feelings that are elicited as you go through the process of the ghusl, the washing of the body, and then taking the body to the graveyard, and then the burial of that body. And there's a closure when you walk away from the graveyard. Not that you have forgotten, not that you're moving away, but that the reality sort of becomes cemented there, and you know that you will go back there and you will visit that grave, and that's sort of the way that this is going to proceed until you follow along. but the particular cruelty of a person that is ripped away from their family and that is, in the capacity of just all sorts of political, civil abuses, completely taken away from their community, stigmatized, advocacy for that person is silenced, and they are away from their families and there's no closure whatsoever. And they are not able to have basic access to their families, nor to the basic demands of justice that typically would exist in the process of, reaching out to someone, throughout the different milestones that we face in life. SubhanAllah, those are things that we really need to pay close attention to. The weddings and the janazas become the most painful of them. I know that with Sister Sanabil, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have mercy on Sanabil, rahmatullahi alayha. Sanabil, the daughter of Shukri, I don't think I've ever met a person quite like her. And I'm not just saying that. I think anyone that knows her family in particular, who I know are part of this, will understand this quite a bit. I don't think I've ever quite met a person like Sanabil, Allah yarhamha. And I know that I've never been to a janazah like the janazah of Sanabil that we had here in Dallas when she passed away, Allah yarhamha. And the fact that her father could not be at the janazah, and could only speak through a speakerphone. He could not even be from the souls of the believers that would then receive their loved ones in alim al-arwah, in that realm of souls, was a particular type of cruelty that I think we need to take into consideration with all that's happening right now. And so particularly when it comes to cases that seem to have a finality to them, they've gone through every single possible legal avenue to seek freedom and it's not working. There's a sense that the community just gives up and we stop advocating for these people because we say, well, it's over anyway. And that comes from the same type of system that stigmatizes Muslim leaders. If we know the way the Islamophobia industry works, they attack our Muslim leaders, so much so with all sorts of lies and smears so that they become too toxic. And so if you bring them to your conferences and conventions and local places of worship or work with them in the capacity of a coalition, then you're associated with all the lies and the smears that have been cast upon them by this industry. Our political prisoners have to deal with that at a compounded level, because what ends up happening is that an already vulnerable community feels like it can't advocate or even say the names of the political prisoners anymore, because then it's going to be associated with all the heinous crimes that they've been unjustly framed with. And that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable for us to abandon our prisoners, to abandon our brothers and sisters, and know that the Prophet ﷺ told us that when we abandon them, then we lose divine aid. We don't gain divine aid, we lose divine aid. And so it's important for us to understand that divine aid comes through advocating for the most vulnerable, and there isn't a group of people more vulnerable than our political prisoners. And I want to specifically, subhanAllah, in that regard, Brother Mari, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with the Aafia Foundation. He'd come to Dallas and still advocate for Dr. Aafia Siddiqui, go masjid by masjid. And I know he does this around the country. And there's a certain type of we can't, here in Dallas where the HLF happened, you don't see the HLF being mentioned anymore. You don't see Dr. Aafia Siddiqui being mentioned anymore. Right now, there is a certain fervor around Imam Jamil Amin. There was a time when it was very difficult for people to say the name of Imam Jamil Amin, even in Louisiana, his home state. People would not talk about Imam Jamil Amin. We have to remove that stigma and recognize that divine aid and true community solidarity comes when we are able to sufficiently advocate for our brothers and sisters. From a spiritual perspective, we don't forget them in our du'as, because we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is upon all things capable. So we don't forget them in our du'as. There's no one that's going to stop you from making du'a for your brothers and sisters, but then to continue to advocate for them in whatever capacity that you still have. So if that's in the last moments of a presidency, trying to get a presidential pardon, may Allah bless you. Allah does not lose your sa'i. Allah does not lose the good work that you have done. And the best thing that we can do, and I'll end with this, is support the organizations that do this lonely work. CCF does this work subhanAllah, truly, everyone works from the heart. You won't talk to a single person from CCF except that you're going to hear the pain in their voices and the way that this is deeply personal to each and every single one of them, because it's a family member, because it's an experience that they've been through or someone close to them has been through, but they know that this is work that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put them here to do. The biggest thing, the best thing that we can do is to support them, inshallah ta'ala, because we know that we're bombarded with a million things, but put our money behind these organizations, put our advocacy behind these organizations, inshallah ta'ala, so that they can continue to do this work as a fard kifaya on behalf of all of us. So jazakumullahu khairan. Please donate whatever you can to this organization anytime they ask you for support, not just today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sheikh Omar Sulaiman, thank you so much. Imam Omar Sulaiman, thank you so much for your message and for your support to CCF and all the great work that you're doing and being a voice. And if we run short on the donations, we're going to count on you to share the donation link with your millions of followers. I'm not sure.
That's already been done. It's already been done.
It's already been done? Okay.
May Allah
I mean, mashallah,
and all of the fundraising efforts today. Jazakumullah khair.
And keep up the good work at Yaqeen Institute. We're really proud of the accomplishments that you have done. We look up to you and your leadership. And I think America is taking notice. And many other imams are inspired by your courageous stand when you take on these sometimes uncomfortable conversations and issues. So thank you again for being part of this and for all your support. And now with your permission, we want to turn to the fundraising, the really important part of this program. We brought on Omar Sulaiman, we brought on earlier Noam Chomsky and John Esposito and so many others, Sahar Aziz. I'm missing so many, Noura, Erakat. All of this is meant to attract you to come on board so you can actually donate money, because this organization, the lifeline of this organization, of course, it's your support, it's your dua, but it's the money. Because the money pays for the bills, the money pays for the lawyers, it pays for the work. And there's so much work that needs to get done. Let's not let the lack of financial assistance or support be the reason that this organization does not succeed, because at the end, that would be a failure for the community. That's really a failure on us, because the people at CCF, most of them are doing it voluntarily, are doing everything that they can. The least that we can do is step up and pitch $100, $1,000, $10,000. And now I want to bring in CCF's development director, Hatem Fariz. I hope you have good news about money. So do you have any money donations that you want to announce and bring in? I think we call this a power hour for a reason. I'm hoping that we can at least get $50,000, Hatem.
Since you left me on the last segment, it was 46,500. Now we are at 105.
$105,000. Okay, yes. Everybody can clap. Just do it. Just even if you're just sitting there alone, clap. Hisham, I know you're mute. Clap also, Hisham. Don't be stingy with your clapping. Oh, this is your clapping? I don't know. He's doing something like this. I don't know what that. $105,000. Mashallah. Okay.
I would like to thank An-Nahda Center in Chicago for donating $10,000. And Sheikh Kifah Mustafa at Orland Islamic Center, 2,500.
That's also
that's included in the 105. Just wanted to thank them and encourage other Islamic centers to donate or to participate in this process or to pledge to CCF. Also, our dear attorney Steve Dawns donated $10,000.
He has $10,000.
Well, yeah, for CCF, yeah, that's his retirement money. He's using his retirement money to support this organization.
This guy, he's unbelievable. Not only is he dedicating all his time, and he's being the chairman, and he's a white guy. He's not even from the Muslim community. He's giving his retirement towards CCF of $10,000. What's stopping you from giving 100 or 1,000 or 500? Step up right now. Go ahead go to the website, civilfreedoms.org, or text your pledge right now for the amount. We need the money, and we have a comedian that's coming up, and the producers keep telling me, hey, move on, but we got to collect that money. So what else do you have?
And also, Brother Hassan Shibri, Care, Florida, $10,000, and he is asking for someone to match his $10,000, inshallah.
Oh, wow, man. Hassan Shibli stepping up. I just, I see him on Instagram. I didn't know he's also contributing, but thank you so much, Hassan Shibli. It seems like you're getting the money, people. But from my count, it seems like a lot of your money is coming from Chicago. So where are other states? Where is New York? Well, Steve Downs is from New York, but California, Michigan, Wisconsin. By the way, the comedian that's coming up, Amir, is from Michigan. So maybe he could tell us a little bit more about that. But do you have any other? So right now we're at $105,000. We're $100,000 short, folks, and we only have 1 hour left. So we need some sort of miracle. Everybody get on their phone, start tweeting, start contacting your friends, and get that money in.
And since Brother Omar Suleiman posted on his Facebook, we got about $8,000 on PayPal after his post.
So now we know what Sheikh Omar Suleiman, his reach is $8,000. But you know what?
So far.
Oh, so far. Because I've seen him go up to $1 million. Some of that, so those crowdfunding campaigns that he's done, his reach is great. But I'm really thankful for his participation and his message today. But continue bringing in the money. Go to civilfreedoms.org right now to make that donation. We're going to bring in the next segment up. So please, let's push Hatem out of the way and bring in.
Text your pledge to
813-355-6991. And that's Hatem's personal phone number. You can text them, especially at 3 a.m. Did you write that down? If you can write down that phone number and just send whatever text messages you want to send from Detroit. Are you in Detroit or Dearborn? And is there a difference between the two?
No, I'm in Dearborn, man. Dearborn is connected to Detroit, but Dearborn is the Arab American capital. That's where I am, where people with perfect beards and perfectly gelled hair fit in. You would be like perfect here in Dearborn, bro.
I got the Dearborn vibe.
You with that on point Arab fashion. Just, they do the whole thing with like the threads with the beard here and everything. You would be. Trust me, you'd fit in perfectly.
Somebody sent me a message earlier saying it's on fleek.
Yeah.
That means on point, I guess. But I don't want to be the subject of your stuff anymore, so I'm going to get off the screen and leave it to the funniest Arab in America.
Wow.
Amir Zahir, and also very politically involved in the headlines all the time. Take it away, Amir.
Well, thank you very much, Ahmed. For those of you who are on the webinar with me, please turn on your cameras if you can, and your sound, so that I can maybe hear some feedback if there's any. I'm a comedian. I need, But anyway, I am here, and I do get into politics. As you know, some of you might know, I'm also Palestinian. I always tell white people that I'm Palestinian like Jesus. He was one of us. I always have to remind white people of this. They think he was from like South Carolina and he had blonde hair and blue eyes, and that's not true. He was, in fact, I don't know if anyone. He didn't look like Brad Pitt. All right, and in fact, he looked like Ahmed Bedier. And he looked just like.
He must have been good looking. That's good looking.
Yeah, he didn't have access to all the grooming people that you do, but he was one of us. And so I always have to tell, because we come from a beautiful history, especially Palestinians. We come from a long, long history, okay? I'm from Nazareth in Palestine, that's where Jesus is from. And he's the most famous man in the history of the world. His mom is Palestinian. She's the most famous woman in the history of the world. Like, we have this beautiful, long history. We got to always tell people where we're from. America is not the same. We live here in America. America is a young country with not a lot of history. And not a lot of smarts, frankly. America is, I don't like to say it. I don't like to say it. Ahmed, I don't like to say it. Hisham, I don't like to say it.
Money here.
I know, and I want you. This is one of the reasons you have to give money to CCF, because they tell our stories. They make it known who we are, because America is one of the dumbest countries. I mean, it's not me saying it. The UN.
I think it's time for the disclaimer.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Let me give the disclaimer one more time, which I forgot people never give before I get on. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. The opinions expressed by tonight's comedian in no way reflect the opinions of CCF or its donors or its subsidiaries or anyone affiliated with the association whatsoever.
He did that on the flyer.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank God. Thanks, Hatem. Look, it's not me, okay? This is how you judge a society, all right? You look at their game shows, all right? Anyone ever watch a Japanese or German game show? These are very educated societies. What are their game shows? You watch their game shows, it's like adults throwing jello at each other or walking through eggs or something really stupid. Why? Because a game show is an escape from reality, all right? You're trying to do something silly in the evening because you had a serious day. You're trying to escape from the seriousness of your life. What are American game shows? Say a letter and spell a word. Answer hard questions, right? We think intelligence is amazing. When someone's smart, we're like, we have to give him $1 million. And like our escape from reality is knowledge. Do you understand the problem we have here in America? Okay, we have a game show called Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Okay, let me tell you how this game show works. You go on the game show, you're an adult. You go on the game show, you answer questions from the first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. If you answer all the questions from the fifth grade correctly, do you know what happens? You win $1 million. And guess what? Nobody wins. I mean, nobody wins. This is the problem that we have in America, okay? I mean, if you want to understand, there's been 250 episodes of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader and only 2 winners, all right, in the history of the show. Who are these 2 people? One of them was the superintendent of schools for the whole state of Georgia, so she already knows the questions that are on the show. And the other one was a Nobel Prize winner in physics, all right? Do you understand? These are the only 2 Americans capable of winning Are You Smarter Than a Fifth? Do you know who wins Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader in Korea? A plumber. Anybody, everybody wins. Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader over there, but not here. Okay, that's the problem. And then you go to Palestine and the kids are smart, but they're too smart. It's like crazy, weird, psycho smart because politics dominates their lives. I was walking around Jerusalem and I found a little 5-year-old kid and I said, he said to me, are you from America? I said, yeah. He said, do you think that Donald Trump will win the electoral college like he did last time without winning the popular vote? I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Go play soccer. You're 5. Okay? This is the way it works. No history in this country. So we don't understand. They lie to us in schools. They tell us Columbus discovered America. He got lost. All right? He got lost like 3 times, by the way. He got lost. All right? We have a holiday for this idiot. He got lost. He wasn't even a good explorer. He never came to America. Wasn't even a good explorer. He got lost. We have a holiday. People wonder why people make fun of us. We need to address these problems. Part of it is re-educating society about us and about our amazing long history. And this is the last thing I'll say before I go. America, young country, not a lot of history. Palestine, old place. You all got to go to Palestine, please. I beg everyone out there, go to Palestine. See the beauty of the people, the strength of the people who are in Palestine. I never say that I visit Palestine. I always say that I return to Palestine whenever I go to Palestine. Beautiful, beautiful place. But it's different than here. Okay, it's different than here. Don't ask for directions in Palestine. The place has been around for 5,000 years. For some reason, every time you ask for directions, it's just straight. Everywhere in the whole Arab world, how do I get there? Straight. You know, how do I get to the hotel? Straight. How do I get to the theater? Very easy, no problem. Straight. And we wonder why the Israelis can find us all the time, no matter where we are. We don't know how to tell people how to escape. Go, run straight, and they find them. It's different than here. Here, there's no history, nothing. In America, somebody says this building is 100 years old, and they think that's a big deal. And then you're in Jerusalem and you're eating a falafel sandwich, and you say to the owner of the place, tell me about this restaurant. And he says, well, Jesus ate here. And you're like, all right, that's old. All right. So let's all remember, we come from a beautiful people, people with a long history. And when we come here to this country, we bring that with us too, that history, that pride, that strength. And that means we got to stand up for ourselves all the time, no matter where we are, no matter what we're doing. That's why we have to support organizations like CCF. That's why we have to make sure that they are as strong as the rest of us. And to you young Arabs and Muslims out there, always be proud of who you are. Don't change who you are for anybody. I see some of you change your names to like Mo and Jimmy and Faye and all that kind of stuff. Stop doing that stuff. Be proud of who you are. If your name is Muhammad, be Muhammad. We got to learn their names. Their names aren't easy. Taylor, Tyler, Brittany, Whitney, Mason, Madison. We have to learn their names. They have to learn our names. All right. So if you're out there, if your name is Muhammad, be Muhammad. If your name is Jamil, be Jamil. If your name is Fatima, be Fatima. If your name is Jihad, BJ, man, we got enough problems. We got a lot of problems. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I've been honored to be with all of you here today. Keep giving, keep supporting all our people, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Amir.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Of course. My pleasure.
All right, I'll give an update again on the fundraising numbers and until we have the next speaker come up. Ahmed, Bedier, are you ready? Introduce the next one, or should I go on with more fundraising?
I think we're done. We're waiting for the next host, but good job, Amir. I would only add that if you do go to Palestine, that you don't go with MLI, but that's a whole different topic.
Yeah. Do you want to do another 7-hour seminar about that? We can do that.
No. That's you know. But the host that's coming up for the final hour should be here momentarily. Hisham, do you know who that is?
Yes. Hani Masoud and Aisha Huda are coming up.
Okay, let's take it away. Hani and Aisha, welcome to the organization.
Everybody. Hello. Thank you guys so much for joining us. My name is Aisha Hoda, and I'm an educator that's been working for about 10 years with CCF doing the youth workshops at the family conferences.
Yeah, and I'm Hani. I work with Democracy Now! And we've always been, at least we felt always lucky to be able to participate and, contribute at any level, and especially working with the youth.
And we'll be hosting and moderating this next hour. And I know you guys have been on for like 5 hours so far, but we still have a really exciting program for the final stretch. So we'll introduce our first speaker here. Our first speaker for this hour is CCF board member Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown is the El-Walid bin Talal Chair of Islamic Civilization in the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. Dr. Brown's current research interests include Islamic legal reform and the translation of Sahih al-Bukhari. He's also the Director of Research at the Yaqeen Institute. Dr. Brown, thanks for joining us.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's been really great to hear the talk so far. It's been in our house today. It's been off and on listening to speakers and then James Bond marathon. So cause you got to keep the kids, not making a lot of noise. Anyway, so I was brought on to talk about the importance of supporting families. And it's interesting when I think back to, when this started, maybe 2010. I'm a white guy. As you see, I have an ascot on to stress that I'm a white guy. And what that means is that I have very little exposure to the realities of what it's like to be at the business end of the U.S. government, of the justice system. And when I started to see that through seeing my wife's family, getting married to my wife and then seeing what happened to her family, it was really shocking to me. It was like, it really completely changed my view on pretty much everything about how society and government works in our country. When you see what happens to families, the U.S. government can destroy your life, even though they might even know you've done nothing wrong. And they just want to maybe scare you or just, scare your community. They'll destroy people's lives, just incidentally, right? And completely, there's nothing you can do. Doesn't matter if you're the best lawyer in the world. because you're spending your whole life just trying to fight that legal case, let alone trying to pay for it, let alone your whole life will be destroyed, your family will be destroyed, your kids will be traumatized, right? The fact that this, just even being a relatively minor kind of victim of this system is essentially complete destruction. And when you see what this does to families, you see the importance of helping them out and of listening to them, of being there, of helping them financially, of helping them emotionally, of helping to tell their stories, of helping them to support the family members who might be in prison. And when you see the effect of just writing a letter to someone who's in prison, how it makes them feel, how it makes you feel that you did that, it's really important. It's really, really, really important. And back like 10 years ago, this stuff was still kind of, it was scary. It was scary to do these fundraisers. It was scary to get up and speak. I remember Glenn Greenwald is one of the first people who came back before he was famous and really stood up for people who are being, whose rights are being trampled on and being attacked by the government. And that just, seeing the courage he had, seeing the courage other people had way back before it was kind of popular to talk about the people who are vulnerable and the problems of the legal justice system in this country. I mean, now it's easy to do, and there's no excuse not to do it. The way the support you can give to these family members by just showing that you care, by giving a small amount of money. And then this is really important. CCF is like the only organization I know of that really takes care of people in prison. So it gives people money during Ramadan to help get extra food in prison because they don't really get a lot of food. Even $10, $100 or something to give that someone in Ramadan is an enormous boost, physically, emotionally, everything. So the first reason it's really important to support families is really just the empathy, just to show that you care about them and you're there to support them. Because as Eric Clapton said, nobody knows you when you're down and out, Nobody wants to talk to these people. Nobody wants to care about them or is going to take care of them. And this is the second reason, which is that they've been made toxic, right? This is how the government and the kind of wheels of this system we live in, this is how it works, right? You don't have to go and put everybody in prison. You just have to show that if you do get put in prison, or if one of your relatives does get put in prison, you're going to become toxic. No one's going to want to talk to you. No one's going to want to support you. No one's going to want to listen to you. No one's going to want to say your name, right? So you need to support these families and support CCF, because CCF is the only organization that I know of for the past 10 years has been saying these people's names over and over again. Doesn't let people forget they exist. Doesn't let the government turn them into non-beings or turn them into toxic beings, right? This is a matter of principle, okay? In this country, if you're, let's say you committed a crime and you're in prison, you know what? You're still a human being. You still get to have a lawyer. You still get to have food. You still get to have visitors. You still have rights. And we have to stand up and insist over and over again that these people are human beings. And again, that's if they committed a crime. Let's say you're just a family member. You have done nothing wrong. There is no reason in the universe that you should somehow be treated any differently than any other person. And we have to make the point. By supporting these people and standing up for these people, we make the point that our government doesn't get to tell us who matters and who doesn't matter, especially when it's for really crappy reasons, like, trying to make everybody feel like we're being kept safe, when in reality, it's like NBA players on airplanes who end up tackling people. Remember that case, people back at remember that was like the shoe bomber, one of those guys, right? So this is really important. Two important points: empathy, common humanity, especially if they're fellow Muslims, you got to support these people because they're suffering. Two, you have to do it to make the point. You have to make the point that these people matter. And you have to break the fear barrier for yourself, for them, for other people. And then you make a big impact, both on those people and on the community around you. So those are my 2 points I wanted to make. And I think I only have 5 minutes, so that was probably it, right?
Yeah, unless you want to wrap it up in any other way, but I think you touched on all the important feelings that we all know are, important to express, and we really appreciate that. So
don't do drugs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown.
Okay, ma salama.
So next we'll be hearing from a former FBI agent and whistleblower who has spent the last 2 decades educating about government abuses and the failures of the so-called global war on terror. Colleen Rowley was one of 3 whistleblowers chosen as Person of the Year by Time magazine. She'll be sharing with us some of the tactics employed by the FBI after 9/11 against innocent Muslims. Thank you, and please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Colleen Rowley. I'm a retired FBI agent and former legal counsel in the Minneapolis FBI office. And I'm going to tell you a little bit of what I know about the FBI's entrapment tactics. But to be clear, these tactics that were used in the so-called global war on terror were ramped up at about the same time as I retired. So most of my information comes from public sources and news accounts. This is how I think it mostly worked. We're all aware that after 9/11, the NSA was allowed to begin to vacuum up personal data on Americans and surveil Americans. And these millions and billions of pieces of data were put into their giant computers, and then were, through algorithms, could display networks. So they were able to identify and target certain Arab and Muslim Americans. However, of course, you can't use that information. That's illegal, even for the government to do, and it would not have gone anywhere. So they had to then employ informants and sometimes highly manipulative, almost con artist types to approach these people and try then to coerce or cajole them into committing a crime. In some cases, it's possible that some of these targets may have eventually committed a crime. We'll never know. But many of them were entrapped because they had a real powerful manipulator pushing them to do these things, egging them on. Now, this tactic, even though it doesn't accomplish anything, if there is a high percentage of people that you're able to push into agreeing to commit a crime, it doesn't serve any public safety or criminal justice purpose, but it had great appeal to the people doing it, engaged in this. Why? For starters, when the United States launched its wars in the Mideast, that actually increased worldwide terrorism. It didn't help anything. You know, a lot of people became mad when the United States began invading and bombing these countries. So there was real terrorism was increased, and it's very difficult to actually prevent real terrorism. So the lazy way out is to pay informants and other sources to do the work for you. And you're able to justify it in your own head because of ends justify the means. Even if some of these people could have been entrapped, an agent would say, well, we could have stopped some, and so it's worth it. It's worth it that we stop some, even if maybe some of these other cases were entrapment. And there's really, like I said, no way to know. Also, of course, the FBI agents were gaining incentive awards and performance ratings and promotions based on these numbers of cases that they could call were terrorism. I should have mentioned also that in the beginning of the case, nothing would really be recorded. You know, if it was a kind of a fishing expedition and the informant had very little restraint on what they could do or say. So that wasn't ever documented. Now, at the end, when the person was finally, ready to show that they were ready to commit a crime, then that part would become the prosecutable evidence, showing that they were pushing a button or taking a gun. Now, I think some things have changed just recently. One is I don't think that the FBI will be targeting solely Arab or Muslim Americans. I think they're going to more broadly target other Americans, both left-wing and right-wing, what they would consider extremists. On the right wing, you have the militias, the Christian identity, the white supremacy groups, and on the left, you have the environmental animal rights groups, and also increasingly, you're having even anti-war dissenters, people like myself. who, under these old laws that always crop up, their ugly head crops up during wars. In the Civil War, there was martial law that prevented anyone from dissenting against the war. In the World War I, that espionage of 1917 that they're prosecuting Assange under, or attempting to prosecute him under, that was actually geared towards censoring the press. And Wilson then used it to put people like Debs and all kinds of other war dissenters, anyone who voiced or distributed a leaflet against the war, was actually imprisoned. And this is all coming back to haunt us now that you're seeing this same type of thing. So I increasingly think that these same types of tactics will even be used against people who dissent against the United States foreign policies, this imperialist policies, regime changes, and unjustified wars in foreign countries. I think we're actually going to see this broaden now to be used against a lot of other Americans.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rowley.
So in this next segment, Aisha and I are honored to be able to contribute here a little bit with, our involvement since the beginning of CCF. On a personal note, it means a lot to me because, I was potentially one of those people that, was going to be rounded up in some preemptive prosecution case or charge, and, could have been taken away from my siblings, from my children, from my family. So it really has meant a lot for us personally, to be involved and in particular to work with the youth.
So, and we have some B-roll to show some of our first conferences with the youth. But in the family conferences, CCF really started by wanting to have a safe space for young people to talk about these issues and their experiences with what was happening with their family. So I believe the first one was with youth that we did was in 2012. We held our first youth workshop, and we were talking about identity. Who are you? Where do you come from? Why are you here? And how young people can have agency by taking action. And they came up with some great ideas, but because everyone was so far apart, spread out across the country, it was really hard to follow through on collective action. Even after exchanging emails, it kind of fizzled out. So we fast forwarded a few years, and we realized that the best way to get stuff done is to create a product at the actual conference. Also, youth don't like workshops to feel like school. And since young people's use of phones and technology have advanced so much before our eyes, the desire to create a movie came out of this. And the kids wanted to do something fun, creative, less structured, and to have a product that they could go home with by the end.
And I think you can see that here in this video clip coming up next here of just watching the kids work at their workshop. You can see them working and organizing and literally writing out a script that they're going to produce and act in that very day.
Yeah, so this platform for young people has actually worked really well on so many levels. Because the young folks were able to have an easier platform to express what they witnessed and their feelings about what happened to their family members without having to make it too personal, as a movie is acting as characters. So they also had the agency to rewrite the stories to show their interpretation of events through their perspectives, which was empowering for them. And being able to take on different roles, like the role of the FBI informant, their brothers, the government, it seemed to give youth an opportunity to grapple with their feelings about the events that transpired. So now we're just going to show a clip of the first movie that they made.
Mr. Abdurahman, you're under arrest. For what? For no reason at all. For helping terrorists. Just come with us. Come with us. Come with us! What? Where am I going? I need my lawyer. You have the right to remain silent. I plead the fifth. Okay, is there a solution to help your father and take him out of jail? I don't know really. So who's going to be involved in the process?
Everyone I can get.
Free Ahmed! Free Ahmed! Justice for Ahmed!
Free Ahmed! Justice for Ahmed! Free Ahmed! Justice for Ahmed!
Free Ahmed! Justice for Ahmed!
All rise! Order in the court. Order in the court.
Ahmed's innocent. Let him go.
I don't care if he's innocent. He's a Muslim. He's guilty.
So this experience seemed to also be a starting point for conversations that the youth may have not felt comfortable expressing about their own circumstances, but having a product to reflect on allowed them to open up about their own situations. And so now we're going to show a little press conference that we created for the youth at the end of their whole production, where they were able to share and screen their film and talk about it.
Okay, so this happened to us, to my older brothers. So in the morning of like the winter, 2015, they came into our house with like 30 SWAT men with ARs pointed at us and like lasers, and I thought this was something out of a movie. And then they pulled me, they told me to go into the living room, and they were screaming. They were like, "Where's Adnan? Where's Adnan?" And then we were like, "He's sleeping, he's sleeping, he's sleeping." And they're like, my mom was freaking.
So that's one of the youth that came from Minneapolis. And the Somali community, you know, may they really be rewarded for their efforts and their strength to be able to stand up and really represent what is, you know, what has really been a tragic situation for them. And again, just speaking on, you know, for myself, you know, fortunately working with Democracy Now!, we've been able to cover these cases and kind of stay on top of it with the help of people like, you know, CCF, and of course, Lynn Jackson with Project Salam, and Kathy Manley. And of course, want to give out a shout out to my colleague, former producer at Democracy Now!, Anjali Khamet, who was one of the people initially to, you know, at the very beginning, to really hold me account, to remind me of my responsibility to make sure we don't forget about these stories and these families. And these kids, they came out and they, you know, really showed how they wanted to express themselves. They didn't shy away from the camera. They didn't shy away from telling their stories. And as Aisha mentioned, they were able to really, you know, try to find their own voice and the way they wanted to interpret these stories. And, you know, several years later, we were still doing the videos, and you could see the kids are growing up within this community. And even our own kids, they grew up in the community. As you saw in that video, our kids were there still barely learning how to walk. And, you know, now they're, you know, 5 and 3 and, you know,
running in the next video.
So it's pretty extraordinary to see, and again, to be a part of it and to really learn from these young, you know, leaders in our community. So we're extremely proud of them and extremely grateful. And we want to share another clip from one of their other films. And here's the clip from the second film.
Anytime we're friends.
I wish we were rich. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Me too.
Ugh, I wish I was rich too. Oh my God, me too.
But we could be.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's this bank on Main Street, and like, it's a very rich bank. It's like very like high class. So like, if we go there, we can, you know, get the money. I mean, I can get all the guns. I can get all the guns and the car and all the like getaway. I could plan everything. All you guys have to do is just show up and like help me.
Bro, why are you talking crazy?
This isn't like you.
Are you trying to get us arrested?
But why are you talking crazy? Exactly. What are you talking?
You said you want to be rich,
We
right?
that's not even a solution. What is this? Yo, you're wired?
Wow, you trying to set us up?
I can't believe you.
Our own friend tried to set us up.
Do you have an explanation for this?
No.
I mean,
What do you mean?
I mean,
I what?
So again, we really appreciate everybody watching and hanging on to this point, you know, and we hope that for anybody that's out there that is not part of CCF and wants to get involved, we really hope that you'll find a way to contribute at any level and, you know, at any degree that you want to. again, that's just was a little snippet of what the kids were able to put together, and we're extremely proud of them. If anybody's ever tried to produce any kind of video, you know how difficult it could be.
They did it in one day.
They literally did it in one day. We won't even say not even a day. It was probably just a few hours.
Yeah, and they directed, edited, acted. They did everything.
So we're extremely proud of them. Yeah, and again, we really appreciate having this time to be able to contribute at this level, at least for us. But moving forward, we want to move forward and get to the many great speakers still coming ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So many of our speakers today described the many examples of injustice and abuses by the government in its war on terror witch hunt. Switching gears, we'll be hearing next from Hina Judat, co-founder and president of Muslim Delegates and Allies, former founding member of Women's March LA, and Bernie Sanders delegate to the DNC. There, she co-wrote and helped introduce platform items to remedy many of the issues discussed today. Thank you, Hina.
I want to begin by extending my gratitude to Coalition for Civil Freedoms for inviting me to speak at this memorable event. It is an absolute honor and a privilege to be here among my heroes and those whose shoulders I stand on. Before I begin, I want to take this moment and recognize the Black Lives Matter protesters seeking justice and equity in these United States of America. As it was mentioned earlier, I had the honor and privilege of being and serving as a congressional delegate to the DNC for Senator Sanders. And I am currently the president and the co-founder of Muslim Delegates and Allies, a female-led organization that was born, which aims to ensure a broad consultation and coordination with the Muslim constituencies across the United States to collect Muslim views, expectations, and as well as experiences related to the 2020 elections. The coalition fosters a strategic alliance with more than 100 national DNC delegates engaged in communication and advocacy activities, highlighting Muslim policy imperative. As DNC delegates, we submitted language to the DNC platform committee, which focused on ending institutional racism and removing any and all language that tokenizes the Muslim community and makes us second-class citizens. As Muslim delegates, we seek to end institutional racism by abolishing mass incarceration, ending mandatory sentencing guidelines, the war on drugs, and qualified immunity. We support a comprehensive immigration reform and protection of civil rights, as well as abolishing any detention center, and the end of targeted surveillances, as well as profiling and educational redlining. We call on the Democratic Party to repeal the Patriot Act, which was the first of very many changes to our surveillance laws that made it easier for the government to spy on ordinary Americans by monitoring or by allowing the authorities to monitor phone calls and email communications. And we oppose the Damning Countering Violence Extremism program and at its various iteration. We call the Democratic Party to eliminate discriminatory and harmful policies and practices used by the FBI, USCIS, and the CBP agencies that target Muslim travelers. We reject the use of unproven, dangerous, extreme vetting analytics and tactics and the use of surveillance data to prevent people from coming into this country based on a bias and flawed information, and we oppose the DHS attempt to install inaccurate and harmful extreme vetting programs in our Black and Brown communities. We also wish to see an end to the placement of U.S. citizens traveling overseas on the no-fly list that bars our American citizens from returning back to the United States as a constitutionally protected right. We oppose any and all forms of terrorism, whether it's external or internal, domestic, as well as we seek to disempower terrorist groups by eradicating U.S. aerial bombings, drone strikes, special operation, CIA arms supplies, military advisors, as well as freezing international arms sales to countries that happen to be in turmoil. And Last but not least, we do urge the Democratic Party to begin organizing diplomatic alliances among the United States and other nations to adopt a more inclusive approach to governance. I invite you all to visit MuslimDelegatesandAllies.org to read through the platform suggestions we submitted to the DNC, of which 16 points were adopted. Not very many, but we still have a long way to go. And I do want to again thank the Coalition of Civil Freedoms for inviting me to be a part of this most critical event and conversation, and many blessings to you all. Thank you.
Tania. So next we are glad to be joined by Zahra Billu. Zahra is known across the country for her courageous advocacy work and serves as the executive director of the Council on American Islamic Relations in the San Francisco Bay Area, the oldest and one of the largest CARE chapter offices in the country. Thank you so much for being here, Zahra.
Thank you so much for having me. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace. I am zooming into all of you on this special occasion celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Coalition for Civil Freedom's work from the city of San Francisco. And whenever I start talks and conversations, I reflect on the land that we're on. The land that we're on in San Francisco is stolen Ohlone land. Necessary to remember this as we think about the special anniversary of the Coalition for Civil Freedom's work, because it reminds me, and I hope it will remind all of you, that the civil rights and human rights violations that many of us are pushing back against and fighting are foundational to this country's history. Racism, bigotry, misogyny, and frankly, genocide are a part of what this country was built on. And so when we're fighting, I try to remind myself that we're not alone in this and we're not new to this fight. These fights are ongoing and they are lifelong commitments. A 10th anniversary is such a special occasion. For me, it marks resilience, commitment, and persistence in the work that Coalition for Civil Freedoms is doing. Now, some people ask me sometimes, well, like, you know, you work at CARE, what does CARE do relative to Coalition for Civil Freedoms, relative to all of the other organizations, and how do you support multiple? The fights that we're in are massive. They are big, they are necessary, and our lives are at stake. At CARE, what we've done for the last over 20 years is represent people who are visited by the FBI. So if someone knocks on your door and they say, I'm with the FBI and I want to talk to you, I'm with the police and I have some questions, you're coming across the border and you have issues, you can call us and we will represent you. But what happens when those cases escalate? What happens when you end up in custody? When I meet those clients, what's hardest is knowing that this is someone's brother, someone's sister, someone's husband, someone's mother, someone's father, someone's uncle. The work that Coalition for Civil Freedoms does is ensure that throughout the criminal justice process, right, we will intake you on the front end, we will represent you, we will ensure that you have someone with you when you're talking to the FBI. But what happens in the many, many cases where someone ends up behind bars, where a family is left abandoned, where children are left without parents? Abandoned isn't the right word, where a family is left having had someone kidnapped from them by the government. Who takes care of them then? Who supports them? Who ensures that their stories are not forgotten? Because that's one of the major consequences of taking political prisoners, is that we forget our leaders, we forget our heroes. The work that Coalition for Civil Freedoms does is so important to me and is complementary to the work that we do at CARE, because they're supporting families, they're supporting communities, and they're ensuring that we are not forgetting, that we will keep working and that we will keep advocating. My earliest exposure, I recall actually, my earliest work with Coalition for Civil Freedoms was helping to raise money to send supplies to Muslim political prisoners in the United States during the month of Ramadan, because when many of us take our supplies, our dates, our iftars, our samosas, our sambusas for granted, our brothers and sisters are behind bars and they stay behind bars. And so I am honored to be a part of the celebration today. I am grateful for the work that Leena, Al-Arian, and her team are doing, leading at the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. And I implore all of you to join me in supporting this work. We need this organization to be strong, frankly, because it's the right thing to do, because our religion commands us to advocate for justice, because we will be asked what we did with the privileges we had as free people outside of detention, as free people not fearful of deportation. But really, if that's not enough to compel you, support this organization, because they are who will work for you and advocate for you and ensure that you are remembered if something were to ever happen to you. We need them to be strong, and we need them to be able to continue and grow their work. And so I've secured a match for $2,000. I know you're raising lots and lots of money in this important celebration today, but any money that that my friends or family give, and any money that is given in this hour, I have a personal match for up to $2,000. And so that's going to be what I want to do, my modest contribution to this, in hopes that Allah will protect us, that Allah will increase us, and that we will collectively make this work stronger. And so if you have already given today, Jazakallah khair, may you be rewarded for that. May it weigh heavily for you on the day of judgment. If you haven't, here is your opportunity, not just to give and give to help others, but to give in a way that will enable your donation to grow. So any money that comes from my family or friends, or is otherwise donated in this hour that I'm speaking in, I will match up to $2,000. And so please use the links, go to ccf.org, give on Facebook, give however you can, give as much as you can. And thank you again to the Coalition for Civil Freedoms and the entire team there for the work that they're doing.
Thank you so much, Zahra. We really appreciate it.
So next, we'll also hear from another CARE Executive Director of the Florida chapter, Hassan Isibli. Hassan is a civil rights attorney and has a message of support for CCF.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. This is your brother Hassan Shibli. I'm so excited to support the Coalition to Protect Civil Freedoms. They are an amazing organization doing a work that very few others are doing. In fact, really, I can't think of anyone doing the work they're doing to stand by those who are wrongfully persecuted, who are locked up, some facing decades in jail for crimes of free thought, for things that they didn't do in very, very oppressive and horrific circumstance. And to support the work that this organization is doing is amongst the greatest acts of worship, and I encourage you all to do the best you can. And in fact, I'm looking for people today that can match our pledge. Inshallah, we're going to pledge $10,000 to raise for them from the Tampa community to support the great work that they're doing. And I want to encourage you all to match this pledge and help us support the amazing work that this organization is doing. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Hassan. So our next message of support is from Khalil Meek, the Executive Director of the Muslim Legal Fund of America and a member organization in CCF's coalition. Glad to hear from you, Khalil.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace be with you all. The United States is a contradiction. Its founding principles embrace the ideals of freedom and equality, but in reality, we're a nation built on the systematic exclusion, suppression, and often oppression of minorities. From the founding fathers until today, race, ethnic, and religious discrimination remain part of the American fabric. Most people do not understand that this contradiction threatens all American civil freedoms. Everyone is affected when the government abuses its power or targets a segment of its own citizens. When such abuses take place, they never end with the minority, the other, or any weakest link in society. No, abuses then become applicable to all because we are all connected. And this is why, on behalf of the Muslim Legal Fund of America, it's an honor for us to have been one of the founding members of the Coalition to Protect Civil Freedoms back in 2010. Launching this coalition to educate the public about the erosion of civil liberties and political freedoms was and still is critical if we as a society expect to move forward. Because without liberty, there's no freedom, and without freedom, there's no liberty. To provide legal advocacy and support for the prisoners within the criminal justice system and their families who've been unfairly targeted, it's our duty as Americans. In fact, such essential freedoms are the hallmark of this democracy, of free societies. We are fighting for an open, transparent process, not a closed, secret, unchecked, with no oversight process. NCPCF working to give impacted families a voice and empower them to tell their stories and to advocate for their loved ones should be considered an honor by all for not only their dignity, but our dignity. Today, MLFA is committed to continuing our support to this very effective coalition. Today, I ask you to support the coalition to protect civil freedoms, to stand up, to show up, to help us educate and mobilize all Americans to action, to help us provide the legal support, strategic advice, emotional support to the families during their darkest times. NCPCF has shown the courage to challenge the process, stay the course, and fight to change the narrative. This is why your support is so important today. It's very simple. The more funding that they secure, the greater their impact will be. Together, we can and will make the difference. I ask you to be the change that you want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khalil, for your work. Next up, we're going to hear from CCF's Development Director, Hatem El-Faris.
Assalamu alaikum. I think it's Kathy before I go.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna go to you first, Kathy?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Kathy Manley.
All right. Thank you, Hani. Good evening, everyone. So I started doing this work in 2006 when my client, Yassin Aref, was convicted in an insanely unfair sting operation. He was completely innocent, and that opened my eyes to what the government was doing to hundreds of Muslims, preemptively locking them away out of paranoia that they may someday commit an actual crime. When we started CCF 10 years ago, Dr. Sami envisioned a bold and ambitious plan for us. But in the post-9/11 climate of fear, it was very difficult to make any headway against the government onslaught, and the unfair convictions continued to pile up. Still, we persevered with very few resources and hostility all around us. We gave Ramadan gifts every year to the prisoners we support, and we started bringing together their family members in annual conferences. While working at a different full-time job, I started advising the prisoners on dealing with their horrendous conditions, and sometimes got involved in small ways in their legal cases. More recently, we have been able to do more, and we have gotten directly involved in challenging some of the convictions, for example, in the Fort Dix case, where 3 brothers were sentenced to life for a plot they didn't even know about, which Huma Yassin spoke about earlier tonight. We are also planning to file compassionate release motions in the Newburgh 4 case, which was also egregiously unfair. We created a large database of cases, studied them all, and wrote a report called Inventing Terrorists, showing that most of the so-called terrorists sitting in prison had committed no actual crimes. We even drafted our own bill, the Ego Relief Act, to try to change some of the worst laws which allow these abuses, including reforming the material support law, which David Cole spoke about earlier, and creating a real entrapment defense. This year, we created the Coronavirus Prisoner Release Project. We figured out as best we could which people were most vulnerable to COVID, and we filed motions in court for them. We filed 8 motions and assisted with 3 others, and are planning to file a few more soon. Because of the fear related to these cases, we thought it would be a victory if we won release in even one case. But I'm proud to say that our legal team, consisting of Amith, Gupta, and myself, along with help from Yassin Aref's son, Salah, who is now a Harvard law student, we have so far won release for 2 people, Sami Hassoun and Hawo Hassan. Sami, whose mother spoke earlier today, is a young man with a serious autoimmune disease who was convicted in a very unfair sting operation. Amith wrote his motion and amazingly won release, even though Sami had served less than half of his sentence. Hawo is a 73-year-old woman, a refugee from Somalia, where she faced trauma after trauma. She was sentenced to 10 years for helping other Somali refugees. Now she is home with her family and safe from the virus, which has spread like wildfire in the prisons. Yassin Aref's son, Salah's involvement in this victory, as my intern, he actually wrote Hao's motion. This shows in a really beautiful way how CCF is run by political prisoners and their families. Salah grew up with his father sitting in prison, and now he has helped free someone else. In order to build on our success and do everything we can to get more of our people out of prison, we desperately need more resources. So I'm asking that you please donate generously. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you so much for that. It's always a pleasure to see you. You're one of the Albany three to us, between you, Steve Downs, and Lynn Jackson, you know, the three that never misses your call and is literally always there for you, regardless of the situation. So just thank you so much, Kathy. So we'll go back now to CCF's Development Director, Hatem Freeze, for an update on the fundraising.
He's muted. I don't think he knows he's muted.
Oh, okay. Hatem,
I'm sorry. Yeah, just okay. Thank you, Leena.
Welcome.
I just like to end this with thanking our latest donors for their generous donation. The care team of $14,000 total, 10 by Hassan, and 2 matching 2, inshallah, and Sister Leila donated $1,000, Leila Al-Arian. Anonymous donor, $5,000. So that brings our total till the moment $129,000. $129,000, including PayPal and pledges and everything that came in the website.
Thank you so much for that, Hatem. That's extraordinary work.
I did not get any donations from Dearborn or Michigan or New Jersey. I got it from all other major cities in California, in Texas, in Illinois, but I need something from Jersey and Michigan.
Well,
so if our listeners are from those 2 states, please come forward, pass the word on so we can meet our goal, inshallah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Hatem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you. So we'll move on with the program then. So as CCF family members know full well, it's the lifelong relationships you build during the most stressful times, like when your loved one is in prison or on trial, that provide light in the darkest of times. We are honored to hear from 2 such allies of our prisoners and family members, Louis Price and the Reverend Sharon Streeter.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lois Price. 15 years ago, I joined Friends of Human Rights. At that time, Dr. Sami Al-Arian was in prison, awaiting trial on trumped-up charges for crimes he did not commit. Our mission was to ensure that Dr. Al-Arian received a fair trial and ultimately that he be exonerated and released to be with his family again. In order to do that, we sent representatives to attend most sessions of his very long trial. We sent others to stand outside the courthouse with signs calling for a fair trial. In the years that followed, we traveled to various cities to attend hearings, to meet with members of Congress, to participate in media events, and to educate people in small group settings and make them aware of the injustice that still occurs in our greater community. You are all aware of the outcome of Dr. Al-Arian's trial. I've learned so much in working with Friends of Human Rights, and I'm proud of the work that we've done. Still, there is so much more work to be done in terms of human rights, civil freedoms. I look forward to the exciting work that lies ahead with CCF, and I'm pleased to play my small part in that work. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sharon Streeter, and just over 17 years ago, I drove to court with Nala Al-Arian. Her husband had just been arrested. A reporter then called and asked me how Dr. Al-Arian was involved in the community organization I worked for. I gladly shared how he was engaging members of the mosque to work with churches across our county to improve the reading of children, reduce out-of-school suspensions, and increase wages of the working poor. Yet instead of reading an article about the good Dr. Al-Arian was doing in our community, I read about me. It ended with saying, "It's very cold where Reverend Sharon Streeter stands, very cold." Well, this generated fear in me, which tempted me to be silent. Should I continue to speak? What would the controversy do to our organization? My husband even started assuming helicopters over our house must be the FBI. Yet submitting to silence because of stirred up fears would prevent me from acting on my own faith values. Silence prevents us from creating community and understanding, and silence makes it difficult for people to get due process of law. So I wasn't silent. I spoke of the good person I knew, giving character witness at court on his behalf. I sought to give moral support to the family, who I love deeply, and I joined with others attending court and visiting him in jail. I'm glad I was not silent. I'm glad fear did not stop me and others from acting on our values of love, respect, fairness, and the dignity of others. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will be hearing from CCF board member and the executive director of ICNA Council for Social Justice, Dr. Zahid Bukhari. ICNA CSJ co-sponsored CCF's groundbreaking report titled Inventing Terrorists, the Lawfare of Preemptive Prosecution, published last year. His message will be followed by another CCF board member, Sarah Flounders of the International Action Center. And finally, we'll hear from Ramzi Qasim, an early coalition member, board member, and the founding director of CLEAR at CUNY School of Law. Just days ago, he argued the landmark civil rights case, Tanzeen versus Tanvir, before the Supreme Court, including a challenge to the federal government's abuse of watch lists.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. I would like to congratulate the leadership of CCF for organizing this wonderful event, their 10th anniversary gala. And I think they are saying that we have to break the silence and we should stand up for the victims of America's war on terror. Rather, I would say more than that the American society and the leadership and the media and the intellectuals and the policymakers, they should also break the silence and think about not only of the victims of America's war on terror, but about this so-called war on terror. What is the cost of that war? What we have gained, what we have lost. I think that is needed at this time, that we should think about that. But I think CCF, their theme is very unique. The organization is also very unique because this is the only organization, the Coalition for Civil Freedoms, that is working for and standing up for the victims of America's war on terror. They have been helping for the last 10 years. They have been helping these victims, those who are in jail, and then wrongfully they are on jails. Apparently they are on terrorism charges, but inside that, maybe there are immigration, some mistake, application mistake, or some other petty issues. So they have been defending them and they are standing up for them. So we congratulate them. ICNA Council for Justice, I think we are fortunate that we have been working with this coalition for last 10 years. Since day one, we have been working with them. We are part of the board. And I think last year we were fortunate that we co-sponsored their report, the Inventing Terrorists. And in that report, the authors, Steve and Kathy, both analyzed all 660 cases where these American citizens are in jail on the charges of terrorism. But they found out that 93% of those cases, they are not terrorism related. They are maybe some immigration filing mistake or something else, but they are not terrorist cases. So we co-sponsored that report, and I am also honored to let you know that last year we have given the first Justice Award to Council for to CCF, and we are very happy of that. So again, I am thankful to all the leadership that we are with you, and inshallah we will be with you in this noble cause. Thank you very much.
Greetings, this is Sarah Flounders, and it is an honor to join you on this 10th anniversary of the Civil Freedoms Coalition, an enormous accomplishment, a milestone. This is a coalition that began 10 years ago. I do remember the beginning. The task seemed daunting. The level of Islamophobia, racial, religious, and ethnic profiling permeating the national climate. Challenging this, gathering together the most basic information on hundreds of Muslim prisoners swept up in scurrilous, manufactured charges, the use of agent provocateurs, sting operations, entrapment, preemptive prosecutions. Just gathering a database of the names, the charges, the sentences, the locations of hundreds of prisoners locked away in isolation and solitary confinement. Reaching out and helping stitch together traumatized, shattered families was an enormous undertaking. Exposing the horrendous US prison conditions, the use of torture and solitary confinement, and helping to break that isolation with letters, Ramadan gifts, family links. Then publishing reports, organizing conferences, meetings, family gatherings, clemency appeals. Producing videos, building a website, Facebook, all kinds of resources, fact sheets, media kits, talking points, know your rights campaigns, court cases, online petitions to expose what was happening. Dragging into the light of day the size of the fraudulent war on terror that terrorized millions, not only with bombs, but with raids and roundups. This has been a struggle from day one, and the National Coalition to Protect Civil Freedoms, you deserve our support. I urge everyone, link to it, share its wealth of resources. Most important, donate, volunteer, include them in your events, and together, let's help Civil Freedoms Coalition continue into the next decade.
My name is Ramzi Qasim. I'm the director of the CLEAR Project, and I'm a professor at the City University of New York School of Law. I really want to encourage you to support the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. It is a unique organization. It is the only organization that has stood with brothers and sisters who were caught up in the so-called national security state, ensnared in predatory political prosecutions. And for a very long time, it's the only organization that stood with those families and those men and women. And so it deserves our full support in its 10th year of existence. And so I would be very grateful to anybody for any donation that you can make, however big or small. I know will be appreciated by the good people at CCF, and more importantly by the families and the incarcerated men and women that they support. The painting that you see above my shoulder is a painting by a formerly incarcerated client of mine at Guantanamo, Ahmed. And it's a painting that he gave me before he was released from Guantanamo and repatriated to Saudi Arabia. So again, very grateful for any donation that you can make, big or small, to CCF. And thanks to everybody who's contributed to the work of CCF over the last 10 years. And inshallah, there'll be a time when the organization will no longer be necessary. But until then, I'm very grateful that CCF is here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramzi. So that's all from us tonight, but stay tuned to hear from Shelley and Stuart McKines, parents of political prisoner Alex Chicolo, as well as the final remarks from CCF's dedicated Deputy Executive Director, Mel Underbeck.
I mean, it's been 10 years and it seems like it's been, like this thing just started yesterday for some of us. For others, of course, this thing is never ending. And I can remember one of those first meetings that I sat in a circle with a lot of white people that I thought were dealing with Muslim issues. And I made a comment saying, sometimes you can't even find this many Muslims involved in these issues. And one of the original founders, he corrected me and said, this is for all of us. This is for everyone. And that's what it's been, and that's what it will always be. And we're all going to always be grateful. And when I get a call from Mel, I don't have to think about it. I know that I have to get involved. And again, Mel, we really appreciate it. So thank you all and good night.
Thank you.
Salamu alaikum and hello. We're happy to be a part of the Coalition for Civil Freedom's 10th Anniversary Gala. I'm Shelley.
I'm Stuart.
I'm the mother and Stuart is a stepfather of Ali Al-Amriki, a political prisoner who is serving 20 years in medium security federal prison in West Virginia. We would like to take a few minutes to express our gratitude for the beautiful group of people who work tirelessly to bring legal services, emotional support, and advocacy for our loved ones in prison and their families. Their professionalism, along with their personal experiences and compassion, allows them to fully understand the complexity of these cases and work to expose, in their proper context, the stories and events which led to our loved ones' arrests. Aside from the injustices of these cases, many of us consistently see through the eyes of gross human rights abuses. We will speak from our own experience, but certain that other families can relate. No matter how much faith we have, and no matter how strong we try to be, there are those days that are difficult to get through. We try to pull whatever enjoyment we can in the form of letters and short phone calls, but even those are often difficult to obtain sometimes.
And from hour to hour, day to day, we never know what our loved ones will face in prison. There are many false perceptions and blatant untruth from people about our families. This is just one of the reasons why the coalition's work and those who support them is so vitally important to the cause of bringing to light the truth about these cases, imprisoned and formerly imprisoned victims of the unjust criminal justice system. The work CCF does gives hope and freedom, although not always freedom from the shackles of our loved ones. It brings a freedom to the heart and spirit and strength to know that there are people out there who care and love them and are fighting for them and their families. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. Some days are good, some not so good. Continue to have faith and know that together we will remain vigilant in this fight. Thanks CCF for your work and commitment and for standing by everyone till the end. And regardless of what the end is, inshallah, we will all be victorious. On behalf of myself, my wife, and our son Ali, we want to thank you for your unconditional love and support. And congratulations, CCF, on 10 years.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mel Underbaki, and I am one of the founding members and also the Deputy Executive Director of the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. My connection actually goes back to before the founding of CCF to 2003 in Tampa, when we formed the Friends of Human Rights to support and advocate for Dr. Sami Al-Arian when he was unjustly arrested in Tampa. And 7 years later, Friends of Human Rights became one of the founding members of the National Coalition to Protect Civil Freedoms, now known as the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. So in 2005, some of us started going around the country telling people about Dr. Sami's case, using the video, USA versus Al-Arian. And on our travels, we found out that there were a lot of other unjust cases as well. We met so many truly wonderful people whose lives were completely torn apart by the unjust incarceration of a loved one. Fathers, sons, and husbands were torn away, sometimes mothers, brothers, leaving the families devastated. Some families even became homeless because the breadwinner had been taken. I have 2 sons, and I can't imagine anything worse than to lose them to the prison system. So I've been doing this work since 2003, frequently as a volunteer, and at times it can get discouraging and I feel like moving on, but then I remember the families and who, in spite of everything, stay strong. And these families are my inspiration. And the first family that inspired me was the Al-Arian family. I said, no matter how bad things got, and things can get very bad when the father of a family of 5 is in a federal prison 70 miles from home for 2 years, 2.5 years before the trial. But no matter how bad things got, they stayed strong and they truly inspired me, and they still do inspire me to this day. So I am so happy 10 years later, we're still here, we're still continuing our important work, supporting and advocating for these political prisoners and their families. We hold annual conferences, which takes a different form every year, but some past topics we're dealing with the prison system, how to effectively deal with the media, how to influence congressional representatives, and you saw some work with the kids. The important part is gathering the family members together because there is strength in numbers. And we also try to stay in contact with the prisoners, and we try to help them in any way you can. And you heard from Kathy a lot about our coronavirus prisoner release project, which is something going on right now that is very important. And we also educate the public about what is going on. For those who haven't experienced this governmental overreach, people are not aware that it is going on. So we have fought for a decade trying to stop these injustices, and we have been doing this for years on the shoestring budget. And there's so much more that we want to do, but we don't have the resources. So today we're asking for your help. We're deeply grateful to those of you who have donated to help keep us going. And if you have not donated yet, it is not too late. So please consider making a generous donation today. And we're nearing the end of the program. It's been great today. The highlight for me was seeing old friends, even though it was just virtually, and hopefully making some new friends. And now I have a lot of people to thank, and there's really too many to name them all, but I first want to thank the family members. Some of them have been with us from the beginning, and we really appreciate them, and the hardworking CCF team and our board of directors. So thank you very much to all of you. And we had some wonderful moderators, speakers, and comedians today, and everybody did a wonderful job, and we really appreciate you all. And I want to thank some wonderful volunteers who helped make this afternoon possible. A lot of activity went on behind the scenes, making everything happen, pre-planning and now. Especially special thanks, especially to Ibrahim El-Hussein, Hesham El-Maligi, and Ali Al-Arian, who just worked tirelessly behind the scenes, putting this all together. And also I thank all of you who watched this program. And I hope you stay in touch with us. Sign up for our news digest, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, go to our YouTube channel. And so I hope to see you all again. Thanks again, once again to everybody, and see you next time.
Hello, I'm Steve Downs, and I'm the chair of the board of directors for the Coalition for Civil Freedoms. I'm so glad you joined our 10th anniversary celebration, marking 10 years of dedication to the largely forgotten victims of the War on Terror. We've come a long way since our humble beginnings in 2010, when political prisoner Sami Al-Arian, under house arrest on manufactured charges, formed a new civil rights coalition to speak for the hundreds of Muslim political prisoners that the War on Terror was creating. Some 18 Muslim and civil rights organizations joined the coalition, and CCF was born, founded by political prisoners for political prisoners. Since then, we have grown. We have published news digests and traveled the country educating the public at universities, national conferences, mosques, churches, and community centers. We continued our advocacy during the time of COVID by producing weekly webinars and a video series to educate about the profiling issues still confronting the Muslim community today. We filed legal briefs to free as many prisoners as possible, including 2 recent compassionate release victories through our coronavirus prisoner release project. We created the first database to track over 1,200 national security cases and published 2 of the most extensive reports on the manufacturing of terrorism charges against innocent Muslims. We held annual family conferences to help impact families heal together and become empowered. We provided annual Ramadan prisoner gifts and launched letter writing campaigns for the incarcerated so they will know that they have not been forgotten. We responded to hundreds of prisoner complaints each year about prisoner abuse or prisoner conditions, prolonged solitary confinement, religious freedom violations, among an abundance of other legal questions. We created the first Entrapment and Governmental Overreach Relief Act, or EGO Relief Act, limiting the FBI's ability to entrap and convict innocent people. If passed by Congress, many wrongful convictions of political prisoners could be reevaluated and possibly reversed. We mobilized and trained families and communities to advocate for common sense justice reforms and legislation. We attended trials and sentencing and hearings across the country with the family members of the wrongfully accused and led successful campaigns for their release. We created special newsletters for supporters and prisoners and legislators. And, remaining true to its founding, our unique organization continues to be led by those directly impacted. We do all of this work on a shoestring budget and with dedicated volunteers, but we could do so much more if we had more resources. Few, if any, organizations do so much with so little. On our 10th anniversary, I hope you will contribute generously to CCF. I know I will.